The views and opinions expressed on this program do not reflect the company, owners, management, staff, clients, or partners.
All right, welcome to TDH's general election coverage for 2025 here in Bermuda. The whole team, including political experts, everybody that you have developed a deep relationship with over the past couple of years on the show, the whole crew is going to be with you until we find out who's going to be leading our country after all the votes have been counted. Now, this election in particular is the hardest one for me, and I expect for you too, to read or predict the outcome that I've bumped up against in my adult life. Typically, you kind of have a sense of what's going to happen, right? Maybe days before, months before, even years before. It's sort of easy to tell what's going to happen. But this year, there are factors that are genuinely unique and weird. Number one, the anti-incumbency movement. Across the entire developed world, incumbent governments have gotten beaten up and tossed out of office, not necessarily for anything they did in particular, but just because of the post-COVID inflation spike that affected prices the world over. Regular people, working people, their lives were made materially more difficult, and they wanted to punish people in power. And as a result, incumbent governments got the boot. So on that level, it may mean that the PLP is in a really shaky position. Like the conditions are such that them retaining power is potentially unlikely. However, we've also got 109 candidates, which means there are more options for voters to put their votes, which then means that it can't just be all anti-PLP stuff going to one spot. The FDM and all of these independents are necessarily going to siphon at least some support away from the OBA. So yeah, it's really hard to know how this thing is going to go. And over the next few hours, we're going to do our best to offer useful insight and meaningful discussion about not only what's going to happen as far as who wins the election, but also what's going to happen for the next 4 years. I'm excited. You're excited. And I can't wait for all of this to really get rolling. Thank you for choosing TDH. I promise, we are going to make your choice to stay with us valuable. You have no reason to go anywhere else over the course of this election program. So let's get started. Can't wait.
Welcome. Hello. Happy election day to everyone out there. It's February 18th. It is a general election in Bermuda. Teo, how are you feeling?
Excited and genuinely, consistently still confused. I don't know what's going to happen. And this is the first election since I've been able to vote, which is the better part of 30 years now. That I'm in this space. Is it just me, Jay? Like, do you know what's do you have it in the bag in your head, or are you like equally confused?
I think I'm confused, especially after this morning on the Daily Hour when the audience gave their picks, and I kind of disagreed with a lot of them. And I think what Teo is saying for me is previously it was easy to predict things. Mm-hmm. You could, my one of my sisters hit me up earlier and said, seems so somber that it's just weird right now, right? You don't know where it's going to go. And why is that though?
Well, there is a global trend of overall disengagement from politics. Folks just do not believe in these institutions. They don't believe in the process. They don't believe in the outcomes. they just don't see the point anymore. Like democracy has been delegitimized on an international scale, and the consequence of that is that people just they don't care, or at the very best they're apathetic. At worst they're depressed that we got to go through this pretense yet again. And you can feel it here, like because I've been encouraging all the young folks at our school to vote if you're eligible. Don't care who you do it for, just participate in the process. It's the one moment in public life in Bermuda where you're guaranteed the same amount of power as any other person, regardless of status or resources. And their response is like, yeah, I guess, okay, whatever. And that's like really painful, you know, like that hurts. Like young people are not supposed to react that way to the assertion of power. Like they're supposed to want as much of it as possible and to be able to use it as often as possible. Like that's what I remember when I couldn't vote. I was excited to have the opportunity to, and then I didn't miss a chance.
It's interesting you say that, because it seems like, you know, you've had so many young people who have created organizations or groups and gotten together to kind of make a way. And when we were younger, when we were like in our teens and so on, there was this hype around young people getting involved. And now it seems that they're so disconnected. Could it have something to do with, and I don't mean to be disrespectful, but could it have something to do with they feel like, well, they don't have to fight like their parents and grandparents and, you know, their ancestors did, like the work's been done for them?
See, now this is where I'm with you, because I'm concerned about dismissing the entirely legitimate concerns of young people in a way that I can't justify. But I do think there is something to be said for relative comfort leading directly to collective apathy, right? Like when things are feeling generally okay, you don't really have a need to participate. Like it's like, well, you know, nothing's gonna change anyway, and it's not really that bad. Like I don't like it that much, but it doesn't matter whether I say anything or not, and I'll be cool. I'm getting my money, you know, whatever, which I can understand. But that's a failure of the older folks that surround them to ground them in the value, the necessity of civic engagement. Like that's their apathy is our failure. It's an indictment of what we've been communicating over the past.
I concur. I'm not going to call out any of my family members, but I concur. But I just want to give a lot of love to North Shore Medical and Aesthetic Center and Mac and Medical House, who are lead sponsors of this coverage tonight. I just want to give a huge shout out. You know, we are a very small community, and collaboration is such an important aspect of what we do in this space. So big shout out to Crimson Media and Channel 82, as well as Bermuda Press Holdings and the Royal Gazette. We are streaming on our social media platforms, as well as you can find us on theroyalgazette.com. And if you're home and on your TV, you can watch on Channel 82. Thank you so much to everyone who's poured into us being able to do this. And we do have some very special guests joining us tonight. We have the Honorable Patricia Gordon-Pamplin, the former minister and member of Parliament. And then we also have the Honorable former Premier Ewart Brown, former Premier of Bermuda, from 2006 to 10. We have John Barritt, the Honorable John Barritt, former Member of Parliament and the first actual leader of the One Bermuda Alliance. And then we'll have Taj Donville-Outerbridge, who's a political commentator. You've probably read some of his pieces. With that said, Tay, I'd like to bring in the Honorable Patricia Gordon-Pamplin. I think as a person, she participated in many elections. I believe she participated.
Veteran, right?
Yeah. I'm not trying to age anyone. She looks amazing. Let's be honest. She looks amazing.
No, to be absolutely real with you, she's not like I'm not. She's older than us, right?
Yeah.
But at a glance, I don't think you notice like that. Not like that, right? I need to get my skin game right. Do some more push-ups or something, because
she looks absolutely great. I think she plays tennis or something. I think she plays tennis, but we're going to bring her in, add value to the conversation. Before we bring her in, we've got Kristen White says, hi, Teo.
Hey, Chris, what up?
Kristen White.
Remember, because we did this before together with Kristen like a while ago now. Was it the last one or the one before the last one?
That was Nikisha, not Kristen.
No, Kristen was too.
Was she?
She was.
I can't remember, Taylor.
Wasn't she?
I don't think so.
Oh, no. I'm thinking even further back. I'm thinking like 2012.
You know what you just did, though? You just spoke about age. And, you're... Yeah. Let's
I don't want to lean forward so you can't see like the...
You see me. Rasul glad to be here, watching from South Wales, UK. Talk about how citizens that are overseas should be able to vote, period. We've got Jonathan House. He says, is the voter apathy tied to popularism and how negative/toxic politics has become? Let's hold that comment and talk about
it there
later. We've got Zakia Johnson Lord. Grateful for this space. Listen together. We appreciate you. Good evening to every last one of you. We appreciate you. And yes, Kristen said Hot 1075. Yes. And stop dating her, Taylor. Stop dating her. But you know what? Let's bring the Honorable Patricia Gordon-Pamplin in. After we're going to go over to OBA headquarters in a bit to see Mia. But let's bring in the Honorable Patricia Gordon-Pamplin and give her a warm TDH welcome. Let's give her a warm welcome. Welcome to the joint. Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Good
I
evening.
am very, very well. Thank you so much for allowing me to join your panelists tonight. And hopefully my presentation will be able to give value to those of your audience who will be able to tune in. So thank you. It's wonderful to see you, Jamal, and wonderful to see you, Teo.
Thank you for making time for us. And Tay, I just want to start off just by asking, you participated in quite a few elections, including the 2021. The polls have not yet closed. For those just tuning in, the polls do not close for another 48 minutes. So the polls, if you have not voted, I'm not telling you what to do, but the polls have not closed. All right. But the polls haven't closed, madam. You've been in this space. What's that feeling like as a MP, whether you're the incumbent or not, whether it's a marginal or not? Like, what are you feeling right now in the final hour?
Well, this is a time at which anxiety starts to set in. And the reason for that is you've been there all day. You're looking at the people who have come across. You're looking at your support base. You have a mental picture of how many of your supporters have actually come. And really, there's always, irrespective of what the leaning and what the bias is in a particular constituency, there is always the concern, are my voters going to come out? And about this time, you're thinking, hopefully our machinery working in the back office is able to be on the phone, and anybody who had indicated that they'd be voting, if they hadn't shown up, to be able to say, is there any assistance that you might need in order to get you to the polls? Because turning out the vote is critical if we look to have a successsul election. So anxiety is there, but it's excitement. It's also excitement.
Yeah, I must ask you, Tay, my final one, but do you have any predictions based on what you've observed over this period?
The answer is no. And the reason I say that is because we've had many people saying that they want to see something change. However, when you delve down into their conversations belie that initial statement. So I don't know whether people's desire to see change is legitimate, or if it's something that they are just using as a method by which they are expressing their frustrations, or whether they genuinely do want to see things change. In addition to which, we have a different dynamic during this election, in as much as normally we would expect the two main political parties, you may have the odd one or two independent candidates. But for this election, there are 109, I believe, candidates altogether. And so it's a completely different dynamic that's going into play. And I really don't have a prediction.
Yeah, it's hard.
Well, that leads me directly onto the first thing that I wanted to ask you, Ms. Gordon-Pamplin, which was, do you think on balance it is better now with this new dynamic rather than the dominance of the two main political parties that have existed and run Bermudian politics since party politics entered the space. Like, having more options for the voters, is this not a good thing? Is it better than what we have seen previously?
Okay, whether it's better or not is difficult to tell, and I think the outcome of tonight's election will actually be able to be the ultimate arbiter of that particular question. But with that said, I think that I want to first say that it is so laudable that there are so many people who want to represent their country. We've had historically two main parties, irrespective of what the names were. And at some point in time, there was a third party that kind of came into the mix. And when you have either two or three main parties, what the ultimate governance requires is that there is an effective system by which a government can govern. With as many independent as we have, it may create a little bit more difficulty if you have independents. Let's just say on the wild chance that there were 30, we've got 30 independents. And let's just say on the wild chance that all of them got in. The question would become, how would they effectively govern? Who takes the lead? Who would end up being the critical areas such as finance minister, and how do you maneuver? How do you take the steps to ensure that there's effective and proper governance? Mm-hmm. So is it better? It's different. I can say that it definitely is different. But remember that we came from an era from the beginning of our parliamentary democracy in which there were independent candidates. So we've kind of gone full circle. Certainly when my father, who served in Parliament, was there, he was there as an independent member. There were independent people who were voted in, and then the party system really only started in 1963, and then in 1964 for the traditional parties as we've come to know them. So it's just different. I'm not saying it's better. As I said, the final outcome tonight will be the ultimate arbiter of whether it's good, bad, or indifferent as far as the electorate is concerned.
Indeed. Okay. Indeed. Let's see if we can go to Mia out at OBA headquarters. And audience, if you have any questions for the Honorable Patricia Gordon-Pamplin, if you have any questions for Teo, myself, anyone, just feel free to ask away. We're going to see if Mia's, what she's got for us, see what the mood is. Again, we don't expect anyone to really be at any of the headquarters yet because, they're likely at the polls still greeting people. All right. So let's bring Mia in and see what she has to say. Mia, how are you?
Hey, everybody. How are you?
Girl, we are looking good.
Mia, you're over at, so you're not at OBA headquarters. I said that wrong. You're at Vasco da Gama where they'll be at, correct?
Yes, that's right. We're just here at Vasco da Gama, and things are just starting to heat up. People are starting to arrive from the OBA team, not the candidates themselves, but we've got some music starting to play, and then we've got the decorators were here earlier, and things are starting, the vibe is starting to pick up a little bit. So it's going to be a really exciting night ahead.
All right. Can you tell us, have any of the MPs slid in yet, or any former MPs, like any colleagues of the Honorable Gordon-Pamplin?
Nobody yet. Everybody is still clearly at the polls, as you said, greeting people. But some of the OBA team is here, and they're all getting set up, ready for what will be a historical and memorable evening. And they're starting to play some Sly and the Family Stone, which is always exciting.
Well, go get
good
your
taste.
Go get your dance.
Oh yeah.
Thank you so much. We'll get back out there to you soon. Just let us know if you get anyone that might want to get on camera so that we can interrogate them, or talk to them.
I absolutely will. And right now there's sound still delivered on yours. Everybody, if you haven't voted yet, get to the polls.
Here you go, Mia.
Well done, girl.
All right, Mia's over OBA headquarters. Now, is this normal? Is this normal that you typically won't see any of the candidates leave the polls until they close?
That is normal. It would be disrespectful to ask somebody to come out and vote for you, and then you take off and leave prior to the close of the polls. Some candidates even choose to stay until the count is finished, and that becomes a personal choice, because once the polls close at 8 o'clock, the truth be told, there's not much more you can do as a candidate. But it would be ultimately disrespectful if you decided, oh, well, you know what, I've had enough of this, I'm leaving. Not when you've asked people to come and vote for you. You have to at least give them sufficient respect to come and say, I will stay here until the last hand has been shaken, until the last person has gone through the door and the doors are ultimately closed.
Okay. I had another question about your experience in frontline politics, and then, you know, being separate from it for some time. Do you feel like Bermuda's national relationship, cultural relationship with politics has changed over the past couple generations? Because it feels to me, as somebody who sort of got activated fully in the 21st century, that even over these past 25 years, what our expectations are or have been and our relationship with politicians, it's very different than what it was in 2001 versus 2025. And with somebody with a deeper relationship with local politics, I wondered if you feel that difference too.
Yeah, there definitely is a difference. I think that we've had a history of one party dominance and then another party taking over, and then that party had reasonable dominance, and then there was the interruption, the conscious interrupt between 2012 and 2017, when there was another party that was taken into government. And what's happened during that period of time, certainly during the first 30 years, as I was able to see it, and then even from 1998 fast forward, what we've had is, as a people, we seem to want to hold on to those things in which we believe, to support those things that we want to support, and that is laudable. However, what we fail to do is to hold the people for whom we have voted. We don't seem to want to hold them accountable once the polls close. So there's a difference, because I think there was a time when you'd be able to go in and chat to your MPs, certainly some of the older ones, you know, the stalwarts, the icons of politics, from certainly at the beginning of my time in politics, when I would go and observe the Sir John Swans of this world, where you'd be able to go, you'd be able to talk to them on the street. And somehow we seem to have gotten away from that a little bit. Certainly there's a certain je ne sais quoi. I think a certain arrogance, if I can be so bold as to make that statement, that people don't feel as though they have to speak to you. People may not, you know, elected members don't feel as though they have to come and visit you. And I think that it's indicative of what happens when you have one-sided results at the polls. And then it just kind of, it gives, you know, there's a certain toxicity that exists when people want to hold on to the positions that they have. You know, we fight fiercely to hold on to mediocrity. We fight fiercely to hold on to our limitations. And while that might be a relatively controversial statement, I think that if we stop to examine it, I think we'd be able to see that there's veracity in that position.
Indeed.
Yeah, that's the quote of the hour, I think, that we fight fiercely to preserve mediocrity. I am not going to forget that anytime soon.
I mean, I feel like she said everything she said so much more eloquently than I could ever say it, Teo. But
Jay, that's equal parts terrifying and depressing, right? Like our national obsession with tradition and preservation and sort of small c conservatism has gotten in the way of just progress. Yeah. And it's not necessarily because of any particular outcome. It's just that's how we seem to be wired as a people. Yeah. and I don't know what's to be done about that.
Yeah. I think we're in an interesting space though. And I say this because when we look at the politics of Bermuda, one party was seen at one point as the more conservative, one the more liberal, right? And I think somewhere along the way, they both became more center, like closer to one another, right? Like closer than further apart. And I say that because if I'm not mistaken, even members like yourself, when you were in the House, Madam Gordon-Pamplin, you took very social positions. Like, and I don't want to talk about anything in particular, but again, you took positions that on the other side may not have been seen as like, how are they beating us to this, if that makes sense. And then there were people on the other side that may have taken more business-like positions. And the construct of those parties, regardless of what they were named, was one was the party of social justice, one was the party of business and economics. I think that's changed or the way people perceive them, no?
I think so, but I can look back on my own involvement, and literally I can say without fear of contradiction that the positions that I took were those things that were passionate to me, the things with which I was brought up. And my upbringing has played a significant role in my being a politician.
Mm-hmm.
Being sensitive to people's needs is what my family was all about. It's what I was taught. So I couldn't go into a structured environment and assume that I could take a less than centrist approach.
Mm-hmm.
Because if we don't have empathy, if we decide that we're going to put our own thoughts and our own beliefs as the priority when we serve in Parliament, then we are eliminating the concerns that we ought to have for those people who have trusted us to be in that position, to lead them. We need not forget that when people vote for us, we work for them.
Mm-hmm.
And we have to find out how can we best balance our responsibilities to those people who voted for us, and to make sure that we look at everything in respect of what is in the national interest. Mm-hmm. There's no way that you can satisfy everybody's individual demands at any given point in time. It's not possible to do. But what we can certainly do is to listen and be able to internalize those things that are going to impact people, the things that are going to make their lives a bit better, and then make sure that we craft our policies to satisfy the needs of the majority. So I think that, social justice is, if any party veers away from a centrist position of social justice, then I think that we are doing a disservice to the electorate.
Indeed. Thank you for that. Yeah. We have to take a break. I want to hold that thought because I definitely want to touch on voter apathy and get to the audience. Audience, if you have any questions or comments for the Honorable Patricia Gordon-Pamplin, please send them through. We'll get through as many as possible. In the meantime, we're going to go take a break, but we did something this morning. We want to just hit that QR code right there on the screen. Hit that QR code and answer the question. It's all anonymous. All right. Take your phone out and just screenshot or however those QR codes work. You know what to do. I don't need to tell you, but use that and vote. We're going to be putting up some questions throughout the night. We're going to have some trivia in a bit as well, but we're going to take a break. Just want to give a shout out and thanks once again to Medical House and North Shore Medical for their prime sponsorship and support for this program. We'll be back in about 6 minutes, 15 seconds. Stick with us.
Join us as we celebrate 5 years and 1,000 plus episodes of community conversations on Bermuda's daily talk show. The Daily Hour Gala takes place on April 26th at LF Wade International Airport. For more information and advance tickets, please send an email to admin@bermudacommunications.com. We look forward to celebrating all that's great about our community with all of you.
Hi there, welcome to Medical House. We're located at number 6 Bakery Lane. I can't wait to show you all of the great stuff that we carry. Come on inside, let's see. Long days, long shifts, you no longer have to endure comfortable underwear. Designed by nurses, we now offer premium undergarments by Swoop that are unique, fun, comfortable, and functional. The only underwear you'll ever want to wear. Who says high-quality functional products can be stylish and comfortable at the same time?
See it all at our new expanded location on Bakery Lane. When it comes to the safety and protection of our children, education is prevention. So get SCARS certified, but don't stop there. Intervene if you see someone making a child feel uncomfortable or fearful. Abusers like to exert power and fear over children. Be their voice. Keep communication open. No topic is off limits. But don't stop there. Your response to a disclosure could make or break a child's ability to heal and to thrive. Don't avoid, don't deny, don't minimize, don't blame, and don't shame. Visit scarsbermuda.com to learn more.
Are your career prospects on snooze? Then Bermuda College's new Foundational Artificial Intelligence course is your wake-up call. Ready to upskill? Needing a new skill? Or simply curious? Artificial intelligence allows companies to maximize business efficiencies by hiring generative AI specialists. This could be you in as little as 5 weeks. A new field with endless career possibilities. The Foundations in Generative AI course will help you to harness the power of this amazing new technology. Artificial intelligence learning, your alarm clock for the future. For more information, contact Ready to Start at college.bm.
Hey, you alright, boy? I don't know, man. I finished running 20 minutes ago, and I feel like I'm still panting.
Look like you need to recover. Try this here. New drink. Oh, you're like you want to go to the hospital in 2 seconds or two. This will make you fast like Flora.
Tastes good.
Yeah,
boy. Yeah, boy.
Hey, we again.
I'm recovered, boy.
UMAMI. Umami translates as literally deliciousness or a pleasant savory taste. I'm Renelle, and I created Umami Bermuda Spice Company to increase awareness about the importance of using spices and the improved flavor and health benefits associated with their freshness. I was the child who had to sit at the table for hours because I wouldn't eat my food. I was always under punishment, and I always knew that when I was a grown-up, I would eat really good food. I'm obsessed with food, flavor, and getting the maximum health benefits from my spices. Many people struggle to create healthy, delicious meals. So I create high-quality spice blends to take the stress out of eating healthy. Whether you're cooking with poultry, whether you're doing vegetables, steak, whether you're vegan or vegetarian, we have a spice blend for you.
Being from this little island, like yourself, we knew you needed access to reliable shipping. We set up mailboxes so you can skip all the long waits or held up in customs excuses.
With mailboxes, that won't happen. Get your packages in under 48 hours using our dashboard.
Plus, if you're a planner or headerer, our weekly consolidation service might be for you. We hold your packages in Delaware and ship them together to save you big time on shipping fees.
And with our warehouse being in Delaware, that means 0% sales tax. Pretty cool, right guys?
This is Bermuda. From Dockyard to St. George's, from the bustling streets of Hamilton to the vibrance of our neighborhoods, we're all connected. We're all about celebrating what makes Bermuda unique, the people and the community. We're here to serve everyone who calls this island home, whether you were born here or choose Bermuda as your own. Be Mobile is built for you, with mobile plans that fit Bermudian life. You can rely on us to keep you connected wherever you go. We're proud to be fully committed to Bermuda. Our customer service is run entirely by locals. So when you call us, you're speaking to someone who truly understands island life. In fact, we might be only a few questions away from finding out we're related. We are here to make connecting effortless. No contracts, no hassles, just simple, reliable service from a team that's here for Bermuda. Be Mobile, bridging the gap between connectivity and community.
Bermuda Trivia, the Black History Edition, is now available at stores throughout Bermuda. Visit bermudatrivia.com or email contact@bermudatrivia.com to learn more.
Alrighty, welcome back. Thanks for your patience. Thanks for rocking with us, and big shout out to Medical House and North Shore Medical for support. I want to just give a shout out to Be Mobile for powering, giving us the ability to go to people like Mia to give us great song while she waits on the candidates to arrive at OBA headquarters. Just want to give a heads up. We will have Roger Denbrook will be at the Alaska Hall Bermuda Progressive Labor Party headquarters. We will have Sancha Durham will be floating around to speak with some independents, and we'll have Simone Vaughn on our team who will be with the FDM at their headquarters. So we'll have people at each venue, but fortunately, Mia was able to get set up early at OBA headquarters. Before we went to break, I wanted to go to the comments. And audience, keep sending your comments and questions. But Teo, it was something in particular that was said earlier we wanted to go to, right?
Yeah, it was Jonathan Howe's early-ish comment that we got about is the voter apathy tied to popularism? I think he meant populism, and how negative / toxic politics has become. And I think 1,000% he is absolutely correct. This is something that the entire planet the developed world is experiencing. Like you see it in the US, you see it in Canada, you see it in the UK, you see it in France, you see it in Germany, you see it in Italy, you see it in Spain. Like this is at bottom, it's the impact of social media on a species that was not prepared for it. Like to localize it a little bit, and I'd love to get Ms. Gordon-Pamplin's take on this. You know how Jay will recognize this. Everybody in Bermuda thinks that they're an expert on hospitality, right? Everybody thinks that they know how to make tourism function. One of the consequences of social media giving everybody a platform to speak to thousands, hundreds of thousands, maybe millions, is that it makes everybody think that they're an expert in governance, and how to run the state in a way that is effective, reliable, transparent, etc. And to be honest with you, the vast majority of us, myself included, simply do not have those skill sets. But because we have an audience, and can get consistent affirmation, it can make you feel like everybody else that's doing this work for real is just an evil dummy. And if they would just listen to me and the people that follow me and like my posts, everything would be so much better. I think the rise in populism is toxic populism is directly tied to the dominance of social media. What do you think, Ms. Gordon-Pamplin?
I have to agree with you 100%. What we have, there is such toxicity in the political realm. I can remember there was a time while we were in government, when we were actually shut out of Parliament. And as I was approaching on that particular day, there was a gentleman who looked at me and, he said, "Here comes this expletive. I'd like to hang her." And when I had to address that particular comment in Parliament, I didn't sanitize it by saying expletive. I said the words that I was subjected to, knowing that I get out of my bed in the morning with nothing on my heart other than to go and represent the people of this country to the best of my ability. When we don't have people talking about that level of toxicity that they encourage, then it's going to be like a festering sore. It's just going to escalate. And I think that, as we look at our responsibility from our perspective, and then we juxtapose that on how the world looks at politics, there is no necessity in a country that's as small as ours that we should have people who are so, who exhibit such hatred almost because you don't share the same philosophy as they. I can remember going to doorsteps and knocking on the door, and somebody would say to me, "Well, I vote for the other team." And I said, "Fine, now we've got that out of the way. What are your issues? Why can't we be civil to one another?" And I'm not faulting one side or the other. This goes completely across the board. And I just think that level of toxicity is, it helps to create a situation with voter apathy. Addition to which, I would be remiss if I failed to acknowledge that many parents sacrifice in sending their children abroad to school. With the system that we have, which allows an election to be called whenever, many parents don't have the means or the desire or the ability to bring their children home in order to vote. So when an election is called at a time when a significant number of our intellectual growth is not able to participate, then I think that that's an indictment on the government, whoever the government happens to be, because an election cannot be called to make sure that we have the most broad involvement and participation. Then the question begs, why am I even going to bother? If you don't think enough of my child who has turned 18 or who is now 21 or who is now studying in post-grad education, and you don't think enough of them to say, at least allow them to be involved, then we sit and question, why do we have so many people who have left the country? Why? Because if people don't feel as though they are valued, then they are not going to want to participate in the process. And that has to be part and parcel of the apathy that we are seeing, the toxicity, the lack of inclusion, as well as what's going on through social media in the world at large. That's my opinion. I may be wrong, but that is certainly my observation.
Teo will tell you.
I don't think you are. I don't think you are.
but Teo will tell you this. I think what you're speaking about also is political immaturity. A lot of what you both just explained, Teo will tell you, and he will proudly tell you, that was me. And you couldn't.
I wouldn't say it proudly. I mean, I say it, but I wouldn't be proud about it. You know what I mean?
You like to remind me of certain things, but I say that because I was there. I was there. If you didn't agree with me, I thought you were the worst person in the world. When we were fighting saying conscription, I just thought you would everything but your name, right? And it took me to get to a point I had to, not just mature, but humble myself in the process. Humility had to enter the conversation, because at the end of the day, just because people don't understand where I stand on something, whether it's a civil rights issue, social justice, politics, whatever, religion it could be, doesn't mean that this person's evil and they hate me. It just means their level of understanding on where I am in this is not the same. For me, it could be an opportunity to educate and bridge that gap. A lot of us, the way we think today, we didn't think this way 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 15 years ago. We evolve as people. That's the great thing about being human, right? That we have the opportunity to learn and grow. And I tell you all the time, I need a lot of grace. I'm a work in progress. So, I get that. But I guess the question is, we know where we are. There's this voter apathy. But where do we go from here? What will the results tonight tell us? What would the results of tonight tell us, regardless of what they are? 2020, I don't think anyone expected that, right? But it was what it was. It was a blowout. And for me, my personal feeling, that election told us we need to respond to people more than just when it's an election. And what I mean by that is after 2017, and I'm not picking on anyone, but you saw the resignation of the Honorable former Finance Minister, Grant Gibbons. He was Economic Minister, I believe. You saw the resignation of Jeff Barron, who had just won a seat. You saw people that it seemingly seemed they were running away rather than staying to fight the battle, right? Whoever is, and this is why one of my questions on the Daily Hour every day is, if you're not successful, how do you plan to stay engaged? That to me is one of the most important questions. But I want to go back before we continue to what Madam Gordon-Pamplin said earlier. I repeat this daily, Teo, you know it. And I'm going to say this at the end of the night. Regardless of what the result is, it's on every last person, the electorate, every Bermudian. It's your responsibility to hold them accountable. Don't get mad and complain and get on social media and it's your job. People that don't like me because I fought conscription and I was in the media all the time, but I did something you're not willing to do. You would type something, but are you going to really get out and fight for something? You have to hold them accountable. Some of you just show up and think, you speak about, well, our ancestors fought for our right to vote. Yeah, they did. But they also kept fighting and fighting and fighting beyond election day. But how do we move the needle? How do we go from where we are? How do we get people, interested again?
I think it's following on from what Ms. Gordon-Pamplin shared. I think part of it comes down to directly challenging the notion that fuels the kind of toxicity that led to her being called out of her name and threatened with death on her way into the House of Parliament, for God's sake, is to remember that human nature is not the way that it's presented, particularly on social media and then trickling down into real life, which is to say, if you have a fundamental disagreement with a person about an issue, that does not mean that they're operating in bad faith. You just have a fundamental disagreement with that. Like I try to mention this as often as I can in a public space. I have deep fundamental disagreements with a whole bunch of elected officials, but I can't think of one now that I think we have a fundamental disagreement about the nature of reality, right? Like when you have a fundamental disagreement about the nature of reality, like 2 + 2 is 4, like no, it's 5, then okay, like there's not a lot of room to negotiate. Yeah. But the vast majority of us are not operating in those spaces. We all have very, very similar goals, but just see different preferred pathways to reach them. And to just accept that premise, like we're not all evil, like that Israeli expert I shared on the show a couple of days ago, Jay, who said that the problem is that everything is being framed in terms of like power struggles, which is to say, it's not about whether something is true, it's not whether something is real, it's more whose interest does this serve? And if you're on one side of that power struggle, then that person is a direct threat to your safety, to your life. When you don't need to see it that way. Like there's another way to do it. And treating people as though they are not bad faith actors is frankly like essential to the life and development of our species. That's the only way that we've gotten from, 150,000 years ago to now. Like we're communal, we're social beings. Like we have to compromise. We have to form consensus and maintain it by compromising and disagreeing. So yeah, that's really what I think it can start from. Accepting that people that you disagree with are not doing so in bad faith. They just see things a little differently from you. And it's up to you to convince them with argument, with rationality. If you can get that done, then all right, we can make some progress. Anything else is just counterproductive.
I want to go to the audience real quickly because Kristen White has a question for the Honorable Gordon-Pamplin. She's asking, would love to hear more about what Ms. Pamplin means about social justice as a centrist position.
Absolutely. What I'm saying is that if the nucleus of your existence is anything other than social justice, then you are doing a disservice. You cannot, within a political context, take a hardline position, one, to the left or to the right, and ignore the fact that we are representing people. And in order to be able to have that representation being effective, then the people have to feel as though they've been embraced in the process. That's what I mean. It's like we can't have our policies that are so hard line to say we are only going to look at this. We're only going to look at finance. We're only going to look at what we can, where the freebies might be. We're only going to look at whether, in fact, we're going to spend public funds to buy private votes. Are we going to look at what is in the best interest of the majority of the electorate? That's what I meant about making sure that our policies and our attitudes are brought to the center. That's the only place from which you can operate. Because if you take a hard line one way or the other, there's somebody who's going to be completely disenfranchised in the process and who are just not going to who are not going to feel as though they are valued. I think that what's important is, and just to follow up on what Teo has just finished saying, is that we can't assume that because there's a different approach to doing things, that somebody is hard right or hard wrong. What I can say is that the manner in which I was brought up was always to assume good intentions and recognize that even with new information, you can make different decisions. So even though you may have been hard line on something, you can have an intelligent conversation, and you can get new information with which you can make new decisions. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that, in my opinion.
Indeed, indeed. Let's just we're going to do something real quickly, and thanks so much for making your voice heard, making yourself available. And I think at the end of the night, once the results come in, you might come back and join us and have some discussion about what that means going forward. But I want to say that Akia Renee BDA did say all growth happens from the center. Interesting. But I want to do something really fun with the audience. Let's have a little trivia. And we're going to, on behalf of North Shore Medical, we'll give away a prize to the first person who has it. You, Teo, and Madam Gordon-Pamplin cannot answer this question. Okay? All right.
Okay. All right.
Audience, this is a trivia question. And the first person who gets it correctly will have the opportunity. You'll get a facial courtesy of NMAC. All right? A facial. Yeah. They'll get that. All right. So the question. The first leader of the One Bermuda Alliance interim was John Barritt. He was the interim leader. Craig Cannonier was the first person elected by the members. Who did Craig Cannonier defeat to become the first leader of the One Bermuda Alliance?
I want to WhatsApp my wife.
No one knows this, huh? Let's see. Okay, we got an answer. NTS. Yes, it was Bob Richards. Yeah. Interesting. People thought it was Michael Dunkley. Nicole Walker said Michael Dunkley. Was it Dunkley? Larry Dunkley? No, it was Bob Richards. Yeah. So NTS, do us a favor, send an email to contact@bermudacommunications.com. We'll get you that facial. Madam Gordon-Pamplin, before you head out, anything you want to say? The polls close in just under 6 minutes, about 5 minutes. So, folks, if you're not in line, you're out of luck. But anything you'd say to not just the voters, but those who are still at the polls hoping that a few more people turn out in their favor, what would you say to them right now?
I think that I just want to offer congratulations to everybody who has taken the step to say that they want to represent the constituencies that they have aligned themselves with. It is not an easy feat for them to get out, talk to people, find out what the concerns are, and to try to formulate policies within their teamwork that's going to satisfy the majority of people. So I would just say that, at this point in these last few minutes, just breathe, just keep breathing, knowing that if you've put in the work and you've done your very best, it's up to the electorate, and there is nothing else that can be done. But the one thing that I will say is remember that we, the collective we, get the government that we deserve. Mm-hmm. So don't vote and then come back and say, oh, this isn't working for me. Make sure and hold people accountable, as I said at the outset, for the choices that they are making on your behalf, because remembering at all times, the politicians are working for the people, and the people have a right to make the demands that they need to have their needs satisfied.
Appreciate you so much. Thank you for that. We'll be seeing you later tonight. I don't know what it's going to be. You don't know what it's going to be, but something tells me moods may be very different out there in the public. Thank you so much, madam. We'll talk soon.
Just before Ms. Gordon-Pamplin goes, I just want to highlight one Daily Hour viewer that sent a really generous and frankly accurate chat, giving you props. From Carl Outerbridge, who shared that, I just want to say good evening to Ms. Gordon-Pamplin, the only politician who worked extra hard to protect my rights as a person living with mental health challenges. And that has been part of your political journey that is on the record and everybody knows. And I hope that you remember when times get hard and frustrating that you materially improve things for people through the choices that you made and the the way you used your judgment and power when you had the opportunity to do it.
That's very kind of you to say, Teo, and I thank Mr. Outerbridge for his very kind comments. I just think that the important thing is that as politicians, it does not matter how somebody votes.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't diminish your responsibility to make sure that you do your very best to represent them in the space where they need to be represented. And if that is the hallmark of the time that I spent in Parliament, then I believe that those footprints in the sand will be indelible. And I'm deeply appreciative of that comment. So thank you so much.
Thank you, madam, and we'll be in touch. Talk soon.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and thank you to Bermuda for listening. Enjoy the rest of the evening, and let's just sit back, relax, and see how 2025 unfolds.
Indeed. Talk soon.
All right.
All righty, folks. That was the Honorable Patricia Gordon-Pamplin. Do not go anywhere. Do not go anywhere. We have the Honorable former Premier, Dr. the Honorable Ewart Brown, coming up after this break. Stick with us. I know you all are looking forward to hearing from Dr. Brown. We are too. Stick with us. 5 minutes, 57 seconds. We'll be back.
Hi there, welcome to Medical House. We're located at number 6 Bakery Lane. I can't wait to show you all of the great stuff that we carry. Come on inside, let's see. Let's kick it off in the footwear department. When it comes to footwear, we carry functional, comfortable, orthopedic, and waterproof shoes. We have construction shoes, golf shoes, shoes for walking, shoes for boating. We even have shoes for pickleball. We have shoes for everyone. With brands by Skechers, Atrax, Propay, Easy Street, Nursemates, Clogs, Avenger, Cherokee, Cat, Frog Talks, and DeWalt. The list goes on. Take a look at our workwear for construction workers and tradesmen. Durable, stretchable in all the right places, and plenty of options for tools and accessories. Pair with our wide range of tough and comfortable footwear, you can't go wrong. Long days, long shifts, you no longer have to endure comfortable underwear. Designed by nurses, we now offer premium undergarments by Swoop that are unique, fun, comfortable, and functional. The only underwear you'll ever want to wear. Who says high quality functional products can't be stylish and comfortable at the same time? Speaking of stylish, we also have top quality running, walking, and workout apparel by Skechers in a variety of sizes for men and women. Cool, breathable, and dry. With our wide selection of Skechers footwear, you'll look great before, during, and after your workout. As you can see, Medical House really is a one-stop shop for everybody. We can't wait to see you.
You'll be surprised at everything we have to offer at our huge new retail and wholesale location on Bakery Lane.
Hello everyone, I'm Dr. Pat Chandran-Penn, a consultant cardiologist. I'm very excited to be joining North Shore Medical and Aesthetic Centre soon to treat patients with heart conditions. I've over 2 decades of experience in the United Kingdom treating various heart conditions including coronary artery disease, heart failure, heart valve disease and heart rhythm abnormalities. Having heart disease significantly impacts on your life expectancy and quality of life. So if you have any concerns about your heart, perhaps you're feeling short of breath, fatigue, getting chest pain or palpitations, or you have a pre-existing heart condition that requires ongoing care, or you simply want a checkup to see how your heart is doing, please don't hesitate to book an appointment with me at North Shore. The sooner you do that, the quicker you'll be on your way to better heart health. So don't delay, book now, and I'll see you soon.
In Bermuda, staying connected is everything. With the best coverage, including 5G, we're ensuring everyone has the connection they deserve. Proudly created by Bermudians and serving our community since 1998, we employ over 100 Bermudians who are committed to bringing you the best. For a limited time, get an unlimited smartphone plan for just $99 a month, plus a device for $0 down. Stay connected, stay unlimited. Switch today. Experience the best connection.
Right. Who was the first woman to become not just the first female opposition leader in Bermuda, but throughout the entire British Commonwealth?
Dame Liz thrown at me.
Hey, buddy. Hun, who was the first woman to serve as opposition leader, not just in Bermuda, but throughout the entire British Commonwealth?
Dame Liz Brown Evans.
Mason, what did you say?
Dame Lois Brown Evans.
Dame Lois Brown Evans? Where do you find that?
Mommy playing Bermuda Trivia.
Mommy playing Bermuda Trivia.
Oh, honey, I'm so proud of you. Good job.
Platforms.
My boy, brethren, wake up, man. Come on, man. Look, have one of these super coffees, man. I need my stuff tomorrow, man. 8 o'clock, man. People are depending on me. I'm depending on you, man.
Yeah, okay,
You're my boy. You're my boy. Come on, man. I know you could do it, man.
Hey, I'm finish your video, you know. This super coffee is on need money. I'm pinging right now. I feel like I can run a marathon. How many flavors do you know about? Do they sell in YDK? Where does it come from? Look, you can get me some more. Hello? The boy hung up on me. I need some more super coffee.
Parents, please take an interest in your child's online activity. It's not prying, it's protecting. We encourage you to do your research on what apps your child is using because it is important to keep them protected. Use privacy settings for your little ones and develop open and honest conversations around cyber safety with your teens. This helps prevent online interaction with digital predators. These predators exist, and they are experts on grooming children online. So arm yourself with the knowledge and tools to safeguard your child. Visit scarsbermuda.com to learn more.
Join us as we celebrate 5 years and 1,000 plus episodes of community conversations on Bermuda's daily talk show. The Daily Hour Gala takes place on April 26th at LF Wade International Airport. For more information and advance tickets, please send an email to admin@bermudacommunications.com. We look forward to celebrating all that's great about our community with all of you.
Welcome back. The polls are now closed. This is special election night coverage.
All right. Here we go.
Folks, I just want to give a big shout out to Medical House and North Shore Medical for making sure that we're able to do this and welcome some of Bermuda's most credible political voices. You just heard from the Honorable former Minister and MP Patricia Gordon-Pamplin, and we're excited to welcome former Premier Dr. the Honorable Ewart Brown on. Let's give a warm TDH. Well, you know what? Before we bring Doc in, Tay, remember I used to be on in his side? You know,
yeah.
See, this is what I'm talking about. You don't have to be so excited when we're talking about my old behavior.
No, well, Jay, one thing that I think everybody that spends time with the show understands is that you are one of the least boring people on the island. Like, you're never boring. You're always interested, even when you're annoying powerful people. Sometimes, especially when you're annoying powerful people. And I'd be willing to bet money that Dr. Brown looks back on that annoyance fondly at this stage. You
know what? Before we bring it, I must say this. One thing that I absolutely appreciated once Dr. Brown left office is he made time for everybody. Like, he didn't step away from anything. And I didn't realize that until he left office, how available he made himself. And I say that because the polls are closed. We're going to have, likely new politicians in there. You can say a lot of things about Dr. Brown, but you cannot say he was the first Bermuda politician to be on social media. Remember, Facebook, he would
like for real.
And I remember, I think Glenn Jones was his person at the time. He's like, no, that's really Dr. Brown responding to people. And I was like, really? Like this was long before, again, you young folk think, these new politicians started. Donald Trump on social media saying what he said. Dr. Ewart Brown was on social media engaging people long before it was cool to do.
Mm-hmm.
That's, man,
arguing sometimes.
Literally.
Like going back and forth, like making the case.
Taylor, he can hear us. Let's stop talking about him. Let's give Dr. Brown a warm TDH welcome, folks. Greetings, Doc. How are you, sir?
Hey, sir.
You're right. I can hear you. You guys are funny.
How are you, sir? How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. Thanks for asking.
No.
And by the way, I never considered you a thorn in my side. never. No. And I used to tell your mom that I never considered you a thorn. You know, if you think you were a thorn, imagine what I was.
Well, no, I really, really, truly appreciate the time that you gave me, despite what we were fighting for, and it says a lot. You know, we were talking earlier about, you know, the voter apathy and the like today. But first off, you know, the polls just closed, Doc. They just closed.
Yes.
As of you dropped a writ in 2007, and so you have been a person, very few in my lifetime, who've been a premier, and you've called for an election. At this time, when the polls are closed, what's going on? What's going through your mind? What's going on?
Well, there's a lot, and if you don't mind, I'll back up a little bit. When I dropped the writ, I want you to know that it was a misdirection play, in the sense that I had just taken a trip to China. And the last thing that the opposition thought was going to happen was that we were going to call the election. But the following morning, after I returned to Bermuda, I went to Government House and told the governor that we were ready.
Interesting. Tay, did you, when that election was called, what were your thoughts? Because it was an exciting time in Bermuda. I mean, I had just returned in 2007. It was a very exciting time. It was a lot of hype. I made a comment the other night, Dr. Brown, and I think people thought I was being facetious. I was being actually very, you know, real, and it wasn't to take a shot at the PLP or anybody. But what I said was, I remember a time when PLP rallies, I mean, were at fields and they were packed. It was a
different kind of thing.
And the other, not like lately, they've been held inside. And I was serious when I said maybe it's the weather that they're held inside. But during that time, it was such a you would have expected the PLP to win 36 back then. When the polls closed, you've had all these rallies, you've done all you could do. What are you saying to your candidates? You've got 35 other people that you're leading. What are you saying to them?
Well, I'm in touch with them, you know, by phone, some of them in person, and we're talking about how they feel about the work that they put in. I reminded them that the results would probably reflect the work. I know that in 1993, when I ran in my first election, I worked harder than I had ever worked politically. But I didn't think that I was necessarily going to defeat either Sir John Sharp or Quentin Evans. Those two were considered fixed and strong and stalwarts in the UBP. But, you know, I put in the work, and the people of Warwick West at the time responded, and I was able to win by 14 votes over Sir Jack Sharp. I say that to say that you don't know what will happen when you put in the work, but you must put in the work. And so that's what we did. And then in 2007, you know, that we thought that the election was going to be even closer. And we acted as though it was going to be closer. And I remember so well being in Somerset the night for the last rally. And been a lot of blows sent left and right between us and the UBP. And Michael Dunkley was saying this and I was saying that, and we were going back and forth, and the atmosphere was electric. And just before the rally, he sent a message saying that it was time to quiet down the rhetoric. Let's just make things more reasonable. Let's lower the temperature, those kinds of things. And, you know, I was in high combat mode at the time. And I sent a message to him telling him that we're only in the 10th round. We have 2 rounds to go. We're not finished yet.
The sort of following on from that, Doc, as one of the people that have participated in public political life, like you, as well as anybody on the island, I think, you can read the tea leaves. Like, you can see what's coming. Now, as I mean, obviously you can't tell the future. You're not, you ain't got a crystal ball like that. But you're more politically forward thinking than the average person.
Okay.
Would you ever have anticipated that we'd end up in this space with these particular political conditions? 109 candidates, a wave of independents, an entirely new political party. Like, was this something you sort of had on your radar, something you could have foreseen, or is it as unprecedented to you as it is to the rest of us?
I have to confess that I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. If you are a student of Bermuda politics, you understand the roles that are played by certain patterns, certain behaviors. I used to say that until Bermuda confronted its racial discussion, until Bermuda confronted that issue fairly and squarely, that we were going to get some unexpected turns in the road. And what you've seen is that the UBP/OBA has found themselves unable to gain any traction. They just can't seem to become a serious opposition. Having said that, that creates an environment where you have a large majority in the PLP government. And, you know, when you have a majority that large, I believe that it tends to generate some less energy because of assumptions that are made. And then things get sluggish. Things get sluggish. And when things get sluggish, that's when you get the growth of the so-called independent movement.
You say so-called. What explain what you mean by so-called independent movement?
Well, I say so with all due respect, but I haven't had the answer to the question yet. I'm trying to find out, for my own sake, if those people who have declared themselves as independent candidates are in fact politically independent. Because if that happens, then I believe that there's a greater hope for Bermuda, and Bermuda can get back to serious growth and solidarity faster. But if they are not, if this is an indirect way to participate in party politics, then it would seem to be going against the grain of what is being said. I've heard that people are saying that they're tired of party politics, and I understand exactly what they're saying. I understand it, but you don't get rid of party politics by trying to form a stronger party. I don't know that that's what they're doing, but it'll be interesting to get an answer to that question.
Do you? I mean, thank you for articulating that as skepticism as clearly as you have done. Well, what do you think, like in your gut, like in your stomach, the answer to that question is? Is it mostly independence in name only, or is it mostly genuine independence, or is it like about an even split on both, or like what does it smell like to you?
Well, Teo, you know, as you know, I try to give as direct a response as I can. But I have to confess, you know, I'm not in Bermuda that often. I'm at 30,000 feet. I do get information, and I do have some information, but not enough to answer your question directly.
Okay.
And that's fair. Yeah. Audience, if you have any questions or comments for Dr. Brown, please send them through. We'll get through as many as possible. We have Liana Nananga Madeli. She said Dr. Brown was able to connect to the younger generation at the time in ways people much younger than him have never had. Your ability to do that was incredible, though, Dr. Brown. When you look at some of the people, there's quite a few younger candidates out throughout political parties and independents. What advice would you give them as far as getting into this space?
Well, I congratulate people who have determined that they want to serve, that they would like to be elected once they have taken a strong, hard look at the political scene in Bermuda. And I urge them to continue, even if they're not successful on their first run. So I'm impressed by the young people who have decided that they want to get involved. I do believe that they are the beginning. I don't think they're the end. I think that this is going to give rise to other young people who follow each other just like we old people. and they will come in, and eventually you will have a better flavor of politicians serving Bermudians. And I say serving because I listened to my friend Pat Pamplin earlier, and she's absolutely correct. I mean, why get in this business if you're not about serving people? You know, wealthy people don't need government. People who can get medical care without government don't need government. That's why you have to deliver to people. That's the reason that you're elected and you serve and you make sure that you give them the service that they deserve.
We've got some questions from the audience, Tay. I know you've got some, but let's go to Mia at OBA headquarters, and then Roger is at PLP headquarters. Let's go to just see if they have any updates for us. The polls are now closed, and see if they have any questions for Dr. Brown. So let's head over. Let's bring Mia in. Mia, you ready? You there? She is there. Let's bring her in. Mia, how are you?
Hello, and welcome, Dr. Brown, to the show. It's so nice to see you.
Thank you, Mia.
Well, what's going on here at the OBA headquarters? Well, I should say Vasco da Gama. Things are still warming up here, and now that the polls are closed, we do anticipate a steady stream or a trickle of the candidates and their families and supporters to start to arrive at the Vasco da Gama club.
Okay. All right, but no MPs. You haven't seen any MPs yet?
No MPs yet. Nobody yet. They're probably just still shaking hands and kissing babies and thanking their supporters for coming out at the moment.
All right.
And no vibes yet in the space?
Yeah.
No vibes yet in this space. I have to say, Dr. Brown, what was one of your most memorable moments when you were on the campaign trail? I'd love to hear an anecdote or a story. One of your most memorable moments.
I had so many. One of them was when I went to a house in Warwick West where the lady told me she was not sure whether she was going to vote for me. And I kept working on her, and happened to run into her on the night of the election. And when she had come by the polls early in the day, she was just like a mystery person. She wasn't giving up any information. But that night, her husband came over and whispered in my ear. He said, she finally found her way. And she voted for me. That was a big plus. And things like going to visit down at PHC when PHC used to be there in the old location, and talking with people who I had whose support I had sought. That was exciting. I had so many exciting moments because I really loved it. I wasn't doing it for any other reason other than to win and then serve.
There you go.
Beautiful.
Yeah, we've got to go hit Rajay at PLP headquarters. We'll keep in touch. Hey, go get your dance on. Go sing for a bit. Entertain the crowd.
I will, absolutely. I'll see you in the next hour or so.
All right. See you soon, Mia. Thanks so much. Mia Chambray over there at OBA headquarters, folks. Let's see if Rajay is good to go. We've got Rajay over at Alaska Hall. Is it the Reginald Burroughs building?
Reginald Burroughs Hall. Thank you.
Sorry. I said Alaska Hall earlier, and I was trying to remember, so I went on. Thank you. I have to be correct. All right, let's bring Rajay in, see what he's saying. Raj, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you guys hear me?
Oh, they having a party.
Yes, sir.
That
sounds about right.
Listen, can I walk with the camera so I can show the things? Okay, look, it's gonna be quick. Oh Lord, here we go. Right, evening everybody. Hope I'm not undermining the aesthetic integrity of this broadcast by running with the camera. We are on Court Street. All right. So we've got the stage set up. What else I can see? There you are. All right, if you do a little spin, so the people aren't out just yet. So it looks like the PLP is trying to inspire the vibes. The vibes haven't quite caught up with the music yet. Yeah, so we haven't seen any MPs. We probably won't see any until the 10 o'clock hour, I was told.
Okay.
But yeah, it's pretty scarce out here at the moment. But the vibes are uplifted, and hopefully they remain that way for the rest of the evening. I'm enjoying the music. It's loud as hell, but I'm enjoying the music. Okay, let me get back to the media tent. I'm jogging. All right.
Get your dance on, Rajay.
Yeah, I was before you came with me. Let me get back to you then. Bye. All right. Back in the media tent. This is nice. This is a nice little mobile setup right here. All right.
Raj, it looks like it's gonna. I mean, it always shows up. They'll fill up by then.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But keep the vibe going. Let them know if they're out there on the street waiting. Make sure they're tuning in. They can tune in to one of our platforms, Channel 82, the World is That. We're here, so make sure they're tuned in so that they can see themselves on camera if you want to talk to them as well.
And if they want to add to the more than 1,000 concurrent viewers we got right now, it'd be nice to bump the numbers up a little bit. I'm just saying.
Fair enough. Okay.
Yeah.
I have a question for Dr. Brown, if that's okay.
Yes.
Dr. Brown, I think it's pretty fair to say, like, we have a new political landscape emerging in Bermuda. What do you think we're about to get, or what do you think needs to happen so that this very fertile political landscape becomes something productive and that Bermuda needs right now?
Well, Roger, thank you. Thanks for the question. I believe and hope that Bermuda will get what it deserves, and that is an emergence of the best and the brightest. Right now, most countries are suffering from not having the best and the brightest. They're afraid. Young people, a lot of young people have come to me and said, why should I get involved in politics? Look what happened to you, so to speak. I don't know what you're talking about. But the point is that they must not be afraid. And I'm hoping that young Bermudians, and not so young Bermudians, have a lot to say and a lot to do to help the country. But they sit back, they're snipers on blogs, and don't really come forward and let the country benefit from their IQ. Okay? And I say that politics is not a home for average people.
Yes, sir.
We have to get the brightest and the best to serve us.
Yes, sir. Couldn't agree more.
It takes a while, yeah.
I tried. I almost got cussed out. I didn't try. I ain't trying to get beat up. Or Court Street. What are you doing?
All right. Oh boy.
Thanks, man.
One thing, you know how to party in that party. Dr. Brown, we have a question from the audience. I want to go to this question real quickly. We have someone asking, Devonshire Digital Marketing Agency channel says, I just woke up, so I apologize if this question was asked. It has been said that the PLP is not the PLP of the past. What are your thoughts on this statement? Do you believe it to be true?
Of course, I believe it to be true. None of us are who we used to be. No organization is what it used to be. The question is it relevant to the times of the day, the issues of the day? Not are you who you used to be. The PLP will always have a history that goes from left to center to left to right, and this happens. I'm not worried about the PLP not being the PLP of the past. I want the PLP to be the PLP that today requires, solving the problems of today, not the problems of yesterday. We tried our best to do that. We set the field, we planted the seeds, and I expect younger people to come along and be relevant to the present, not the past.
We've got John White. He's asking for Dr. Brown on the topic of young people. Do you think it was strategically necessary for an election to be called during a time where most young voters are abroad in school?
Well, John, let me say this to you. I have never heard of a good time to have an election. Every time you come up with a date, there's a reason why it's not good for a sector of the people. So we end up concluding that any date is as good as another. And some people will be inconvenienced and some people will not. But that's just the way the cookie crumbles. You got 365 to choose from, and not one of them is perfect.
I had a question for Doc that I think we should maybe save till after the break, because I got to set it up and see if he remembers this, because I think one of a couple of times I genuinely got on his nerves after he so generously pointed me to the Senate about my prescription for the genuine socio-political progress here in Bermuda. Because we're hitting a break soon, Jay, right?
Yeah, about 3 minutes.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna need longer than that. I'm gonna need more time.
Hold that. Something from the audience. Something from
Do I need my notes?
You know how he is, Chi.
Yeah, right.
Just real quickly before we head to break, Doc. Outerbridge says $6 billion in debt, nothing to show for it. Your thoughts?
Well, Bailey, I beg to disagree with you. Not that we're not in debt. I don't know the exact number. But, people say that all the time, nothing to show for it. I think Bermuda has a lot to show for it. Some of it you might not have agreed with in terms of the actual expenditure, but Bermuda has different things. I mean, just from my memory, and not just because I was associated with it, we have in place a medical coverage program called Future Care, which came into being in 2009, I think it was, in order to not have our senior citizens fall through the health net. It's not perfect, but it's there and it costs money. There are many things that we've had to do. We've had to increase the child care payments. That costs money. We bought new boats and new ferries, and we've built buildings, and we've done a lot of things as a government that cost money. And we were advised, just as the global recession came upon us in 2006-07, that either we were going to move forward with our programs and spend money, or run the risk of having to pay 30% or so more when the recession was over. And so I would just tell you that no matter how much is spent by our government, as long as it is spent on serving the people and delivering those services as quickly as possible. Some people said we shouldn't have spent I think it was $16-17 million at Dockyard. Well, suppose we hadn't. Suppose we hadn't made those docks ready for the mega ships. And there were plenty of voices out there saying, oh, no, don't do that, of course. But we did it in order to have a future. Okay.
Well, we got to go to break. And Tay, I hold your question, but I just want to. I got to ask you this, though. And I probably asked you this in private before, but I'd love a yes or no answer. Do you sit back sometimes and just look over to your wife and say, I told them so? And I'm going to give some examples. DPS taxi, gaming, gambling, just to name a few, which literally we're now long behind the 8 ball. Do you sit back? You get what I'm saying, Teo? Like things that that people, let's be honest, your own party pushed back against the gaming. Let's be honest. So do you look back and feel sometimes, you know what?
It's the nature of the beast. I have a ride or die wife. And so I don't have to remind her of the different phases that we went through and some of the opposition that we ran into. She knows, she's quite aware. But that goes with politics. That's part of it. And sometimes your greatest opposition is within. I mean, I got challenged inside the PLP in July of 2009 by my colleagues, which was fair. I'm glad that we were able to come out successful, but that's the way it goes. And so, no, I don't spend time saying, oh, I told you so. I know what we did, and I know what we were unable to do. And I have an open approach to that. And what I try to do is to help people who request my help.
Yeah. All right, let's take a quick break, folks. Just want to give a shout out to Medical House and North Shore Medical for making sure that we're able to do this with you tonight. Also, we are, you can watch this live across all social media platforms, as well as Channel 82 if you want to watch on TV, and also the RoyalGazette.com. You can go on the Royal Gazette and you can stream there as well. We are grateful for you. We're thankful for you. We're going to take this quick break, and I want to hear what Taylor's juicy question is. So, folks, don't go anywhere. It's a long break, 6 minutes, 15 seconds. We'll be back with you. Don't go anywhere.
Join us as we celebrate 5 years and 1,000 plus episodes of community conversations on Bermuda's daily talk show. The Daily Hour Gala takes place on April 26th at LF Wade International Airport. For more information and advance tickets, please send an email to admin@bermudacommunications.com. We look forward to celebrating all that's great about our community with all of you.
Hi there, welcome to Medical House. We're located at number 6 Bakery Lane. I can't wait to show you all of the great stuff that we carry. Come on inside, let's see. Long days, long shifts, you no longer have to endure comfortable underwear. Designed by nurses, we now offer premium undergarments by Swoop that are unique, fun, comfortable, and functional. The only underwear you'll ever want to wear. Who says high-quality functional products can be stylish and comfortable at the same time?
See it all at our new expanded location on Bakery Lane.
When it comes to the safety and protection of our children, education is prevention. So get SCARS certified, but don't stop there. Intervene if you see someone making a child feel uncomfortable or fearful. Abusers like to exert power and fear over children. Be their voice. Keep communication open. No topic is off limits. But don't stop there. Your response to a disclosure could make or break a child's ability to heal and to thrive. Don't avoid, don't deny, don't minimize, don't blame, and don't shame. Visit scarsbermuda.com to learn more.
Are your career prospects on snooze? Then Bermuda College's new Foundational Artificial Intelligence course is your wake-up call. Ready to upskill? Needing a new skill? Or simply curious? Artificial intelligence allows companies to maximize business efficiencies by hiring generative AI specialists. This could be you in as little as 5 weeks. A new field with endless career possibilities. The Foundations in Generative AI course will help you to harness the power of this amazing new technology. Artificial intelligence learning, your alarm clock for the future. For more information, contact Ready to Start at college.bm.
Hey, you alright, boy? I don't know, man. I finished running 20 minutes ago, and I feel like I'm still panting.
Look like you need to recover. Try this here. New drink. Yeah, you're like you want to go to the hospital in a few seconds or two. This will make you fast like Flora.
Tastes good.
Yeah,
boy.
yeah, boy. Hey, we again.
I'm recovered, boy.
UMAMI, umami, translates as literally deliciousness or a pleasant savory taste. I'm Renelle, and I created Umami Bermuda Spice Company to increase awareness about the importance of using spices and the improved flavor and health benefits associated with their freshness. I was the child who had to sit at the table for hours because I wouldn't eat my food. I was always under punishment, and I always knew that when I was a grown-up, I would eat really good food. I'm obsessed with food, flavor, and getting the maximum health benefits from my spices. Many people struggle to create healthy, delicious meals. So I create high-quality spice blends to take the stress out of eating healthy. Whether you're cooking with poultry, whether you're doing vegetables, steak, whether you're vegan or vegetarian, we have a spice blend for you.
Being from this little island, like yourself, we knew you needed access to reliable shipping. We set up mailboxes so you can skip all the long waits or held up in customs excuses.
With mailboxes, that won't happen. Get your packages in under 48 hours using our dashboard.
Plus, if you're a planner or headerer, our weekly consolidation service might be for you. We hold your packages in Delaware and ship them together to save you big time on shipping fees.
And with our warehouse being in Delaware, that means 0% sales tax. Pretty cool, right guys?
This is Bermuda. From Dockyard to St. George's, from the bustling streets of Hamilton to the vibrance of our neighborhoods, we're all connected. We're all about celebrating what makes Bermuda unique, the people and the community. We're here to serve everyone who calls this island home, whether you were born here or choose Bermuda as your own. Be Mobile is built for you, with mobile plans that fit Bermudian life. You can rely on us to keep you connected wherever you go. We're proud to be fully committed to Bermuda. Our customer service is run entirely by locals. So when you call us, you're speaking to someone who truly understands island life. In fact, we might be only a few questions away from finding out we're related. We are here to make connecting effortless. No contracts, no hassles, just simple, reliable service from a team that's here for Bermuda. B-Mobile, bridging the gap between connectivity and community.
Bermuda Trivia, the Black History Edition, is now available at stores throughout Bermuda. Visit bermudatrivia.com or email contact@bermudatrivia.com to learn more.
All righty, welcome back. Thanks again to everyone who's tuned in. Big shout out to Medical Hosts and North Shore Medical for making sure that we're able to do this and have credible people like the Honorable Dr. Ewart Brown, John Barritt, Patricia Gordon-Pamplin, Taj Donville-Outerbridge, and of course the TDH team to bring you coverage tonight, to answer your questions, give you an understanding of where we're at, where we go from here. But I'm excited because Teo wants to ask Dr. Brown something, and I feel like it's going to make me smile.
All right. So I can actually bounce off a recent comment to sort of set the table for this. It was shared by Super Mario saying that the old PLP will die with the aging population, but the new PLP still uses the same old PLP tactics, some of which still work. What appeal will remain as race issues gradually cease to fill the space? Now, one of the things that you helped me understand, Doc, is that there is a clear racial bloc that votes in Bermuda and always has voted in Bermuda as long as we've had party politics, which is to say the white racial bloc. Now, this is not anything other than a description of measurable reality. For the entirety of the time that we've had the opportunity to vote in Bermuda, our white folks have gone 90+% for the UBP and then for the OBA. Like, that's just simply what it is. That's racial bloc voting in Bermuda. Now, after you appointed me to the Senate while I was still on the air at Hot, I, like I tended to do, was thinking out loud, and I was projecting the future for Bermuda's socio-political progress. And my thought was, once that option was taken off the table, in the way that you described, the real future for Bermuda would be found to remove that political vehicle as an available option. Once that happened, the POP would have the space to split on ideological lines, because the consensus that binds the party together, as I understand it, it's not clean beyond being in opposition to institutional white supremacy more than anything else. That's what holds the party together.
Yeah.
Now, if it is allowed to split on ideological lines, that is to say the more conservative wing forms a party and then the more progressive wing forms a party, for the first time in Bermuda's history, we will be able as a collective national population to vote on issues other than race. We'll be able to vote our values rather than fighting these old and ongoing battles. Now, when I said that on the air at that time, you called me and said, brother, you remember the PLP caucus. You can't be talking about how it'd be a good thing if the party splits. And I'm embarrassed to say, I thought it was a really good idea, but it hadn't occurred to me like the potential political impact of that. I was young. Forgive me. You did forgive me, and I'm grateful for that. But now, 20 years on, what do you think of that idea at this point?
Teo, I remember it like it was yesterday. We all would like to get to that day. We all would like to get to the day where in Bermuda and in the world, we could ignore the presence of racism, white supremacy, and simply vote with our hearts and our minds, not bogged down or disturbed by that unfortunate reality. That is a reality for all non-white people on the planet. And you could say, okay, if you want to go from first base to home base, one option is to skip over second and third. As a scientist, I'm afraid of that, because I believe that you must remove the obstacles, or at least confront the obstacles in your way, to be able to turn around at the end and say, We have faced it, we have fought it, and this is our compensatory plan for it. And we are going to approach the problem methodically and do it, but not to ignore it. I mean, it's like telling a patient who has a growth in his stomach, don't worry about it. Just imagine that it's not there. Or as Michael Dunkley used to say, don't see color. Okay, sure.
Mm-hmm. So it's a good idea in principle, but practically speaking,
great idea.
it's still a ways off.
Look, I'm for that too. I'm for good fruit in the diet and great vegetables, and I'm for all of that. A lot of rain, hugging people, loving people. I'm for all of that. But before I can get to that, I got to get this thing that we all know is there. You said, the white voter bloc in Bermuda either voted for the UBP or they voted for the OBA. Why don't you just shorten it and say they voted whoever was in PLP?
Well, right. Like the UBP was designed as a response to the consolidation of the Progressive Labor Party. Yeah.
If the PLP was not considered black, and run by black people, those people wouldn't vote that way. They would look at the party and say, okay, I know where they stand on race, but how do they stand on transportation? I like their transportation plan. I'll vote for the PLP based on that. No, they don't, because race is trumps. And those people who ask you and me to ignore it are guilty of devilish behavior.
And I think that goes to what Liana Nanang Madeli said. She said, one must confront racism to become post-racial. It's not possible until then.
Yeah, it's just not, it's unhealthy. It's unhealthy not to confront your truth. People say that in therapy all the time. Whatever your truth is, you have to confront it and deal with it. And that's why I keep saying, and I said it at great personal risk, that I kept race up front during the time when I was in office. It's only because I knew, and I know now, that until Bermuda deals with that issue in either legislatively as much as they can, and otherwise, we are going to be confronted with that issue.
Well, let's see, because I want to go to this comment, because it seems like younger people are shaping it in this manner. Taj Donville-Outerbridge, he says, I think there was more of a class issue that persists now rather than an issue of race. The PLP and OBA have the same white donors, and PLP of late hasn't addressed racism.
Well, see, that I think is the beginning of finishing the thought. In that, race is fundamentally a class issue. Race is the language that class speaks. Right? Like the categories of races were created in order to institute at a glance.
Somebody at the top.
Right. Well, to just establish at a glance who fulfills what social function. Right. I don't need to know anything else about you, but because you look like that, you occupy this spot in the hierarchy. And when you look like this, you occupy that spot in the hierarchy.
Right.
So like Taj, you're there, right? Like, but they're inextricably separate. Like if you're talking about class, you're talking about race. Like, and if you're talking about race, you're talking about class.
You are drinking. Well, let me put it like this: you're drinking from the wishing well. Okay, we would all like to see a future like that. If you're human, that's what you would like to see. But you cannot ignore what's in front of you. I have a friend who says there are 4 classes of people: the white upper class, the white middle class, the white lower class, and the non-white non-class.
Well, I want to bring up some. We've got some first results in. So let's bring them up on the screen. We've got some. That's your old constituency, huh, Dr. Brown? 26, correct?
That's right. That's it. 26 makes sense.
Yeah, he's rolling. Neville Tyrrell, he's rolling 121.29 right now. Tanae Ferbert, as expected, in my opinion, rolling 141 to 57. Craig Kennener, 87, but I think there were more people in there, but looks like he's rolling. Andy Silva, as expected, again, rolling. no votes for any other constituencies to report at this time, but that's what we have so far. Any thoughts on? Any thoughts on any of these numbers that we're looking at?
Well, I'm very proud of 26, as I've always been, and of the MP Neville Tyrrell. I have no doubt that he has done his work, and I have no doubt that he will be rewarded with victory.
Okay, say anything.
And the others, I'm actually happy to see the performance of Tanae Furbert, and of course, and Zane. You know, you're talking about people who are not allergic to work. You know, Zane was one of the hardest working MPs in the party, is one of the hardest working. So I'm not surprised, you know, that he is ahead, and I expect him to remain ahead.
All right.
Well, the numbers that I'm most excited about seeing haven't quite come in yet, because there are a couple of particularly interesting and valuable independents that have entered the space. If you could scroll down a little bit further, just so we could highlight them, because I remember Tiffany Painter. That's somebody that you were like really taking a hard and satisfied look at, Jay, when she entered the space, and who else?
Renee Webb up in. There's nothing there. She's in 13.
Yeah.
Yeah, nothing else right now.
But can you go back to what does it say there on 13? They don't have Renee listed.
I think I had to click on it. You can see now.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I see. Yeah, this is going to be a particularly interesting to see which traditional party Miss Webb siphons votes from, and what number of votes she's going to pull. I'm really interested in seeing how that turns out.
I think an analyst will have a lot to say, no matter how this turns out, because what you'll be looking for are trends that are new, and what that might mean if certain political steps are taken. That's going to be the worth of this election.
Yeah, like not necessarily this cycle, but the next couple.
Exactly.
Yeah, we'll come back to that, but interesting. I don't think there's any surprises so far with those first 4 seats that are reporting. No surprises. I think everyone expected 26, and I believe Zandy Silva's 29. Tanae Furbert has just made that a PLP seat. I remember back when 4 was won by Suzanne Holzhauser, I think her name was, over Leroy Bean back then. So it wasn't always a PLP seat, but you mentioned work, right?
Work.
Yeah, I mean, it's showing there. Dr. Brown, I want to go. We've got a few questions in the audience, and this has been a very interesting question. The Premier has addressed this. This has been a topic, but Darren Woods is asking, can Doc provide insight on how Bermuda can deal with the worldwide rampant inflation? And let's talk about the tariffs and things that may come from the U.S., how that may impact and how Bermuda may be able to respond.
Well, first of all, we always say that the Bermuda economy is directly related to the U.S. economy, and that's just a matter of fact. So I would expect that as the U.S. economy moves, we will see the impact on Bermuda. Hospitality destinations like Bermuda want to guarantee that they can still catch the eye of the U.S. Traveler who wants to, find a place where they can relax and enjoy some time. I don't expect that to change in the immediate future. What I'm more concerned about with respect to someone mentioned tariffs and what have you, is how the current U.S. administration is going to potentially affect or interfere with the rulings regarding global taxation, and whether they are going to try to stop the funds flowing to Bermuda and other places through that global taxation plan.
We have some more. We have some more results. Just want to go again. This is not looking good. Well, depending where you saw it, but the trend early is going to be set that the vote split is going to help the PLP based on what we're about to show. But if you look at these seats, I'm gonna click on them, and this looks early on again. But Lindsay Simmons, this vote split between the OBA and Sir John might actually do her some justice. It's a long way to go. It's a long way to go. But when you see this, gentlemen, like, do you think the PLP are getting ready to party on Court Street?
It's much too early
I think
to
it's too early.
say.
I think it's much too early to say. What might not appear to be close now may be very close in a couple of hours. So I wouldn't go out on a limb and make any assumptions on this.
Yeah, and then this was another one. The PLP won this seat with Vance Campbell last time around. Only 200 votes in so far, 1293 registered. But Shamari Talbot-Woolridge is doing very well here. He's doing very well. And then another interesting seat is up in, I expect this to remain with the PLP, but it looks like the vote's being split. And that's only helping the PLP.
Yeah.
This trend, again, it's early, but this early trend seems to be exactly, and you know, Dr. Brown, I know you haven't been in Bermuda as much and the like, but conversations were had after the by-election in 36 about a coalition and working together up in terms of the FBM independence and OBA, and they rejected the idea. And to most people, that was the only way to defeat the Green Machine. Again, it's very early, folks. We're talking, I mean, 175 over the 1269. That's very to vote. But if this is the trend, then that conversation may prove to be correct.
Well, you know, there are people clearly who disagree with the PLP's agenda or the performance, and so you have groups that have decided to field candidates to test that. And what you're seeing is a response to that. And who knows where it will end. But, you know, I think that my feeling is that it's going to be very difficult to change the parliamentary model from where it is today. And therefore, ultimately, when it's all said and done, there will be parties in Bermuda. The question is, how do you make the parties responsive? It's difficult. It's very difficult because of the way it was originally structured. You know, it's not even working that great in England. You know, they're talking about a change in the model. You know, so it was meant for another day, another time, and I think that ultimately there will be a serious discussion in Bermuda and other places about the nature, the design of the governance model. Does it fit us and our needs? If it doesn't, then let's try to do something about it. But it's highly unlikely that the British government is going to endorse a governance model anything other than their own.
Yeah. And like, honestly, I think that at least a non-negligible component of the critiques that our community has of political activity, it comes down to the structure, like the architecture of how the work is done. It's not necessarily all down to malfeasance or ignorance or foolishness.
You can have all of that in any structure.
Exactly. But the nature of the Westminster Parliament, particularly in a place this small, it's unwieldy by definition. It's slow.
And I
it's
to say, to be honestly, Teo, I don't mean to step on you, but I have to tell you that as talented as my fellow Bermudians are, and as brilliant as my fellow Bermudians are, we're only going to produce a certain number of brain surgeons every decade, you know, and that's just the way it is. And so let's not fool ourselves that unless we get the very brightest and the best, we're not going to be able to produce a lot through this model. We're not. And I used to complain all the time that I wish we had more horsepower. And by that, I meant more people who could get in there and make the most of the system that we have.
Indeed.
Yeah. I'll come back to it, Jay. You go right ahead.
Gotta go break as well. But just wanted to show Michael Weeks dominating in 16. That's my constituency before they kicked me out. We've got Warwick Southeast. This is early, but it's the first probably surprise. Lauren Scott down to the OBA's Tariq J.D. Smith. Kim Wilson dominating in Somerset. That's an expected victory there. Owen Darrell, Daily Hour community said this morning they thought Malachi would win that seat up against it. But interesting, again, still early, but Dr. Brown, I mean, so much is been said about voter apathy and people not turning out. We don't know how many more votes to go. It may not be a lot based on.
Yeah, we won't know. We won't know. A heavy turnout will favor the PLP.
All right. All right, Dr. Brown. I know we agreed. No, you want to come back later when the results in, or you
well, it all depends.
See, that's them direct answers he was talking about, right?
That's right.
All right, so we let's do a trivia question really quickly. We just gave away a facial to North Shore Medical. We'll give away another treatment to North Shore Medical. I can't pronounce it. That's why I'm not saying it. But it's that colon hydro thing, So here's the question. Here's the question for the audience. What year did the Honorable Dr. Ewart Brown retire from politics, leave as premier and an MP? In what year? Let's see who gets this.
And we're still excluded from.
Neither of you can answer.
All right. I can't remember.
Yeah. No. 2000. Oh, someone got it. The first one on the screen, on our screen, Teo, I see 2007 was not the correct answer. The first one on our screen is from Facebook. It's Liana Nene.
She should be disqualified.
But right. Liana, I'm not listening to Doc. I don't know anything. So send us an email to contact@bermudacommunications.com. Doc, it's been a pleasure having you on for this hour. It went by so fast. But if you're available, if you're able, when the results come in, depending, we'd love to have you back later on tonight to discuss them.
Okay, we'll see what happens. And I want to tell you that I enjoyed it. I really did. I love being with you guys. And I just want to say before I leave that I look forward to the day when Bermuda has more candidates who have vision, who understand political excitement, and understand the issue of political integrity. Once that is in place, Bermuda to the moon.
Indeed. Dr. Brown, thank you so much. We will be in touch with you. Talk soon.
Thank you, guys. Take care.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Brown there. Always a pleasure having him in the building. Don't forget, next hour we've got the Honorable John Barritt coming up. We're going to take a break. Teo, you cannot be a part of any of the trivia questions. Cool?
Well, okay.
Yep.
But that also disqualifies my wife, my mother, family members, anybody on my WhatsApp contact list.
If you worked for the lottery, they couldn't win.
I mean, we're going to be like that? Like the lottery? Jesus, man. I mean, I didn't realize it was so tight up in here.
Now I have to stop referring to my family members as Nana and sister and auntie when they're in the comments now, so you guys don't think it's a setup. All right, we're gonna don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this. We'll keep the numbers coming through. It's looking interesting, some early trends, but again, don't take them too seriously because there's a long way to go. Do not go anywhere.
Hi there, welcome to Medical House. We're located at number 6 Bakery Lane. I can't wait to show you all of the great stuff that we carry. Come on inside, let's see. Let's kick it off in the footwear department. When it comes to footwear, we carry functional, comfortable, orthopedic, and waterproof shoes. We have construction shoes, golf shoes, shoes for walking, shoes for boating. We even have shoes for pickleball. We have shoes for everyone. With brands by Skechers, Atrax, Propay, Easy Street, Nursemates, Clogs, Avenger, Cherokee, Cat, Frog Talks, and DeWalt. The list goes on. Take a look at our workwear for construction workers and tradesmen. Durable, stretchable in all the right places and plenty of options for tools and accessories. Paired with our wide range of tough and comfortable footwear, you can't go wrong. Long days, long shifts, you no longer have to endure comfortable underwear. Designed by nurses, we now offer premium undergarments by Swoop that are unique, fun, comfortable, and functional. The only underwear you'll ever want to wear. Who says high-quality functional products can't be stylish and comfortable at the same time? Speaking of stylish, we also have top-quality running, walking, and workout apparel by Skechers in a variety of sizes for men and women. Cool, breathable, and dry. With our wide selection of Skechers footwear, you'll look great before, during, and after your workout. As you can see, Medical House really is a one-stop shop for everybody. We can't wait to see you.
You'll be surprised at everything we have to offer at our huge new retail and wholesale location on Bakery Lane.
Hello everyone, I'm Dr. Pat Chandran-Penn, a consultant cardiologist. I'm very excited to be joining North Shore Medical and Aesthetic Centre soon to treat patients with heart conditions. I've over 2 decades of experience in the United Kingdom treating various heart conditions including coronary artery disease, heart failure, heart valve disease and heart rhythm abnormalities. Having heart disease significantly impacts on your life expectancy and quality of life. So if you have any concerns about your heart, perhaps you're feeling short of breath, fatigue, getting chest pain or palpitations, or you have a pre-existing heart condition that requires ongoing care, or you simply want a checkup to see how your heart is doing, please don't hesitate to book an appointment with me at North Shore. The sooner you do that, the quicker you'll be on your way to better heart health. So don't delay, book now, and I'll see you soon.
In Bermuda, staying connected is everything. With the best coverage, including 5G, we're ensuring everyone has the connection they deserve. Proudly created by Bermudians and serving our community since 1998, we employ over 100 Bermudians who are committed to bringing you the best. For a limited time, get an unlimited smartphone plan for just $99 a month, plus a device for $0 down. Stay connected, stay unlimited. Switch today. Experience the best connection.
Right. Who was the first woman to become not just the first female opposition leader in Bermuda, but throughout the entire British Commonwealth?
Dame Lewis Brown.
Hey, buddy. Hun, who was the first woman to serve as opposition leader, not just in Bermuda, but throughout the entire British Commonwealth?
Dame Lewis Brown Evans.
Mason, what did you say?
Dame Lewis Brown Evans.
Dame Lewis Brown Evans? Where do you find that?
Mommy playing Bermuda trivia.
Mommy playing Bermuda trivia.
Oh, honey, I'm so proud of you. Good job.
Media platforms.
My boy, Brethren, wake up, man. Come on, man. Look, have one of these super coffees, man. I need my stuff tomorrow, man. 8 o'clock, man. People are depending on me. I'm depending on you, man.
Yeah, okay,
You're my boy. You're my boy. Come on, man. I know you could do it, man.
Hey, I'm finish your video, you know. This super coffee is only money. I'm pinging right now. I feel like I can run a marathon. How many flavors do you know about? Do they sell in YDK? Where does it come from? Look, you can get me some more. Hello? The boy hung up on me. I need some more super coffee.
Parents, please take an interest in your child's online activity. It's not prying, it's protecting. We encourage you to do your research on what apps your child is using because it is important to keep them protected. Use privacy settings for your little ones and develop open and honest conversations around cyber safety with your teens. This helps prevent online interaction with digital predators. These predators exist and they are experts on grooming children online. So arm yourself with the knowledge and tools to safeguard your child. Visit scarsbermuda.com to learn more.
Join us as we celebrate 5 years and 1,000 plus episodes of community conversations on Bermuda's daily talk show. The Daily Hour Gala takes place on April 26th at LF Wade International Airport. For more information and advance tickets, please send an email to admin@bermudacommunications.com. We look forward to celebrating all that's great about our community with all of you.
All right, welcome back to this election night coverage, Daily Hour team. Thanks again to former Government Minister, the Honorable Patricia Gordon-Pamplin, and former Premier of Bermuda, Dr. Ewart Brown. Just want to say this is dominance from the PLP. Count 2 is in quite a few of them. This is only one seat looks like it's going to be flipped. And if you look at the numbers from the early counts 1 and 2, the ego, what I stated months ago is that ego is going to give the PLP victory. Ego, that same ego where people were so focused on their parties and their thing, rather than if you want to defeat that green machine, ego aside. And again, Bermudians, we get what we deserve, regardless of the result. But the only seat that looks like it's going to be flipped at this time, Teo, is up in 25. And it's early, but that's a big lead for Douglas DeCudo. But this is going to be utter dominance by the PLP if these trends continue. And when you look at what's happening, I'll give you an example here, right? Look at this right here, Dennis Lister, the third. 101 votes. Now, if you take that OBA 59 and that 40 tail.
Yeah.
You
Jay,
see,
I don't see it on the screen actually.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't put it up. Sorry.
Okay, good.
It's only 101 to 99. If it were not for ego. You get me?
Well, okay. Let me say this as an alternative view, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember how Miss Gordon-Pamplin was talking about the difficulty, and actually Doc mentioned it too, in forming a government of independence,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because in order for a coalition like this to function, there would need to be like a actionable consensus on a bunch of different issues.
Mm-hmm.
And I think now, the political reality aside, I think in terms of practical governance, I can understand why the OBA would say we are not confident based on the current makeup of the crop of independents that if we go into coalition with them, we're not going to have to compromise on too many of our fundamental commitments to our voters to make it possible. In fact, that's what Jarian said. He's like, we have made commitments from our party to our constituents going back years.
Yep.
Now, we can't do that.
Yeah.
Right?
Gotta keep it tight, stay over. But real quickly,
yeah.
in constituency 30, Dwayne Robinson is up 100 votes, over 100 votes on count 1 on Misha Fabler. So that would be another flip right there.
Pull it up again, Jay. It's still not up.
Oh, I'm sorry, you guys. Gee. Yeah, he's up big time. 100 votes may seem little, but that's a lot to come back from early. So that, I mean, again, this is
that's my constituency too. That's where I voted today. Yeah, I saw both of them. They were in good spirits.
3 people on the TDH team. That's your constituency. All right, let's go to Mia out at OBA headquarters. She's got an OBA candidate who is up right now. He's up. And then we'll bring the Honorable John Barritt in after we go to Mia, and then we'll go to Rajay. So let's bring Mia in for a bit. Mia, how are you?
Hello, we're great. I'm here with Tariq Smith of constituency 24, Warwick Southeast. Tariq, good evening. How are you?
I'm good, Mia. I'm good. How are you doing tonight?
The results are rolling in. Oh my goodness, it's so exciting.
Yeah.
Tell us, Tariq. I know you've had a long day, but how are you feeling now that the results are coming in?
I'm surprised. I'm shocked. Yes, I mean, to be up, I'm humbled. That's all I can say. I didn't expect that, to be totally honest.
Now, your style of kind of politician is being really keeping it real with the people. I know my mom in particular has seen you interviewed and actually seen you in person, and she was really, really impressed with just your Bermudianism and your realness. How did you come to that style? How have you come to presenting yourself to the Bermudian public in such a real and emotive way that you're connecting with them?
Because the thing is that I can't face my community if I'm somebody I'm not. Everybody in Aldred knows how I am. If you know me, you know how I am. You know how I can carry on, how I can act, and I'm very straightforward. You know, it's one way or the other, and I'm not going to change who I am because I became a politician. You need more real politicians in Bermuda. We need more real people to act how the normal person acts. I'm just a normal guy who just wants to help his community. That's what I am, you know?
And I think that's so exciting and very Bermudian. Now, Tariq, as we've been on the campaign trail for the past 6 weeks, are there any moments that have really touched your heart and stood out to you?
There's been a few, but one was someone who's been a staunch PLP supporter that said, I see you out here trying. I see you for 6 years with McQueen and Birch doing the neighborhood cleanups before I ever became a politician. And they thanked me and they said, I got you this time. And then another lady just today who last election came in a full PLP regatta, green, everything, walked up to me today and she says, got you, Smith. Thank you for what you do for the community. And that means everything to me because I'm a community guy first. And when someone comes up to me and says that, and it touches my heart so deeply.
Absolutely. It knows that all the work and all the tireless, sleepless nights and your feet are probably sore from all the walking and canvassing.
No doubt, no doubt. But you know what? I enjoyed it. I mean, there were nights where I had to be pushed out the door by my fiance. She said, get out there, son, and do what you got to do, buddy. And I did it. And, you know, listen, just to be up against Lawrence, who him and his father have been fantastic in the community for, you know, so many years, was humbling enough. So if I could take that one win, I'm okay with that. And hopefully, when the second comes in, I may be still up. Who knows? I don't know.
Who knows? But it is really an exciting time, and what a historic election to be part of. Now, if you could say one thing to everybody who voted for you today, what would you like to say?
Wow. Thank you. Thank you to everybody that came out today. Whether you voted for me, Lawrence, or for Lauren, you know, we worked hard, and, you know, those two particular opponents are fantastic, and let me say that. You know, there's no animosity, there's no anger. We're all in it for the constituency 24, and that was something that was sweet. People will come and say, I wish I could vote for all three of you. So that says a lot, you know. So hopefully, whoever wins, you know, the other two of us or whatever can come out and help. And because it's all about the community and all about Bermuda. That's what it's about. It's about Bermuda. It's not about anything else.
Absolutely, and I think we're all very proud to be Bermudian. Teo, Jamal, any questions or anybody from the audience?
I don't have any question, but I just want to say, I don't think this was expected, even though it's just the first count, considering how much Lawrence won by last time. What did you do differently between the last election and this election?
I think the people in 24 were asking somebody to be present. And because of my business in Ordred, and I'm from Ordred, I was always on Ordred every day. And just to be around and be present. And when I knocked on doors, I was just who I always was. And people said, yo, you ain't changing. I said, nope, never. I'm not changing. So maybe me being present and Lawrence not being as present maybe has helped. I mean, like I said, I just was surprised to see that first count. If I'm being honest, I would be the happiest man in Bermuda if I'm able to pull this off. But that was the difference. I just was present, and people wanted somebody to be present.
All right. We gotta run, but thank you so much, Tariq. All the best to you and Mia.
Yeah. Props to, man. Props to.
Okay.
Talk soon.
Okay, respect. Right. Thanks a lot, guys.
Yes, sir. All right.
Thanks, Tariq. Thank you so much. You make us proud to be Bermudian.
Okay,
Thanks,
thank you
Tariq.
very much.
Back to you guys in the studio. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mia. All
Thanks,
right.
Mia. Well done.
Mia, over there, we've got to bring in Mr. Barritt, and then we'll go to Roger in about 7 minutes. So let's give a warm TDH welcome to the Honorable former MP and leader of the OBA. Let's give a warm TDH welcome to John Barritt. Let's bring him on, Mr. Barritt. All right.
I must say, Mr. Barritt, my recently dearly departed father, made me aware of you when I was a young man. When you're sitting up at Devonshire Rec, watching football, a little something to sip on, a little something in the other hand. And he said, that's one of the coolest politicians in Bermuda. That's a cool dude right there. I was made, this was the early 90s.
I said,
right? And
that I remember at the station, he was one of your favorites. And I couldn't
tell you.
He was a Flats fan. I didn't understand it. You know? You're on mute, sir. You got to take yourself off mute. But yeah, I remember you were very fond of Mr. Barritt.
Well, good evening, gentlemen. That's a very nice compliment, Teo. I appreciate that. And I know you just lost your dad, so condolences.
Thank you.
On that.
Yeah.
I know how tough it is, but I appreciate that. Of course, in the 90s, early 90s, I wouldn't have been in politics. Well, maybe I got we used to have primaries back in that day. Maybe I just won a primary in Devonshire
Yeah.
South.
Yes, exactly.
And
Yeah.
I joke about that today. Back then, when we had dual seat constituencies, Devonshire South had about 2,200 voters, and we had a primary. And this is the truth. Between myself and Giorgio Zanno, we signed up over 1,000 people, and over 800 showed up to vote in a primary. Can you believe it? Today, you may not find that many voting in a single seat constituency. Unbelievable.
Mr. Barritt, I want to stop you. Because we have come to some interesting counts coming in.
I haven't even started.
PLP dominant may actually hold on now. This Mark Bean. It's only count one, but Mark Bean is up in Southampton West. He is up. This is interesting. Let's go down. Jerian Richardson, that's expected. Alexa Lightbourne, I think that's expected. This is now closer, 2 votes. Constituency 10, this is closer. This is going to be very interesting right here. You've got Sir John on 100, 144 Robert King, and 146 for Lindsay Simmons. So these are going to be some down to the wire counts. Curtis Dickinson, as expected. Owen Darrow, according to the audience, TDH audience, not expected, but obviously expected from me. But this was interesting. A lot of people had Renee Webb winning this, and Diallo Urbain's pulling away. Count one. Yeah. Interesting right here, yeah? What are your thoughts on what you're seeing so far, Mr. Barritt?
Well, the first thing that comes to mind for me is that there's an axiom in Bermudian politics when it comes to counting votes. And it's this, that generally the returning officer turns the box upside down and counts the earlier votes first. And it was always thought that the earliest votes were conservative votes, votes that went either UBP or OBA, and the Progressive Labor Party tended to come out in the evening or after work, and their votes would be counted last. So you can't count chickens too early here. You can discern some trends and some surprises, but I wouldn't get carried away just yet.
Okay.
That said, what I would say is that the gaps that are now being shown, particularly with respect to independent candidates, does not come as a complete surprise to me. Jamal, you'll remember this from what I said the first time around, that the difficulty with independents, and Dr. Brown touched upon this as well, is that anybody can run, anybody can get elected, and I don't mean to disparage anybody, but not everybody can run a government. At some point, you've got to be organized to run the next 5 years. And the independents, in my view, their handicap was this, that if you're going to tell people before an election that you're going to work together after the election, you might be well advised to show it before the election and not just after, and have organized yourself to this extent. We're going to be independents in the sense that we're not going to have a party whip. There's going to be none of that. But what we have done is agreed, and we have a consensus that we're going to tackle the following 10 issues, and this is what we're going to do. Because you need a team, and the people need to have a program to identify with and vote on, even if there is dissatisfaction and disenchantment and the pendulum is swinging away from the sitting government. So what you're seeing is exactly what you get, which is a split vote from those who don't want to vote the Progressive Labor Party back in government.
Indeed. Thank you for that, sir. Let's go. We've got Roger Danbrook over at PLP headquarters. He's got some voters. Let's see how the voters are feeling. Let's bring Roger in and see how they're feeling over there. Raj.
Hey, everybody. We're here at PLP headquarters, Revenue A Burroughs Building on Court Street. I have with me Miss Umsey. How are you, Miss Umsey?
I'm good this evening, and I'm here to support the PLP all the way.
And I'm here with Miss Linda. How are you, Miss Linda?
I'm here with my daughter to support PLP. I've been a PLP all my life, and I'm not about to change now.
Now, why is that not changing? Why is that not changing at all? Because we have had a lot of PLP diehards, a lot of supporters say this election, the party has not retained their support. How has the party retained your support?
Well, they come around and, every time they have a function or anything, I'm there to support them as well as they're around to support me, and I'm not about to give up on them.
Understood. How about yourself? How has the PLP retained your support?
Well, I'm here to support elected Lightburn, and I'm here to support her all the way. She's running in my constituency, and I'm here to back her all the way, 100%.
Wonderful. So what are some qualities about Alexa that you feel qualifies her for her seat and your support?
Her warmness, her presence that I saw lots, and her come around, and just her warmth and her personality.
Wonderful. Beautiful answer. Thank you so much. And who's your representative, Miss Linda?
Alexa Lightburn is my representative as well, and she's been around to my house. She's gave me shirts. She supported me throughout until it was time for the election. And I last saw her yesterday, and then I saw her again today when I went to vote.
Wonderful. Now, are you prepared to party if the PLP is successful? If we find out that they do retain the government, what are you going to be doing on Court Street tonight?
I'll be celebrating right until the end.
Yes, ma'am.
I will be partying, and I'll be celebrating as well. I'll be supporting them right through the end.
Wonderful. And do you have any more headpieces left? Because I'm asking for myself. I want one.
No, I don't. It's one of a kind.
One of a kind?
It's one of a kind.
Yes, ma'am.
It's very exclusive.
It's too exclusive. You gotta share, Miss Umsey. You gotta share. Spread the luminescent wealth. Let me stop. Miss Umsey, Miss Linda, thank you so much for joining us here with the BCG team on the Daily Hour. Everybody, we're here at
Mr. Barritt, they're excited around there. They're excited.
The vibes have commenced.
Well, as they should be, based on the early returns.
Mm-hmm.
Because you identify those marginals which the OBA or the opposition have to win if they're going to stand any chance of forming the government.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't look like they're making any progress in some of those areas, in some of those constituencies.
Well, let's go back because I think there's some changes. Again, it was early. There are some changes. So Douglas Takuto is pulling away. He is pulling away. So that would be a flip.
No surprise.
Yep. Judge Shay Adams looks like, a very early. But
now, see, that's one that the OB has to win if they stand any chance of getting more seats or getting the government.
Yep. David Burt is doing a thing. He is, just marching on along to, that's expected. Lauren Scott has now surpassed. Again, that was early. So he surpassed Tariq Smith. Looks like that's going to be norm. Craig Kennaner, that's normal. Jamal Simmons pulling away, expected. Zandy Silva, expected. Vance Campbell's pulling away. He's pulling away in 9. Levito Fogo, expected. Michael Weeks, expected. Dennis Lister, that's actually closer than we would think. 38 votes. Yeah, so this is interesting, sir. Interesting so far, but again, I don't see much changing in terms of.
Well, it'll be Smith North. It'll be interesting to watch that one, where looks like you're having a 3-way race. Is exactly what happened in the by-election.
In the first instance.
Yeah.
So now that leads to a question that's often asked, Mr. Barritt. That leads to a question, and it's a question the audience has asked numerous times as well. In the by-election in 36, Reverend Dr. Emily Gale Dill only got 30% of the votes, 30-something. And there were people who were saying, when that happens, there should be a runoff like there is in the U.S. And Teo, obviously, I'd like your perspective on this as well. But what do you think? Like, should we get runoffs if it's less than 50% of the vote, or no, just honor the Westminster system as is?
Well, it's not so much the Westminster system, Jamal.
Right.
It is the electoral system we have. Let's not conflate the two. And there are different methods of voting. And one is to have what they call ranked voting. I think that's not the real expression, but you have a first, second, and third choice. So that until someone gets 50% of those who vote, they don't win. And I mean, there is an argument to be made for that, because in that by-election, 162 people voted for Dr. Dill, but there were 294 people who voted Not
who
for
did not.
It's right.
Right.
And that tends to tell you something too. And you would go through that sort of system. Now, the proportional representation by the single transferable vote, which is a mouthful in and of itself, was put forward back in 79, the Constitutional Conference that was held here at Warwick Camp by the UBP. And I have to tell you, it was laughed out of town. Dame Lois was the one who was able to achieve that, because she said, look, we just had to vote, one man, having a vote. And at that time, it wasn't one man, one vote of equal value, but we just had the vote. People are just getting used to it. There's no way a Bermudian's going to want to engage in a vote by single transferable vote, which is ranking 1, 2, 3. And it was basically laughed out of town and never went anywhere. But, Bermuda is maturing too. I don't care what you say, that we are maturing, because people are now asking the question, is there a better way of doing things? And they're questioning both the electoral system and the Westminster system. And I got to tell you personally, I'm very pleased to see that, because I've always advocated in and out of the House of Assembly when I was there, that it's time we looked at changing the way we conduct our business. The weight of history from 1968 is not good, not one that is appropriate, I think, in the 21st century, because we've grown up. We came from a time, and I'm sorry if I sound like I'm preaching now.
No, please do continue. Keep going.
There was a time, even before 1968, and it carried forward into 1968. Things don't change abruptly when you change a system, where people, voters, were to be seen and not heard. You with me? Even when they got the vote. But things changed over time, and so do people's demands. And people, say, look, we've got to devise a better way of doing business here, a better way of working in the House of Assembly and the Senate. And it can be done without going to England even. But I got to tell you, Dr. Brown raised this, and he said, very same issue about we got to change the governance model in this country. And I've long been an advocate for that. And he and I are agreed and united on that. And if we can agree something here and we took it to Britain, if they said no, which I find hard to believe, but if they said no, we would then have a united cause for going on our own. I got to tell you, but we've got to get there in some united way. And this election may well stand as a tipping point for that. And I tell you why, because of all the people who've stood to run, and the people who've stood to run, some of the younger, newer, fresher faces with bright ideas, have decided that the future isn't in the PLP. The future isn't in the OBA. It's somewhere else. The only problem is they've got to find a way. This country's too small to have a multiplicity of parties and people. They've got to find a way, as I said, to work together before the election so they can present that credible, united alternative to people, and they can believe that that's the way it's going to be after the election.
Let me pose a hypothetical.
You keep saying we get the government we deserve. We're not getting the government we deserve. When you vote, people are voting in different directions. We get the government we get.
Let me pose a hypothetical, Mr. Barritt. Imagine if the independents had followed your advice about organizing and working together in advance of the polls around a platform centered on electoral reform and parliamentary reform. In that context, I think this would be looking a whole lot different, because people would have an affirmative reason to vote for something rather than against something else.
That's my belief. That's my belief. That's in effect what I was saying. That and you could say, well, now they're starting to look like a party. Well, if you forswear and say we're not having a party whip, then you're not really functioning like a party does. And our whole system, frankly, is predicated, if you think about it, if you look at it, on there being a party whip, because that's what responsible government is, that a party goes through with its programs and can devise a cabinet that carries that out. What we lack sometimes around here is a strong backbench to bring the cabinet to heel.
I gotta cut you guys. We do have to take a break, get back on track. But before we go to break, what we're here to do is go over some numbers, and there's interesting. So it looks like we've got in Robin Tucker in 7, has taken over after count 2 against Anthony Richardson. And Douglas DeCudo, I think, extended his lead a bit. So just want to update that, but we have to take a break and more analysis from the Honorable former OBA leader and MP John Barritt after this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll keep it going. Thank you, Mr. Barritt. You and Doc and go ahead.
An interim leader, by the way, Jamel.
Yeah. We said
don't make me any more important than I was.
We'll bring you back on in a few, folks. Don't go anywhere. Stick with us. 6 minutes. We'll be back after this.
Join us as we celebrate 5 years and 1,000 plus episodes of community conversations on Bermuda's daily talk show. The Daily Hour Gala takes place on April 26th at L.F. Wade International Airport. For more information and advance tickets, please send an email to admin@bermudacommunications.com. We look forward to celebrating all that's great about our community with all of you.
Hi there, welcome to Medical House. We're located at number 6 Bakery Lane. I can't wait to show you all of the great stuff that we carry. Come on inside, let's see. Long days, long shifts, you no longer have to endure comfortable underwear. Designed by nurses, we now offer premium undergarments by Swoop that are unique, fun, comfortable, and functional. The only underwear you'll ever want to wear. Who says high quality functional products can be stylish and comfortable at the same time?
See it all at our new expanded location on Bakery Lane.
When it comes to the safety and protection of our children, education is prevention. So get SCARS certified, but don't stop there. Intervene if you see someone making a child feel uncomfortable or fearful. Abusers like to exert power and fear over children. Be their voice. Keep communication open. No topic is off limits. But don't stop there. Your response to a disclosure could make or break a child's ability to heal and to thrive. Don't avoid, don't deny, don't minimize, don't blame, and don't shame. Visit scarsbermuda.com to learn more.
Are your career prospects on snooze? Then Bermuda College's new Foundational Artificial Intelligence course is your wake-up call. Ready to upskill? Needing a new skill? Or simply curious? Artificial intelligence allows companies to maximize business efficiencies by hiring generative AI specialists. This could be you in as little as 5 weeks. A new field with endless career possibilities. The Foundations in Generative AI course will help you to harness the power of this amazing new technology. Artificial intelligence learning, your alarm clock for the future. For more information, contact Ready to Start at college.bm.
Hey, you alright, bud? I don't know, man. I finished running 20 minutes ago, and I feel like I'm still panting.
Look like you need to recover. Try this here. New drink. Yeah, you're like you want to go to the hospital in 2 seconds or 2. This will make you fast like Flora.
Tastes good.
Yeah.
Yeah, bye.
Hey, we again.
I'm recovered, bye.
UMAMI. Umami translates as literally deliciousness or a pleasant savory taste. I'm Renelle, and I created Umami Bermuda Spice Company to increase awareness about the importance of using spices and the improved flavor and health benefits associated with their freshness. I was the child who had to sit at the table for hours because I wouldn't eat my food. I was always under punishment, and I always knew that when I was a grown-up, I would eat really good food. I'm obsessed with food, flavor, and getting the maximum health benefits from my spices. Many people struggle to create healthy, delicious meals. So I create high-quality spice blends to take the stress out of eating healthy. Whether you're cooking with poultry, whether you're doing vegetables, steak, whether you're vegan or vegetarian, we have a spice blend for you.
Being from this little island, like yourself, we knew you needed access to reliable shipping. We set up mailboxes so you can skip all the long waits or held up in customs excuses.
With mailboxes, that won't happen. Get your packages in under 48 hours using our dashboard.
Plus, if you're a planner or headerer, our weekly consolidation service might be for you. We hold your packages in Delaware and ship them together to save you big time on shipping fees.
And with our warehouse being in Delaware, that means 0% sales tax. Pretty cool, right guys?
This is Bermuda. From Dockyard to St. George's, from the bustling streets of Hamilton to the vibrance of our neighborhoods, we're all connected. We're all about celebrating what makes Bermuda unique, the people and the community. We're here to serve everyone who calls this island home, whether you were born here or choose Bermuda as your own. Be Mobile is built for you. With mobile plans that fit Bermudian life, you can rely on us to keep you connected wherever you go. We're proud to be fully committed to Bermuda. Our customer service is run entirely by locals. So when you call us, you're speaking to someone who truly understands island life. In fact, we might be only a few questions away from finding out we're related. We are here to make connecting effortless. No contracts, no hassles, just simple, reliable service from a team that's here for Bermuda. Be Mobile, bridging the gap between connectivity and community.
Bermuda Trivia, the Black History Edition, is now available at stores throughout Bermuda. Visit bermudatrivia.com or email contact@bermudatrivia.com to learn more.
All right, welcome back. We are live, back on. A lot of results coming in during the break, gentlemen.
I'm refreshing heavy on my phone right now. Forgive me if I'm not aimed at the camera.
And I don't know about yours, but on mine, one of the key constituencies and key marginals, and one you want to look out for, is Southampton West Central. We haven't had a vote at all.
No, we got we got it.
For Southampton West Central?
Look on the screen.
Number 31?
Yep.
Oh, all right, just came up.
Yep. We've got Linda Smith leading, and that's a key one because it's four women running in that constituency, and a lot has been invested in that. You have 1A Crockle, the independent, Linda Smith, OBA, and Chris.
How many? Yeah, let's put up the votes for the other two women in that one.
Let's get them. Okay. Let's see what they're looking at.
Because I'll bet you it shows a trend that I'm seeing when I was just basically scanning. If you added all the votes that didn't go for the Progressive Labor Party and you in opposition, or whoever's leading in opposition, the votes in opposition are greater than the ones that the person winning is polling. And that tells us what a lot of people thought before going in. This is crazy. They're splitting the vote.
Yeah.
They're splitting the vote.
But Mr. Barritt, you said a lot of people thought it. Was that not obvious? If come on, I'm
never overlook or underestimate the obvious.
Okay, yeah.
I mean that's someone who earlier was talking about ego. Gets in the
that
way.
Was him. That was Jay. Yeah.
And there could be some of that. This is one of those constituencies that I had flagged that the OBA had to win, given its history, if it was going to have any chance of increasing numbers or forming the government. And it was once held by Ben Smith. I think that was in 2012 or 17. No, he lost it, or was it 20? He lost it. And then he moved down to Smith's South, I think it's South, which is a safer seat. And it was one that you would expect the OBA to win back because it was very close the last time around. So it's not surprising in a way that that's moving. The one that's a bit of a surprise, I think, but maybe not so much, is in Southampton, where Dwayne Robinson is leading Misha Fubler.
Yeah.
Misha is a new candidate. Dwayne has been around a bit more, and I think maybe that's a factor that's working in his favor. A lot depends, too, on how much canvassing people actually do door to door and impress people with their creds, particularly if you're new.
Yeah, well, I can speak to this particular constituency because this is where I live, and Misha was around consistently during this entire period. But I think you're probably right. Like his relative newness in this space would be a mountain that he had to climb. Whereas Dwayne has been a fixture of local politics for more than a couple of years now. So just,
Correct.
Face and name recognition, that's one of the largest value points that can add to any political candidate's potential for success.
If you work the area too. And then you look at a constituency like number 14, which is one that the OBA won with Glenn Smith back when they won the government and he beat Paula Cox. And then Wayne Keynes captured it, and with handsome majorities in the two subsequent elections. Now you had completely thrown open with 4 new candidates, and it was going to be a real test there, I think, to see what the PLP support was. And Alexa Lightburn, who was announced rather late, not rather late, but when the campaign was underway, is up against 3 others, and just count the votes that have gone to the 3 others. And my rough count is about 240. And Ms. Lightburn is leading with 207. Tells you a story. Tells you a story.
And it underlines how people can have access to a free and fair democratic election and still come away feeling like they weren't listened to, like their views were not represented, even though the majority of people voted in one direction, but based on the nature of the architecture of the thing, they're not going to get what they want.
Correct. And I mean, there's a message here, I think, first for the OBA as the opposition party, that they have not been able to win the confidence of people who are dissatisfied with the current government. And I make no comment on the government. I'm just saying that there's obvious dissatisfaction looking at those numbers. The OBA wasn't able to convince them. And at the same time, the message there is for the Progressive Labor Party. People didn't feel they could still continue to vote for them. And so that's a comment, again, on party politics as well.
Let's see.
Like a pox on both their houses type thing.
Yes.
I think Sancha may be ready to go. Let's go to Sancha out in the field to see what she's got for us. Again, folks, numbers are coming in. It looks like it's going to be a low turnout. So let's go to Sancha real quickly. Sancha?
Good evening, Brother Jay. How are we on this election evening?
We are good. You look cold. How are you?
I am cold.
She also looks gorgeous.
I know I'm not where you expected me to be. So initially, we were down at Taste. We thought that because everyone said it was going to be this independent movement, that we'll find all these independents down at Taste. No, not a soul. So then we decided to take a drive up to Cedar Bridge to see what was going on. And at the moment, they are in for, I think it's the second count, right? And Minister Owen Darrell is in the lead. It's really, really quiet here. I feel like everywhere we've been so far has been quiet, except we also took a little peek around Court Street, and I can say that Court Street they're ready for a party.
Yeah, we went to Raj over there, and we were trying to remind Raj, you're working now. Don't stop partying.
Listen, he definitely he got the best spot tonight. He's not going to be cold at all.
Yeah, Raj is going to stay warm. So it's quiet around there. You're saying so? No, I mean, I guess we're going to have to figure out where everyone's going after it, who going to Court Street, if that makes sense.
I think we're going to go back down to Taste. I think that once the result, we get a little further into the results, I think people will feel a little more comfortable and come to their prospective homes. So hopefully we can see someone, but as of now, everything is very, very quiet.
All righty. Well, Sancha, keep us posted. You look great. Teo said,
I was saying you look gorgeous.
You look great.
Why, I don't look cold, Teo? Gorgeous?
No,
thank you.
well, you do look cold, but you look more gorgeous than cold.
Oh my God.
Thank you, Teo.
You're
very welcome.
All right, we'll talk to you soon, Sanch. Have a good one.
I have a question. Everybody who came on looked like they were wearing black, as it was somehow coordinated. And I understood the person who said everybody should wear black is actually wearing a light color.
So, Theo,
Mr. Barrett, thank you for bringing this up. Explain yourself, Jane.
Can I tell my side of the story? Can I tell my
Yes,
side?
it is the story.
Mr. Barritt, he did say black or gray, but I only remember black at the time. And so I apologize. Yeah. All right. He just let everyone know that I was the problem. That's all.
I thought I was just touching him up.
No, and he
Okay.
All right, Sanj, we'll talk to you in a few.
All right.
All righty. All right. Let's just check, Mr. Barritt, see if any more results have come in. Let's see if there's anything else that's come in that you can give some feedback on. So we've got Tanae.
You got to pull it up again, Jay.
Thank you, Tay. We've got Tanae Ferbert extending her lead. I mean, that is after count 4.
Yeah, that's not one.
Yeah. That's pretty much a PLP strong.
You look at Warwick West, it looks like the OBA candidate Cunningham is caught up.
Yeah, she's gaining
close the
ground.
gap. Yeah, close the gap.
She gained some ground.
Yeah, she's gained some ground. Dr. Dukudo looks like he will be marching into the House of Assembly.
Now remember, 25 was once an OBA seat, fairly well held, and was lost in the 20 election, I think, maybe 17.
Yeah.
But it was always winnable.
Yeah,
and,
remember, Dale Butler used to have that seat, and he used to work his butt off.
And then Pettingill won it, or Barron won it. I can't remember.
Barron won it. Barron won.
Yeah, and then so that's one that could turn,
yes,
depending on the strength of the candidate. And my impression is Dukudo has been working it very hard.
Yeah, I had him winning that. I had him winning that.
All right.
Anything else surprise you as we go down?
No.
Sands North, like the rerun of the by-election, is.
Look at that.
We've got to keep watching Robin Tucker and Anthony Richardson.
Yes.
And Pembroke West, I'm not showing any more recent return there.
Okay, let's see.
It was 179 votes from what I'm looking at.
Oh, wow. Dwayne Robinson up 168. That's after 4. So it looks like that's going to be a flip. That's going to be going that way. So right now, if we look, Douglas
Dukudo. Look at Devonshire North Central. Yeah. Where Miss Webb has surpassed Mr. Swan.
Yeah. But look at that. Yeah. And then you got 180 votes in opposition, 170 for
yeah.
Canceling each other out. Who could have predicted that, Mr. Barritt? Could have predicted that.
Please. Yeah. Politics is a lot of addition, too much subtraction.
Yeah.
But I always say, whatever you're hearing, you divide it by 2 if you want to come close to the truth.
Robert King has moved up.
Yep. April said that's going to be a squeaker.
Yeah. Well, it was in the by-election too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the interesting thing is, if you put up Sir John, I think he's only got 100 and some votes.
Okay.
And I would think that's going to be a heck of a gap to close.
All right. Yeah, that's interesting.
And most people thought of all the independents, he and Renee
had the best shot.
The best shot because they have immediate creds.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate. Man, I'm so glad you're sticking around for later to come back and evaluate the results. But we've got to do a trivia in a bit. Let's talk about the trends really quickly, Teo and Mr. Barritt. Let's talk about the trends.
Too early.
Well,
I don't think we've gone deep enough to see like who the independents are siphoning votes from.
See, you can't go Vegas with me. I can't Vegas with me, you all. They don't want to take any risk. I want them to see me. I'm gonna take the risk and be wrong.
All right.
You know what? I got it wrong. I'm joking, guys.
I understand, but the only trend I can say so far is not terribly surprising. The results that we're seeing so far. That's the one thing I would comment, maybe with an exception here and there. But what I was hearing from my friends, some have been in politics. One person was saying PLP 30, OBA 6. I said, I think you're being a little heavy there. I thought it'd be more like 23 and 17, whatever it is, 13 for the rest. And it's probably, it looks like it's going to fall somewhere in between.
Southampton West is getting interesting.
Yeah. Hit that one, would you, Jay?
This is getting interesting.
And that's where most people thought the FDM would have their best shot.
Look, you all know I have a lot of love and respect for Mark Bean. I do. I do. I think Mark is one of the most intelligent people who we've had the pleasure of having in the Parliament. Teo, you had the opportunity to be in this Senate with him, I believe. Mr. Barritt opposed him at one point. But I'll say this much, and this is no disrespect. I have Mark on dial to reach out to him like many others. I was unsure. I was very unsure. I didn't think that he would have a chance simply because of how PLP people in the area traditionally vote. If he were to pull this off, I would be surprised. I'd be happy for him because I know he really wants to contribute politically. That's why I'd be happy for him, because I know he really wants to give back to his country politically. And if he pulls this off, it's no disrespect to him, but I would be surprised. I don't know if you guys would be, but I would be very surprised.
Well,
this would be the least surprising of the independent thing.
Or the FDM, certainly.
I'm sorry, the FDM, yeah.
But the other thing he was up against, Jamel, and Teo, I don't know whether you heard this, there was also a whisper campaign going on with respect to Mark, and that is where he lives.
Correct.
And that can hurt too, you know.
Mm-hmm.
That can hurt. That can hurt too.
Mm-hmm. So this is interesting. This is getting interesting. We got to do a quick trivia as well, and we'll continue going to break. But let's do this trivia question really quickly. Trivia question, and again, credit to NMAC. Big up to NMAC, North Shore Medical, for making things available for us. Question now. We asked about Sir Dr. Ewart Brown. We're going to ask about John Barritt. What constituency, and no, Mr. Barritt and Teo, you can't play. What constituency did Mr. Barritt retire from?
That's an easy one.
I could have had like 4 facials by now.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm looking at results. Anybody got it right, Mr. Barritt? Let me see. We've got C9.
Yes.
Barritt.
Yeah.
We've got C9.
No,
that's not C9. It was.
No.
It was. I see the right answer right here. C12.
Bingo.
That was it. Craig Kenner. I thought. I'm shocked Charles says C8, C9, but it's 12. Nicole Walker, you better send us an email. contact@bermudacommunications.com. Get yourself a victory. You all got to pay attention. Come on now. OBA have won a seat. They have flipped the seat, officially flipped the seat. And we're going to go to that right now. Teo, just remind me. I believe let's go. It looks like the OBA have flipped the seat. We got 2 results in, apparently. Winner, Zandy Silva, has won his seat handedly. Wow, large majority. So that's 1 seat that is won. The OBA has also won a seat, and I believe it is Dwayne Robinson. Congratulations to Dwayne Robinson. Look, I've said this, man. I think Misha and Dwayne, unfortunately for Bermuda, are 2 of probably the best candidates out there. And I think they would both be welcomed in the House, can make a difference. I was sad to see them go against one another, but congratulations to Dwayne Robinson. He's worked hard. Misha worked hard as well, but probably didn't have as much time. But we have 2 winners so far. Dwayne Robinson is going into the House of Assembly with a more than 60% of the vote. Impressive. Impressive.
That's a win.
But
Go ahead.
What's the turnout there? 768 out of what? 1,200 voters?
Yeah.
Out of 13, so what?
That's over 50%.
Yeah, that's not impressive though.
Yeah. I mean, it's around like what we've been dealing with over the past like 3 cycles, I think.
2020 was 55.5% turnout. But you know, that was COVID, and people weren't particularly excited, I don't think. But this time, you would assume that people were excited. But maybe maybe the voters there were disappointed. They only had 2 candidates and not 4.
And that's the thing. The ones that have come in so far, we've got 3 winners so far. And the 3 winners, only 2 people running each place. And the other
the 2-on-2s.
What's that?
I'm saying like the one-on-one face-off.
Just the traditional.
The duels, yeah. So I think
there were 8 of them in almost a quarter of the seats.
Yeah, I think the third winner is Tanae Furbert. Again, a tremendous. I'll put it on the screen. She got 65.61% of the vote. A tremendous victory for her.
And what's the total number of voters down there?
That was 788 out of 760.
Same thing.
Yeah.
Just over 50%.
Just a little over half people.
So this might be a very low voter turnout then.
Yeah, well, it's 2020 was.
And our chat, the TDH chat was saying they were smelling a low turnout election within the first 15 minutes of the show. So, as ever, the TDH audience is the most politically savvy on the island. Well done, y'all. You called it.
Real quickly, I just want to give a shout out to Channel 82, the Royal Gazette, and Mac Medical House. You are the real MVPs, folks. This is this is what happens in a small community when we collaborate and we work together. To Mr. Barritt, to Ms. Gordon-Pamplin, to Dr. Ewart Brown. This is awesome. To Taj, who's about to join us. I appreciate and value you so much. But I have to give a special shout out to our team. A lot of you don't see her face or hear her voice right now. But Maya Palacio is literally producing right now in the back from on an airplane. She is en route. She is on a very long airplane ride producing from the background. And she may not like when I do this, but I'm going to ask you to go just give Maya some love for the work that she does. Even when she's unavailable, she's available. She's available. Mr. Barritt, before you had
and she chooses some nice photographs too, I have to tell you.
Mr. Barritt, before you head out, because you're going to come back once the results are all in, but
I'll be around, yeah.
Just want any quick final thoughts on the results so far?
No, as I said earlier, there are no overall surprise at this point. But it is going to leave people and should leave people in the OBA and the PLP to wonder what it is that they can do to do better in terms of connecting with the people. And it may be that the traditional party structure is under attack.
For better for worse.
And the point I'd like to make, and you haven't got enough time now, is it, as I said earlier, we may look back on this as the tipping point where this happened, depending on how people read the messages that are being sent.
Indeed.
That are being sent. Because I've just been reading a book called The Revenge of the Tipping Point, and it talks about how the tipping point has to change the overstory. And the overstory is one of party politics, particularly the strength of one party, the Progressive Labor Party. And when you look back to 1963, it was the party, and its overstory the whole time was, we are the party of social and economic justice. And we are the party not only of Black Bermudians, but for Black Bermudians at that time. And that has resonated and connected down through the generations. It's a point about race and class, and how that has been the overstory that has been challenging for the United Bermuda Party for many at the end of its tenure, and now for the One Bermuda Alliance. And the only way you're going to defeat that is by recognizing that and building on that and not fighting it. That's my view.
Thank you so much. Gotta run this commercial, Mr. Barritt. We'll see you in a few.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have fun.
All right, sir. We'll do. We've got one more result that's just come in. Owen Darrell, welcome to the House of Assembly. He joins another senator, Dwayne Robinson. So Owen Darrell, congratulations. I told you all you got it wrong on TDH this morning. You don't want to agree with me, but we're going to take a quick break, folks. Do not go anywhere. We are taking this break. We'll be back in 5 minutes, 57 seconds. Do not go anywhere. It's getting interesting. We've got Taj coming up.
Hi there, welcome to Medical House. We're located at number 6 Bakery Lane. I can't wait to show you all of the great stuff that we carry. Come on inside, let's see. Let's kick it off in the footwear department. When it comes to footwear, we carry functional, comfortable, orthopedic, and waterproof shoes. We have construction shoes, golf shoes, shoes for walking, shoes for boating. We even have shoes for pickleball. We have shoes for everyone. With brands by Skechers, Atrax, Propay, Easy Street, Nursemates, Clogs, Avenger, Cherokee, Cat, Frog Talks, and DeWalt. The list goes on. Take a look at our workwear for construction workers and tradesmen. Durable, stretchable in all the right places and plenty of options for tools and accessories. Pair with our wide range of tough and comfortable footwear. You can't go wrong. Long days, long shifts, you no longer have to endure comfortable underwear. Designed by nurses, we now offer premium undergarments by Swoop that are unique, fun, comfortable, and functional. The only underwear you'll ever want to wear. Who says high-quality functional products can't be stylish and comfortable at the same time? Speaking of stylish, we also have top-quality running, walking, and workout apparel by Skechers in a variety of sizes for men and women. Cool, breathable, and dry. With our wide selection of Skechers footwear, you'll look great before, during, and after your workout. As you can see, Medical House really is a one-stop shop for everybody. We can't wait to see you.
You'll be surprised at everything we have to offer at our huge new retail and wholesale location on Bakery Lane.
Hello everyone, I'm Dr. Pat Chandran-Penn, a consultant cardiologist. I'm very excited to be joining North Shore Medical and Aesthetic Centre soon to treat patients with heart conditions. I've over 2 decades of experience in the United Kingdom treating various heart conditions including coronary artery disease, heart failure, heart valve disease and heart rhythm abnormalities. Having heart disease significantly impacts on your life expectancy and quality of life. So if you have any concerns about your heart, perhaps you're feeling short of breath, fatigue, getting chest pain or palpitations, or you have a pre-existing heart condition that requires ongoing care, or you simply want a checkup to see how your heart is doing, please don't hesitate to book an appointment with me at North Shore. The sooner you do that, the quicker you'll be on your way to better heart health. So don't delay, book now, and I'll see you soon.
In Bermuda, staying connected is everything. With the best coverage, including 5G, we're ensuring everyone has the connection they deserve. Proudly created by Bermudians and serving our community since 1998, we employ over 100 Bermudians who are committed to bringing you the best. For a limited time, get an unlimited smartphone plan for just $99 a month, plus a device for $0 down. Stay connected, stay unlimited. Switch today. Experience the best connection.
Right. Who was the first woman to become not just the first female opposition leader in Bermuda, but throughout the entire British Commonwealth?
Dame Lewis Brown Evans.
Hey, buddy. Hun, who was the first woman to serve as opposition leader, not just in Bermuda, but throughout the entire British Commonwealth?
Dame Lewis Brown Evans.
Mason, what did you say?
Dame Lewis Brown Evans.
Dame Lewis Brown Evans. Where do you find that?
Mommy playing Bermuda trivia.
Mommy playing Bermuda trivia.
Oh, honey, I'm so proud of you. Good job.
Platforms.
My boy, Brethren, wake up, man. Come on, man. Look, have one of these super coffees, man. I need my stuff tomorrow, man. 8 o'clock, man. People are depending on me. I'm depending on you, man.
Yeah, okay,
You're my boy. Come on, man. I know you could do it, man.
Hey, I'm finish your video, you know. This super coffee is on need money. I'm pinging right now. I feel like I run a marathon. How many flavors do you in the car? Do they sell in YDK? Where does it come from? Look, you can get me some more. Hello? The boy hung up on me. I need some more super coffee.
Parents, please take an interest in your child's online activity. It's not prying, it's protecting. We encourage you to do your research on what apps your child is using because it is important to keep them protected. Use privacy settings for your little ones and develop open and honest conversations around cyber safety with your teens. This helps prevent online interaction with digital predators. These predators exist, and they are experts on grooming children online. So arm yourself with the knowledge and tools to safeguard your child. Visit scarsbermuda.com to learn more.
Join us as we celebrate 5 years and 1,000 plus episodes of community conversations on Bermuda's daily talk show. The Daily Hour Gala takes place on April 26th at LF Wade International Airport. For more information and advance tickets, please send an email to admin@bermudacommunications.com. We look forward to celebrating all that's great about our community with all of you.
Alrighty, welcome back. Thanks again to Medical House and North Shore Medical and Aesthetic Center for representing and supporting us. We have some more results. Another winner, Alexa Lightborn. I thought, again, another one I called. I think we all called it. Will be entering the house. She has won her seat. Let's tell you, I keep forgetting, man. She has won her seat. Congratulations to Alexa. I thought she was a great candidate, but again, as you said to Mr. Barritt said, you look at the others. She didn't get more than 50% of the vote. They canceled each other out. This is the trend.
They're siphoning from the direction that they intended not to.
Correct.
They're taking votes that weren't going her direction anyway. Which I don't know how predictable this was, to be honest with you. It was only like A or B. It could only be one of the two available options. But it looks like the independents may at the end of this end up being frustrated with themselves for not doing that prior legwork to form an affirmative coalition to give folks something to vote for rather than a vehicle to vote against.
And let me be clear, this is not about friends or political affiliation or supporting one person or the other. This is really about, I'm not a mathematician. I'm not a statistician. I just look at what makes sense. And if the idea and the goal from those opposing the current government was to remove them, then this was never going to be a great strategy. You get me? And I don't think it takes rocket science to understand that. We had an example recently before us, Teo, in constituency 36. So we've got Taj Donville-Outerbridge ready to come on. So let's bring him on. I'd like to hear his opinion on some things and get some idea of where he stands as the results are coming in, what it means. Taj is compared to us, a much younger Bermudian. Well, you especially, but compared to us, he's a younger Bermudian with a different perspective. And so let's give a warm TDH welcome to Taj Donville-Outerbridge. You've probably read some of his awesome articles in the Royal Gazette. Again, Royal Gazette collaborating with us as well as Channel 82. We are streaming hopefully on your phone, on your computer, and in your home on your TV. Let's welcome Taj to the show. Taj, how goes it, Taj?
It's going good. I'm just watching the results like you.
Well, Taj, you're saying it's going good. Some people in the audience talking about they need a dark and stormy and stuff. I don't know what that's. you see those comments? People say, "Oh, I'm going to need a drink." But Taj, look, just as you're seeing the numbers come in, what are your thoughts? What are you thinking?
I'm thinking the same as everyone else, and as the former MPs and Premier have pointed out, which is that the combined opposition hurt itself, which is what I think we all expected to see. I think in some areas it was the OBA's fault. The OBA should not have run candidates in certain areas like C13, C36, C32, and maybe even in C2. And the independents could have had a chance there, stronger, the FDM. And C14 and C24 is where the independents maybe should not have run anyone, or the FDM should not have run anyone, and the OBA could have pulled through. But it just speaks to the lack of strategy and cooperation that was at play.
Yeah, I agree. We've got another winner.
Here. Oh no, who's the new winner? Who we got?
Obvious.
Okay. Yeah. That was in the bag.
Continue. Hey, sorry.
The thing that I want to continue to underline is that this would have been the wrong move for the independents and the OBA and the FDM if their primary goal was the removal of the PLP above all else.
Mhm.
If that wasn't their primary priority, rather, we want to get as close to power as possible as an organization, then like this is a much more rational set of choices.
Yeah.
Right. And I think keeping that in mind is important, because I don't want to frame them as being dopes, basically. It's just they may have had different motivations than you or many other people in the country. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I think the FDM pointed to having that motivation and then still failed to pull through with that plan. Like Mark was the key one calling for unity and strategy, and then he still ran 10 candidates in seats where there were already 3 people running. So I thought that was poor strategy on their part as well, to run some independent some FDM candidates where there were already strong independents running. So the FDM said they only picked 10 to run in select areas where they thought they had a chance. I don't see that at all being the strategy that was employed based on where they ran the 10.
So like a fundamental misreading of the conditions on the ground. Like they thought they could do more than they actually could, basically.
That was a huge misreading.
I got you.
I got some more results, guys. We have another flip. So the OPA has flipped another seat. Douglas Takuto. I called that one. No disrespect to Joanne Ball-Burgess, but I said it's no way she's beating this guy. He's done the work. He's been working that place just like Dwayne. It's not that Joanne's a bad candidate or Misha's a bad candidate, but they had a head start.
Absolutely.
They had a head start. But again, I mean, this was dominance though. This is a marginal. This is dominance when you look at the number.
Yeah. Well, remember how Mr. Barritt emphasized that this particular seat historically wasn't always a marginal. This hasn't been a seat that changed hands consistently over time. So this may be just sort of reverting the baseline as far as the population of voters there.
We've got to go. Let's see if Mia wants to come in. I think we'll go to Mia Taj and see what she's got. She's at OBA headquarters. We've got Rajay out in Party Central, so we'll go to Raj after. But let's hit up Mia to see what she's got going on over at Vasco da Gama. Mia, how are you?
Hi guys, we're here from Vasco da Gama, the OBA headquarters for this evening. Things are getting really exciting. The feeling's really starting to pick up, especially with these 2 dominant and early winners. We've got Douglas Takuto and, of course, Dwayne Robinson. And while I am not sipping on any dark and stormies, I do have from Barritt our Recover organic electrolyte and vitamin infused drink. So cheers, everyone. This elect's getting really spicy.
Right in here. Big up to Barritt. Barritt is providing our soft drinks and making sure that everyone is hydrated for the evening. So thanks so much to Barritt for taking care of us and all of our partners for supporting what we're doing. I am privileged. I feel privileged to be in the company of people like Mia, Teo, Taj, and everyone on the team that's contributed tonight. And honestly, the audience, we appreciate you. Mia,
Yes.
flipped 2 seats. They flipped both Douglas and Dwayne. Those were 2 seats held by the PLP. What's the background there? Obviously, the PLPs looks like they're on their way to victory. But is there confidence growing that they can make more inroads?
Definitely. I think the vibe is really picking up. Everyone's very excited. You can feel the energy now with these 2 seats secured, very early days. And not only that they've been secured, it hasn't been marginally. It was by a very dominant vote. So people really came out. They really wanted to see a change. And they've seen that now with both Dr. Douglas Takuto and, of course, Dwayne Robinson. So you can start to feel the music starting to get a bit louder. And I think while there's no fluorescent headpieces just yet, there's still time for them to turn out.
All righty. Mia, let us know when you've got somebody there. We definitely want to make sure we talk to some folks throughout the night. We do have another winner. I'll put it up on the screen. So we have this is another. No surprise here. Jamal Simmons winning up in what's that, like Somerset somewhere? 33. 33.
Southampton. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, that's another victory for the PLP. So I think the PLP has about 7 now. The OBH.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well,
Congratulations, Mr. Simmons.
yeah.
But we'll carry on, and as the candidates start to roll in now, I will make sure to grab them, and we'll have some recover, and we'll have a kiki and a little bit of recover and talk all things election.
All right. Sounds good, Mia. We'll talk soon. We're gonna head over to Rajay on Court Street. All right, Mia Chambray. Awesome. Don't you just love Mia? Let's go to Raj, the party animal. Let's see. Raj.
Sorry, let me stop. Here we are on Court Street, everybody, the Reginald A. Burroughs building, the PLP. I am here with Miss Suzette Butterfield, the sister of MP Michael Reese. Miss Butterfield, how are you this evening?
Oh, I'm good, thanks. I'm good.
It is lovely to see you tonight. So what brings you to Court Street this evening?
I'm strictly PLP.
Yes, ma'am.
Always in PLP.
Yes, ma'am.
PLP for life.
Now, why has the PLP been your party for life? Or why is the PLP your party for life?
My mother, Lois Reese, who died a year ago, she was strictly PLP.
Yes, ma'am.
My brother is the Minister of National Security. PLP is in my blood.
Yes, ma'am.
And will stay in my blood.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So what are you hoping if the PLP is successful in winning the government, which it looks like they're going to be since they're 7 seats up, what do you hope to see from this next PLP government?
A little improvement. They've done well, but there are no perfect parties. Okay, we all need to work together.
Understood.
Okay, and PLP will do that.
Understood.
And it's not no if, we will win.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Now, who is going to guarantee that? Who's going to turn that if into a will?
Excuse me?
Who is going to turn that if into a will? And not the PLP might do better. If they do better, they will do better. Who is going to make sure that the PLP does better?
So, not just that, the people.
Yes, ma'am.
The people themselves. We owe it to the people.
Lovely.
Okay.
And on that note, I'm going to toss it back to you guys in the studio. We're here on Court Street. I got it! Down! Turn it up to down! This Savannah grass!
That's the man out there. We've got another result. It is over. There is no hope left for Lindsey Simmons. We've got a winner. Robert King pulls it off.
Okay.
Pulls it off. So again, that's one that people had a lot of hope that Sir John would win.
Yeah.
Now, let me ask the two of you this. Does this indicate that if Sir John can't get back into Parliament, that the notion that independent candidates have a legit shot at earning some seats might just not be on the table anymore, or at the moment, I should say?
Let's go. Yeah.
Yeah, for me, Sir John wasn't the litmus test. He wasn't in my predictions of independence that was likely to win, actually.
Okay.
Despite what the common sentiment was. I thought Renee actually stood a stronger chance than he did. So she would be the litmus test for me rather than John Swan. But based on how the results are looking, even in C13, it's not looking like any of the independents will pull through this time around. So that, as unfortunate as that is, that looks like how it's going to go.
Yeah, I'll say this much. As far as independent candidates, every person who was an independent that came on the Daily Hour, I asked them the same question. No one has been successful as an independent since 1989 under a completely different system. What makes you think you can win it?
Right.
I don't know if this speaks more to the independent or the mentality of the voter.
Yeah, it's the electorate for sure.
Yeah.
We haven't necessarily evolved 50 times in terms of where to place their votes, and I mean you can hear it in the people that Rajay is talking to at the PLP for life. It's nothing that's going to change that. So when you have voters that nothing, no matter how bad they do as a government, they will still get the support of their base and their voters. What can you do?
But see, I don't think what we're talking about is the behavior of the base of either party, right? Like they're priced in. The voters that determine the outcome of elections in Bermuda, just like elections all over the world, it ain't the base. It's the swing.
Well,
it's those people in the middle that aren't attached. And the reason that the base is consequential is when those swing voters, those unattached people, don't show up or throw their votes in a direction that ends up not being productive. So I think it sort of speaks to the thing you were saying initially, right? Like the community isn't like we're not yet democratically mature enough to think this stuff through in a way that serves our collective or I want to point individual interests. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I have to push back a bit. I think that the base, especially for the PLP, is what is the make or break, right? In 2012, their base did not show up to vote, hence they lost the election. So it is ultimately for the PLP, a low voter turnout has historically been the worst nightmare, right? And this election, the last two elections have changed that, 2020, and this election is looking like a low voter turnout similar to that of 2020, where the PLP will still pull through. But before that, if you're talking about 2012, that was the PLP's vote base not turning out to vote. And that's why they lost that election.
Yeah, I'm talking about like beyond that, like at this point, right? Because the PLP's base and the OBA's base over time has consistently decreased for really obvious, predictable reasons. Just the passage of time, right? Like people die because in both instances, their bases tend to be the older members of our community. They're not going to be here forever, and yet and still, they dominate the landscape. No, forgive me. They dominate the landscape, not because they pull the majority of the voters, as we've been looking at the numbers here, right? Like they've been winning seats with 47% of the vote, 42% of the vote, and the collective opposition to them has just beat that number consistently, right? So like that, I think, is the thing to really think about. Not so much the individual parties' bases, but like what everybody else is doing, because there's more of everybody else than each party's base.
Real quickly, I want to see something because it looks like we're heading towards a very low turnout. Now, what's crazy is I'm getting information that 827 people voted in C10 in the 2020 election, right? 759 in this one. Now, low voter turnout was never in the PLP's favor, but it seems to have changed.
Yes, that's the point I was making.
That Todd's saying, like, it seems to have changed, and it's sad. Audience, we haven't gone to the audience in a while. Let us know, how do you feel about the results so far? At current, the PLP has a total of 8 seats, if I'm not mistaken. Nine. They have 9 seats so far.
When they get?
Oh, sorry. Teo. Yeah. 10 seats for the PLP.
Who did they pick up?
Wow, let's see what else they got.
Halfway there.
Jason Hayward has 1.
Yeah.
Yep, Jason Hayward. So, at least he got over 50% of the vote, like Jamal Simmons with the other candidates. I can appreciate that he and Jamal Simmons got more than 50%. I stand by. I think it should be a runoff if they don't get it. We've got Jarian Richardson and Kim Wilkerson. That's no result there yet. But Jason, the PLP is doing what the PLPs do, man. They're doing what they do. What are your thoughts on the results so far? Let's go to the audience real quickly. Vegan Sports Bar said low turnout because Bert made sure the youth were far away. Let's talk about that because Taj, I mean, you're a person that is impacted. Let's talk about the impact of that may have on this election.
Yeah, I mean, I prepared notes particularly for this. I mean, I came home to vote in the pre-voting. I was happy enough to be one of the lucky young people that Bermuda Youth Connect and the generous anonymous donors were able to support in coming home to vote. It's about 20 of us, I believe. But what I wanted to say was that young people have been crucial in the change of government since 1998. 1998, it was young people that got the PLP elected. In 2012, to some extent, and in 2017, young people was what got the PLP re-elected again as part of the campaign I worked on. So it's unfortunate that the PLP, and I'm gonna say it plainly, uses young people to get elected, but then once they become the government, you don't see young people in the ads for the political campaigns. You don't see young people or initiatives focused on young people in their policy agendas as top priorities and things that they're communicating to the public. I mean, the first 4 points that they put out were all related to seniors, none related to young people. So young people have gotten the PLP elected twice since when they were not the government, have changed them from opposition to government. And then the PLP turns around and turns its back on the very young people that got them where they are today. So that's just very disappointing. I think a lot of young people are feeling that, and many of them won't be able to vote because they're simply not in Bermuda. And the PLP voter base typically would not have the money to bring young people home. It's the OBA voter base that has the money to bring their children home to vote. The PLP voter base does not have that.
Like it feels just fundamentally irrational. Like,
exactly.
and not just irrational, but unjust, right?
Yeah.
Like if you're entitled to the Cayman does postal votes, right? If Cayman could do it, the critiques about logistics, I just don't. They're hard to accept, you know.
Yeah. I must say this though, as we share more results. Chris Famous, it looks like he's marching to victory down in constituency 11. When I look at seats like this, I say the PLP has two different kind of candidates. And you guys may say, well, that's all politics, all political parties. But I think they have two different kind of candidates. They have the ones that work extremely hard in their constituency, and then the ones who are very good at corporate governance.
Yeah.
You get me? Like Chris Famous comes across, works very hard in his constituency, but he'll tell you, I don't want a ministry like his constituency. And then you have someone who may be very solid corporate governance, but they're not going to be painting, bus stops in their constituency. And you get what I'm saying? I think what we're looking for is people who have a combination of both.
Yeah, but that's a really specific skill set, though, bro.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like that's a special person within a special person within a special person. I don't know if that's a reasonable expectation.
Yeah. I think having a mix of both candidates is your best way of going, but it doesn't really work well when you have a Westminster system, right? When you have a more proportional system, you can pick candidates based on skill set rather than on who is the best worker for the constituency. But we don't have that type of system, unfortunately.
Yeah, not that's unfortunate, but it looks like Judge Shay Adams is going to hold on to 19. I mean, look, I'll say this much. What's that?
Can we go to C2? It looks like C2 has the result as well.
Kim Swan holding on to that? Oh my. Yeah. Let's go. And people, you all had Kim Swan losing that. Yep. See, Kim Swan held on.
Yeah.
He sure did. He sure did. And again, another constituency. I think
did people seriously have him losing though? Really?
No, but Charles H. Jeffers II questioned, I believe, both Quentin Sherlock and Tiffany on this show. It's funny how they took the way her name was spelled on Facebook and didn't spell her name correctly, but that's the parliamentary registrar, the same people that kicked me off the registry. But anyway, it's not about me. Real quickly, but he got less than 50% of the vote. This is another situation where they cancel each other out. See, audience, I'm watching the numbers very closely. I'm watching the numbers very closely. And the number that I'm looking for is the winner, whether or not they struck that 50% mark. Because if they didn't, and everyone else just canceled themselves out, man.
Yeah. I mean, there's a really good example of this dynamic playing itself out in the UK, right, Taj? Like the Labour government that just won, massive majority, biggest in I think like 100 years. They had on I think like 38% of the vote, which like those two things sound mutually exclusive, but that's how this stuff can go with this kind of electoral system.
Yeah, guys, we got to take a break. Just want to give a shout out to Medical House and NMAC, also the RG, the Royal Gazette. Appreciate the Royal Gazette, love the Royal Gazette collaboration, as well as Channel 82, Crimson Media, Lamont Woods. Appreciate you guys. Whatever platform you're tuned in on, I'm going to ask you to do us a favor. Join our Facebook page, our LinkedIn page, our YouTube page, our Twitter, X, or whatever you want to call it, our Instagram. Make sure you give us a like, love, follow, share. Make sure you send it to your friends, your colleagues. We're going to come back in about let's say 6 minutes, 15 seconds. Do not leave us. Don't go anywhere because we've got a lot more show to go. We've got more with Taj Donville-Outerbridge. Stick with us.
Join us as we celebrate 5 years and 1,000 plus episodes of community conversations on Bermuda's daily talk show. The Daily Hour Gala takes place on April 26th at LF Wade International Airport. For more information and advance tickets, please send an email to admin@bermudacommunications.com. We look forward to celebrating all that's great about our community with all of you.
Hi there, welcome to Medical House. We're located at number 6 Bakery Lane. I can't wait to show you all of the great stuff that we carry. Come on inside, let's see. Long days, long shifts, you no longer have to endure comfortable underwear. Designed by nurses, we now offer premium undergarments by Swoop that are unique, fun, comfortable, and functional. The only underwear you'll ever want to wear. Who says high-quality functional products can't be stylish and comfortable at the same time?
See it all at our new expanded location on Bakery Lane.
When it comes to the safety and protection of our children, education is prevention. So get SCARS certified, but don't stop there. Intervene if you see someone making a child feel uncomfortable or fearful. Abusers like to exert power and fear over children. Be their voice. Keep communication open. No topic is off limits. But don't stop there. Your response to a disclosure could make or break a child's ability to heal and to thrive. Don't avoid, don't deny, don't minimize, don't blame, and don't shame. Visit scarsbermuda.com to learn more.
Are your career prospects on snooze? Then Bermuda College's new Foundational Artificial Intelligence course is your wake-up call. Ready to upskill? Needing a new skill? Or simply curious? Artificial intelligence allows companies to maximize business efficiencies by hiring generative AI specialists. This could be you in as little as 5 weeks. A new field with endless career possibilities. The Foundations in Generative AI course will help you to harness the power of this amazing new technology. Artificial Intelligence Learning, your alarm clock for the future. For more information, contact Ready to Start at college.bm.
Hey, you alright, bud?
I don't know, man. I finished running 20 minutes ago, and I feel like I'm still panting.
Look like you need to recover. Try this here. New drink. Yeah, you're like you want to go to the hospital in 2 seconds or 2. This will make you fast like Flora.
Tastes good.
Yeah.
Yeah, bye.
Hey, we again.
I'm recovered, bye.
UMAMI. Umami translates as literally deliciousness or a pleasant savory taste. I'm Renelle, and I created Umami Bermuda Spice Company to increase awareness about the importance of using spices and the improved flavor and health benefits associated with their freshness. I was the child who had to sit at the table for hours because I wouldn't eat my food. I was always under punishment, and I always knew that when I was a grown-up, I would eat really good food. I'm obsessed with food, flavor, and getting the maximum health benefits from my spices. Many people struggle to create healthy, delicious meals. So I create high-quality spice blends to take the stress out of eating healthy. Whether you're cooking with poultry, whether you're doing vegetables, steak, whether you're vegan or vegetarian, we have a spice blend for you.
Being from this little island, like yourself, we knew you needed access to reliable shipping. We set up mailboxes so you can skip all the long waits or held up in customs excuses.
With mailboxes, that won't happen. Get your packages in under 48 hours using our dashboard.
Plus, if you're a planner or headerer, our weekly consolidation service might be for you. We hold your packages in Delaware and ship them together to save you big time on shipping fees.
And with our warehouse being in Delaware, that means 0% sales tax. Pretty cool, right guys?
This is Bermuda. From Dockyard to St. George's, from the bustling streets of Hamilton to the vibrance of our neighborhoods, we're all connected. We're all about celebrating what makes Bermuda unique, the people and the community. We're here to serve everyone who calls this island home, whether you were born here or choose Bermuda as your own. Be Mobile is built for you, with mobile plans that fit Bermudian life. You can rely on us to keep you connected wherever you go. We're proud to be fully committed to Bermuda. Our customer service is run entirely by locals. So when you call us, you're speaking to someone who truly understands island life. In fact, we might be only a few questions away from finding out we're related. We are here to make connecting effortless. No contracts, no hassles, just simple, reliable service from a team that's here for Bermuda. Be Mobile, bridging the gap between connectivity and community.
Bermuda Trivia, the Black History Edition, is now available at stores throughout Bermuda. Visit bermudatrivia.com or email contact@bermudatrivia.com to learn more.
All right, welcome back. Thanks again to everyone who's rocking with us. Thanks again to Medical House and MMAC for making sure that we can do this. Royal Gazette, Channel 82, other spaces where you can tune in and watch us. Folks, do us a favor. Make sure you're sharing on WhatsApp with your family, your friends, your colleagues. This is the coverage that you want to watch. This is the coverage you want to engage with. This is the coverage that you want to support. All right. We've got quite a few results that came in just now, guys. Quite a few results. Wayne Ferbert, Dennis Lister, the speaker. Any more that come to your head? We've got Ben Smith. We've got quite a few results that came in just now. The PLP are looking strong. It's going to be about 25, 26 seats, it looks like. But Ben Smith has won against Lauren Bell. Expected. That was expected. Wayne Ferbert looking strong against Joseph Marable in constituency number. What is that constituency number? 6. Dennis Lister, again, got more than 50% of the vote against, 3 other people. We've got Michael Fay, for the first time, has entered the House of Assembly, crushing his opponent. So Michael Fay is back in the political field. Let's speak about that for a second, guys, if you don't mind. Let's touch on the return of Michael Fay to the House. This was seen as toxic by some people outside the One Bermuda Alliance, the return of such a controversial figure. Any opinions on his return to politics and his first stay in the House of Assembly?
If I can go, I think toxic is no. Bad strategy, perhaps. I think that ruling him out at this point would have potentially been a bad strategy, but obviously it worked. It worked out. I mean, in their favor, and it was never a seat that the OBA was going to lose in my mind anyway. So no matter who they put there, they would have won. I just found it peculiar that they would give such a controversial figure such a safe seat that he has the potential to hold in perpetuity, right? So I think that was the most interesting choice of it, was where he was placed, especially since he had been so absent from politics.
But I push back on what you said, though. I don't think it was about that seat, Taj. I know for a fact people who actually said, hey, I was considering voting for the OBA, not in that constituency, but once he was unveiled. So it's not about that seat. Sure. I think it's a greater picture of what some people have said that, they, and again, we had Michael Fay on the Daily Hour. My issues are very different from most people. I'm not most people. I don't see him how majority of the public sees him. I don't, the same way how the education minister, many people don't like Yellow Band. I don't see him how other people do. And I think my difference is I don't have children in the system. So I get you. I agree. Probably bad strategy. It probably did cost him in some other areas, but it was never going to cost him. There is your point.
Exactly.
Yeah. What I wonder is what the decision to commit that safe seat to him in this moment means about the OBA's long-term vision for their party.
Right.
That's what I think is at least interesting. Do you know what I mean? Like if doubling down on that guy at this moment in this election where the PLP's likelihood of success was in principle as shaky as it was going to be for a while. Like, what do they think 10 years from now Michael Fay is going to bring to the party? Like, what does he do for them that it was worth using that safe seat on him? And I don't know who could answer that question that would actually talk about it in public, but that's interesting to me.
I don't know. I think there's a lot of things that played, and if I could speak plainly, I suppose, I guess it was to have more white faces in the House of Assembly, because the OBA is, you know, as Dr. Ewart Brown was pointing out, there are racial lines on which people vote, right? But the OBA this time around only had 6 white candidates. So if that is in line with the racial dynamics, then it seems like it would be part and parcel with the playbook of the UBP and the playbook of the now OBA. So
I mean, Connette Burgess, you know, she said it means they are the same OBA. And I think that's kind of, you know, I tell you, I really appreciate what you said, though. Again, this is not saying that any one of us feel a certain way about Michael Fay or the OBA, but the reality is the public feels a certain way. And you just basically spoke about the long-term risk, right? For the short-term reward. And is it really a reward? Now, let's be honest. Quality-wise, he's probably one of the best that they could have put, you know?
Yeah. As far as that somebody who can occupy a seat in parliament and potentially in government and get the job done, like fulfilling the vision of the people that vote for him and his party. But that other type of politician that y'all were talking about, like the doorstep, charming, like all that, you know, I mean, no disrespect to Mr. Fay. Like I served with him in the Senate. He's always been cordial, you know, all the good things, but like he fulfills he's a particular tool for a particular task. And I'm not exactly sure what the task was. That your theory though, Taj, it's kind of obscene, right? But I can't argue you off that point. I don't know that you're wrong.
Yeah, let's
maybe yes.
I think I'm just trying to figure out. I think we have to go to either Simone, Mia, or Roger in a few. I do believe we're going to have Sir John coming up as well. So I believe Sir John. I don't know if Simone's ready, but we'll wait to see who's ready next. Now, Taj, I want to touch on this. This is hilarious to me. Kemi Smith says he will be the next UBP. Faye will be the next UBP leader. Let's talk about some issues now. Let's talk about some issues. So it looks like we're going to get pretty much the same strong Bermuda Progressive Labour Party government back. As a person who has fought, you know, for a social justice issue for 15 years, probably, I think it's long, with the courts and so on. You've been very outspoken about your support for your social justice cause. Minister Tanae Furbert mentioned in speaking at the rally on Saturday about LGBTQ+. Do you trust and what work do you all do now, knowing the government we're going to have? What work gets done to ensure that there's movement towards your cause?
I mean, our work is unchanged in that regard, because no party was in line with our vision, right? No candidate came out and publicly supported the Bermuda Policy Manifesto. No candidate, no party platform, aside from the PLP's cavalier edition of age of consent, which doesn't even specifically reference our request around age of consent. No other platform from the parties anyway addresses any issues related to the issues we had discussed, right? So it was never we had a preference of who would be in government, because it's more of the same. And so for us, it's the fight continues. I mean, today, Minister Furbert has been very supportive of our cause, but as a singular person, she can only do so much. And so that has been the challenge. It's not having a minister who's responsible for a ministry that's supportive, but then you need to speak to the minister of tourism, or you need to speak to the minister of education, or you need to speak to the minister of health. Then you see barriers appear, right? So one minister can be supportive, but there's that ideology, let's say, or that allyship, to put it in better words, is not spread throughout the PLP nor the cabinet. So you have one member of the cabinet, Wayne Furbett, who is very publicly anti-LGBTQ+, and even put forward a members' bill to make same-sex marriage illegal while the court case was happening. I don't know if any of you remember that. So it's the PLP has this push and pull, and I think this is what Teo and Dr. Ewart Brown was speaking about earlier, was that maybe at some point we'll see an ideological divide, because there's a lot of people in the PLP that perhaps don't belong with the current set of dominant ideology, right? Tanae, I think, is one of them, and Renee Ming is perhaps another one. So there are good people and not good, that's the wrong word. There are people of all the political spectrum in the PLP, which makes Bermuda hard to categorize as left-wing, right-wing, centrist. It's difficult to do that because you have
schizophrenic.
You have far right and far left in the same party, right? So it's very difficult to kind of come up with anything, and it's hard to see how they even reach consensus on issues.
Well, I want to touch on something Teo and Dr. Brown said earlier. I think it was the Honorable Gordon-Pamplin. Teo touched on earlier the shift in the world. Things are not shifting in favor of social justice and causes like this. That's the reality, right?
Yeah.
Who's to say this government says, you know what? We're not going to lose any votes. I mean, that's how they acted with conscription, if we're honest. To them, it's like, we're not going to lose any favors. Why should we do it? And let's be honest. Politics, the way politics works, whether we like it or not, it's not about whether that's right or wrong.
Yeah.
It's whether it's politically expedient. So, I mean, if we're to follow world trends that Teo mentioned earlier, we're up against it, right?
Yeah. I think especially in the West, we're looking at the rise of the far right. But the PLP doesn't proclaim to be a party of that nature, right? The PLP claims to be a progressive Labour party. And it's my job as an advocate for a social justice issue to hold them to that, right? So that is what is part of my work. Is the OBA, their vision and mission is a little bit blurry. The PLP is clear.
I'm gonna go CNN on you and cut you off. We've got a winner who flipped the seat. Let's go to Mia over with Dwayne Robinson. I'm so sorry, but we gotta get to a winner. I got Mia OBA HQ. Dwayne Robinson, hardworking gentleman. Again, predicted he would win that. He did. Don't call me Nostradamus. No. But let's go to Mia over there with Dwayne.
Jamal Adonis. Hello. I'm here live with the very first winner of the election. We've got Senator Dwayne Robinson. Dwayne, how are you feeling? How are you feeling?
I'm very honored. I'm really excited that, the people of constituency 30 placed their faith in me in such a manner and was able to even increase the margin of the past election. So I'm looking forward to earning that by getting to work on their behalf.
Absolutely. Now, you did win by a huge margin today. What would you say for the people who didn't vote for you? And how do you plan on representing all the constituencies in Southampton East Central, constituency 30, which Southampton is very near and dear to my heart?
Yes, of course. So the first thing I realized from this election was that, folks were looking for connectivity. They were looking for accessibility and competence in their representatives. And so I hope to embody that by going door to door and meet those who I didn't get to meet, and is striving to making myself accessible and address their needs, not just discuss them.
What was the first thing you did after you found out that you had won?
I went home and I hugged my wife and my son. And that's why I relate to Vasco da Gama, because, my wife had to leave the filling station to look after our son and to get ready for bed, but I want to catch him right before. And, they have been my support next to my campaign manager and all of the constituents. They've kept me going. And I am reading everybody's tweets and everybody's congratulatory messages. I just haven't been able to get to all of them, but I'm just very awestruck right now.
Oh, absolutely. It's been overwhelming. It's been quite a tidal wave of support for you. Now I know it's early days and you just won, etc. But what would you say would be your first priority now in office?
So the first priority for me would be to strengthen the branch and to build an advisory council in the constituency. I want to bring together as many people as I can to address not only local issues, but also national issues and take that to the House of Assembly. I don't want to be an MP that just speaks off of my own mind. I want to work with, I want to collaborate with people within my constituency to empower them as well.
Well, Dwayne, you've really worked. You've done the work. You've walked up and down all the hills of Southampton. As we know, there are many. And I want to congratulate you so much from the Daily Hour team. We did, Jamal Adonis we did say this morning that you were going to be the clear winner. Teo, Jamal, any questions from yourself or the audience before we let this man celebrate his amazing, amazing win this evening?
Okay.
Well, just congratulations more than anything else. Well fought, brother. You've done the work and you pulled it off. And props to you for being, I think, the second candidate that has mentioned their love for their wife unprompted. Right? I've been paying attention to everybody and how they integrate their partners into their communication, and you did it beautifully. Well done, husband. You're showing out in a way I appreciate. Is what I'm saying.
Well, without them, we can't continue. So we got to have a strong foundation at home. So, but thank you.
I'm very transparent, and this morning I said that I had sent a text to many people who were running in this election. You're one of the people I sent a text to today, and I'm very honest about that. Like people in the PLP, OBA, because I believe there are good people. Like there are good people. This is not to me about one side or the other. You and I have had our disagreements about certain things, but I think that I forever have a love and respect for you, and I mean that as a fellow brother, for the work that you put in. Because you know me, I say it all the time publicly. I can't do it, but I'm gonna tell you. It looks like the One Bermuda Alliance will once again be the opposition, right? That looks like the trend. You're going into the House. You've been in the Senate on 2 different occasions. What are you thinking you can do with a minority of people to hold the Bermuda Progressive Labour Party accountable? Now, last election, you ended up with 6, got 7. Now, as of last count, you had at least 8. You're going to have more people, but what can you do to hold them accountable?
So for me, it's just making sure that we wire tight on our policy and the directions and outcomes we want to get, and also to make sure that we go to work immediately and re-engage the population in our democratic process. I feel like the battle was not going to be won in the House, right? It's going to be won on the doorstep. And I feel like if the One Bermuda Alliance with its increased numbers can take that and go to the constituents and work on re-engaging them, taking their feedback and actually applying it to the policy and things that we do, I feel like we can not only hold the Progressive Labour Party accountable, but also we can begin to show people that we are a viable alternative. So I think it's a lot of work to be done, and I'm anxious to get to it.
And I think you really did show that you did win via the doorstep, and your heart and your soul was really put into this campaign. And congratulations, Senator Robinson from the TDH group. We're very excited to congratulate you this evening.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, and all the best going forward.
Congratulations.
Yeah, props to you,
Thank you, Jamal. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Teo. Thank you, Taj. I see you there. Have a good one.
All right, you too. All right, folks. It's looking at last check. We've got about 16 PLP, 8 OBA confirmed. It's very close up in 31. You guys have seen that, right? It's very close.
Yeah.
Let's share it. It's very close. I mean, we're talking 12 votes separating Smith and Caesar. The Premier dominating as expected in his seat. Scott Pierman, Vance Campbell has been declared a winner, by the way. So he's done something that Kim Swan and Wayne Forbett have done in my lifetime, which is win the same seat in different political parties.
If you look at 28 as well, it's quite close.
What's that?
C28 is quite close as well, with Dennis Lister III and Victoria Cunningham.
Oh, has she caught up?
Really?
20 votes apart.
Wow, that is closer. I have to come through.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Folks, this is getting interesting. This is getting interesting. This is getting very, very interesting. All right. So we've got we've got Dwight Jackson, an independent candidate. And if you, Dwight Jackson ran in the constituency we just shared, which was where Vance Campbell was successful. And he picked up 82 votes, or 10.45% of the vote. You can see it on the screen here. That's 400 votes. So Vance Campbell, in effect, got more than the 50%. Again, I'm looking at that 50% number, whether they got that 50% or not. But let's go to over to Dwight Jackson and just ask some questions of him. Let's bring him in. Greetings, sir. How are you? Well, we've got to take you off mute. Don't come. We've got to make sure everyone's off mute when they come to the studio. So we'll just wait until he's off mute, and then we'll bring him back in. Hopefully before the break, but let's hopefully off mute now. All right, Mr. Jackson, can you hear us?
Jamal, how you doing? Yeah, I hear you well.
Pretty good. All right, so as I just shared, you came third in constituency number 9. How are you feeling about the result?
Clearly I feel bittersweet, but that's what Bermuda voted for. I have no qualms against the winner, the incumbent. Vance and I, we have a long history together. I wish him well. Clearly, he has done work in that area where, regardless of whatever aisle he finds himself on, he is a guy. So, hey, kudos to him. More power to him. I will put my services to him if I can be of any assistance. I think more so with regard to education, because that's my piece. There is no other candidate in this race that has the same acumen that I would with regard to education. So if I can be of any assistance, I am offering myself.
Indeed. Thank you for that. Taj, any questions?
I no, sir. Well, first of all, congratulations on taking the decision to participate in our political process in this way. It's significant. We're not all built for it. Props to. Seeing the trend of the votes, particularly in the independent coalition, such as it is, are you surprised that you haven't seen the kind of success that I think you were all expecting? Or I mean, honestly, yeah or no?
Yes, I am surprised. I mean, looking at the results, because clearly, people were saying one thing. I mean, because I was getting a totally different feeling on the doorstep. People were resonating with the fact that there's the independence. Even in other constituencies, people were saying, "I hope that there's an independent that I can vote for." But hey, it is what it is. Maybe we are not ready yet. If this is just the beginning of change, then hey, that's the way that we have to look at it. Yeah.
Okay.
I have a question. So what's next? Like this is the start of change that's put into the minds of the electorate that independents are serious, right? So it might not have been likely this time, but the next time you might have a real shot. So what's next for you? And
So I'm in agreement. Yeah. The old adage that Rome wasn't built in a day, right? So we come back and fight another day. Uh, I think that if you are truly vested, if you are truly committed in the cause and what you're wanting a better Bermuda, then you just have to continue to put in the work. I've met some great people along the way. Uh, I've had some fantastic conversations. With that being said, I know what needs to be done. I know what people are asking for. People are asking for change. So whether or not that resonates at the polls or resonates as the outcome of this election and whatever government is formed, let's just hope that whoever gets tested pieces that on the board are able to give Bermuda a better chance and a better outlook, because something has to give. I mean, there are such glaring issues and glaring things that are on the table that need to be addressed. And I don't want to say it again, but I will. Education is one of them.
Yeah, indeed. Well, again, I echo what Tia said. Congratulations on putting your name in the political ring. And I do appreciate what you said about working with Vance Campbell and just keeping the work going. Again, winning or losing, it's not, for me, politics is a sport, right? If we're truly genuine in our reasons for running, we don't run. Thank you for saying that. And I wish you guys going forward.
I appreciate you. I appreciate your time.
No problem. Have a great one.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Right, independent candidate in C9, folks. We have to take a break. Don't go anywhere, folks. We're going to take a final long break. And then after this, we're pretty much going to take some shorter breaks with you as we get to the end of the night. It's looking like, I mean, it was never a doubt. I think everyone predicted that the PLP would win. But they pretty much have it in the bag. Take this break, stick with us, don't go anywhere. In the meantime, give us a like, love, follow, share the conversation with your friends, your family, your colleagues, and make sure, if you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel and maybe become a member. We'll be right back after this.
Hi there, welcome to Medical House. We're located at number 6 Bakery Lane. I can't wait to show you all of the great stuff that we carry. Come on inside, let's see. Let's kick it off in the footwear department. When it comes to footwear, we carry functional, comfortable, orthopedic, and waterproof shoes. We have construction shoes, golf shoes, shoes for walking, shoes for boating. We even have shoes for pickleball. We have shoes for everyone. With brands by Skechers, Atrax, Propay, Easy Street, Nursemates, Clogs, Avenger, Cherokee, Cat, Frog Talks, and DeWalt. The list goes on. Take a look at our workwear for construction workers and tradesmen. Durable, stretchable in all the right places, and plenty of options for tools and accessories. Paired with our wide range of tough and comfortable footwear, you can't go wrong. Long days, long shifts, you no longer have to endure comfortable underwear. Designed by nurses, we now offer premium undergarments by Swoop that are unique, fun, comfortable, and functional. The only underwear you'll ever want to wear. Who says high quality functional products can be stylish and comfortable at the same time? Speaking of stylish, we also have top quality running, walking, and workout apparel by Skechers in a variety of sizes for men and women. Cool, breathable, and dry. With our wide selection of Skechers footwear, you'll look great before, during, and after your workout. As you can see, Medical House really is a one-stop shop for everybody. We can't wait to see you.
You'll be surprised at everything we have to offer at our huge new retail and wholesale location on Bakery Lane.
Hello everyone, I'm Dr. Pat Chandran-Penn, a consultant cardiologist. I'm very excited to be joining North Shore Medical and Aesthetic Centre soon to treat patients with heart conditions. I've over 2 decades of experience in the United Kingdom treating various heart conditions, including coronary artery disease, heart failure, heart valve disease, and heart rhythm abnormalities. Having heart disease significantly impacts on your life expectancy and quality of life. So if you have any concerns about your heart, perhaps you're feeling short of breath, fatigue, getting chest pain or palpitations, or you have a pre-existing heart condition that requires ongoing care, or you simply want a checkup to see how your heart is doing, please don't hesitate to book an appointment with me at North Shore. The sooner you do that, the quicker you'll be on your way to better heart health. So don't delay, book now, and I'll see you soon.
In Bermuda, staying connected is everything. With the best coverage, including 5G, we're ensuring everyone has the connection they deserve. Proudly created by Bermudians and serving our community since 1998, we employ over 100 Bermudians who are committed to bringing you the best. For a limited time, get an unlimited smartphone plan for just $99 a month, plus a device for $0 down. Stay connected, stay unlimited. Switch today. Experience the best connection.
Right. Who was the first woman to become not just the first female opposition leader in Bermuda, but throughout the entire British Commonwealth?
Dame Liz thrown at me.
Hey, buddy.
Hun, who was the first woman to serve as opposition leader, not just in Bermuda, but throughout the entire British Commonwealth?
Dame Lois Brown Evans.
Mason, what did you say?
Dame Lois Brown Evans.
Dame Lois Brown Evans. Where do you find that?
Mommy playing Bermuda trivia.
Mommy playing Bermuda trivia.
Oh, honey, I'm so proud of you. Good job.
Social media platforms.
My boy, Brethren, wake up, man. Come on, man. Look, have one of these super coffees, man. I need my stuff tomorrow, man. 8 o'clock, man. People are depending on me. I'm depending on you, man.
Yeah, okay,
You're my boy. Come on, man. I know you could do it, man.
Hey, I'm finish your video, you know. This super coffee is gonna need money. I'm pinging right now. I feel like I can run a marathon. How many flavors the yin in the got? Do they sell in YDK? Where does it come from? Look, you can get me some more. Hello? The boy hung up on me. I need some more super coffee.
Parents, please take an interest in your child's online activity. It's not prying, it's protecting. We encourage you to do your research on what apps your child is using because it is important to keep them protected. Use privacy settings for your little ones and develop open and honest conversations around cyber safety with your teens. This helps prevent online interaction with digital predators. These predators exist, and they are experts on grooming children online. So arm yourself with the knowledge and tools to safeguard your child. Visit scarsbermuda.com to learn more.
Join us as we celebrate 5 years and 1,000 plus episodes of community conversations on Bermuda's daily talk show. The Daily Hour Gala takes place on April 26th at LF Wade International Airport. For more information and advance tickets, please send an email to admin@bermudacommunications.com. We look forward to celebrating all that's great about our community with all of you.
Alrighty, welcome back. The PLP is your government still. They have won a majority of the seats. So they have won 20 seats effect right now. So Lawrence Scott has won his seat. He is the winner once again against and again just under 50% of the vote.
Close to that magic 50%. Yeah.
Under that magic 50. It looks like we've got this one still going on, Jaron Richardson and Kim Wilkerson, but again, that's not, I don't see that changing. I think you guys both agree.
Mm-hmm.
We've got Levita Fogo again. You know, that was expected. She 65% of the vote. I think that's much lower percentage wise than previously. And then we have Mark Bean was defeated. Mark Bean, Scott Simmons did hold him off, but again, only 46% of the vote. You know, 46%. Then we have Diallo Rebane, crushing victory, 51%. So all of the protest and all of that didn't seem to move the needle, right?
Yeah. So the litmus test that Taj talked about. Yeah.
Exactly. There it is. There it is. I think like at this point, and I imagine many young people are feeling the same, and this was the conversation I was having before the election even took place, was that if nothing changes in this election, a lot of young people particularly are going to be less hopeful, right? Because we're not the majority voters. So we placed our hope and faith in those of older generations to consider us when they voted, because the government clearly did not.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that obviously did not take place, right? So a lot of young people are going to be completely disappointed and may even disengage further. And that apathy that you were talking about earlier, this is part of it, right? When young people are excluded, and then when older generations do not vote with our interests in mind, of course young people are going to be apathetic. When there's no hope in sight, right? When the least popular minister who was responsible for something that's crucial to most young people. The teachers were against him. Most of the parents were against him. Most students were against him. And he still was able to pull through with a lion's share of the votes. I think that speaks to something cultural that is going to be difficult to change.
Yeah, like as frustrated as people are with the Progressive Labor Party, results like this indicate they're even less interested in removing them. Which is simply a material fact, right? But that's it can feel like cognitive dissonance depending on what side of this you're on, where you can feel like this is impossible. This could not be, and yet it is, right? Like how do you rationalize that, man?
Yeah, I don't know.
I think something that I found disturbing, and I've said this prior to tonight. I said that whatever happens tonight, there shouldn't be any parties. There shouldn't be any celebration. Even when Mia said to Dwayne just now about celebrating, this is not a time to celebrate. And I want everyone in the audience, regardless of who you support, to check that. This is not a time to celebrate. There are people who are literally struggling in Bermuda. And I'm not saying that's the fault of the government, but it takes an unconscious person to be celebrating a political victory, knowing that you have a certain sector of people who are struggling to make it. This is not about blaming government. This is really down to just simply having a conscience.
Yeah. And what I genuinely hope is that the supporters of the PLP don't tap dance on everybody else's feelings. You know what I'm saying? Because they were able to achieve the victory that they desired, and they should feel good about that, right? Like they mobilized their community to get what they wanted. However, at this particular moment in Bermudian history, it would just feel like in poor taste a little bit. Now, I'm not saying, look, Court Street right now it's going to do what it's going to do, and as it should. But in the discourse that you have with your friends, your coworkers, your neighbors in the days and weeks to come, you try to empathize a little bit, rather than celebrate and marginalize other people's feelings, because it's the only like emotionally responsible thing to do, and unifying thing to do, more crucially.
And I think if the premier sticks to his promise of working with everyone except for the OBA, of course, then we hopefully will get to achieve some of that unity in which you speak. But I think this will be the true test of leadership here, right? Is if any reflection takes place, or if they just take this as another win, because it's not a win, right? For a lot of these seats, it's not a win. They got less than 50% of the vote, and the people are dissatisfied, and you came from a majority of 30 down to what's looking like already 25, 27, 25, right? So, and the vote share is low, the voter turnout is low. So this is not a win for any government. They should not be happy about this. They should be glad that they won, yes, and they got the trust of the electorate again, but they should work now to earn that trust.
Well, real quickly, we've got to go back to Mia, right? When things like this happen, Teo, you know this. When things happen like this, you have the aftermath. What they call it, like you have that conversation.
Oh, the autopsy.
Yeah.
Well, the autopsy be for the people that lose. I should say.
But I'm going to pick on someone. I've never met the gentleman, never had a conversation with him, right? But you had in constituency 19, where Josh Adams was victorious.
Yes.
One Bermuda Alliance had time to get it right. Marcus Jones. I don't need to say what he did. Well, that was I don't want to go there, but you get my point. You had enough time. You had 5 years to find better candidates. That's not a PLP stronghold where Mr. Adams won. And that's the reason, to answer the question, why Michael Fay is in the constituency that he's in. Let's go to Mia. She's got Craig Cannonier, former leader of the Wimberley Lions, over there at Vasco da Gama. Mia, can you hear us?
Hello there. Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
We can.
You can, probably just barely, because the music's starting to cook up and everybody's starting to arrive now. And I have the Honorable Craig Cannonier here with me live from Vasco da Gama here at the OBA headquarters for the evening. Congratulations, Mr. Cannonier. I'm so excited. Tell us, how are you feeling with your win?
Well, you know, this has been a slog getting back to this point. To watch the OBA having to pull back some of these seats and the work that it's taken, I have to give kudos to the team for fighting on. We've never always gotten everything right, but we are stepping in the right direction right now from strength to strength. And I think that we need to give a lot of applause to and kudos to the team sticking together during some questionable times. But we're here and we're showing that we're coming back. And I'm looking forward to the next 4 years, 5 years.
Well, that's so exciting. Now, before we came on camera, I asked you, how long have you been working constituency 12? And you said since 2012.
Yeah, December 2012, and we won the election. So it's, what's that, 13 years going into the 14th year?
Not too long at all.
Long.
And how does it make you feel to win this seat? How does it make you feel? And what would you like to say to people who maybe didn't vote for you? And how do you plan to represent all the constituencies in C12?
Yeah, I'm still looking at the numbers right now. I think we are going at about 70% of the vote. I'd like to see our numbers get back up to that 800 level where we were when we first started out. I think we came in around 700 total votes. But again, you know, there's this distrust with politicians, period. And I think that we have to work on building that trust back. The whole idea of independence coming into the arena was a very interesting one. I didn't take it personally for number 12, but what I did recognize is that people are completely frustrated with the way that politics is going. And it's incumbent upon us who have won our seats to pay attention, to listen to that word that we've heard tonight. I mean, some of these seats were close out there. I'm looking at Tariq and how close that run was.
Mm-hmm.
We've got to listen more and we've got to act quicker on the will and what the people are looking for. That's important. I think people have felt for a long time now that they're not being heard.
Absolutely. And Mr. Cannon, I have to say, what I really like about you is I always see you out in town. Yes. You've got those really old traditions of being out as a politician who is seen on the street. I really admire that about you. But I want to know, what is in the secret sauce that keeps you going? Because I see you in town and I see you out canvassing. Tell me, what type of smoothies are you drinking?
well, first of all, I have to give kudos to my family. I grew up with a very strong conservative upbringing, understanding that Bermuda's for everyone. So, you know, I have faith and trust, and I'm always looking for the silver lining in people. And walking around town, that's the secret sauce right there. I spend 2 to 3 hours Monday to Friday in town. I walk Front Street, Church Street, Queen Street, to ensure that I'm getting a good feel for where the people are. And I've been doing that for years now. So that's a secret sauce for me. Obviously, getting out on the doorstep is also another part of it. But for me, in town, the city, you run into everyone, just about. So that's been the secret sauce for me, to get out there and to talk to people and to listen to people. I'm humble enough to know that I don't always get it right.
And people do love seeing you. And that was obvious tonight in the polls because you did win by a landslide. So yes. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
So happy for you.
Thank you.
Now we're going to send it back to the studio. Any questions from you gentlemen in the studio?
To you, Taj.
Well, congratulations on your, winning your seat, sir. And this has just been a really weird election, like overall. Has it been as weird for you as an active participant in it as it's been for us people that have had to watch and participate at the ballot box? Like, has it been strange for you too, I guess?
Yeah, it has. It has. To see that many independents really was an eye opener to me that people are still looking for answers. And so, yeah, it was very difficult to call. You know, almost every for the last couple of weeks now, people are saying, well, how do you see it? How do you see it? And it was difficult to call. What I am excited about is that we've been able to pull back some things that I realistically was looking at. And with the independents involved, I thought there might have been some surprises that would happen as well.
Okay.
I agree. I think it's been a very interesting election at that, for sure.
Thank you so much, Mia. Mr. Cannonair, before you head out, look, the OBA made some ground, right? You looks like you're going to win 11 seats with Linda Smith victorious up there in Southampton, ousting Crystal Seat. It's more than the 6 or 7 that you had previously. How can you all become a more forceful or aggressive or more active opposition now that you have an increase in numbers?
Well, there's two sides to that. First of all, in the House of Assembly, it becomes very much more aggressive with the numbers that we do have. What we now need to do, and what we haven't probably done as well as we could have in the past, is to get out there and to repeat the messages and the challenges that we are seeing, and those things that are going wrong. You know, we tend to talk about them in the House, but like PLP, they repeat that message over and over and over. We now need to do a better job at getting out there and exposing what we see are some of the liabilities that this government has created and some of the negativity that is out there amongst Bermuda as politicians. I mean, I think that this government, quite frankly, has put a nasty taste in the mouth of many people, which is why we see so many independents. So we've got to get out there and repeat the message over and over and over. And really, it is using guys like yourselves in the media to get that message out there. And it's important that we work with you to ensure that our voice is heard.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Kenner. Mia, we have to run. The election result is final, and we are about to talk about that. Thank you so much. All the best, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cannonair. Have a great night.
Thank you so much.
All right, we are final. The election is over. The 2025 general election is 25 seats to the PLP, 11 seats to the One Bermuda Alliance. There was no successful independent or FDM candidate. Let's bring in Mr. Barritt and Ms. Gordon-Pamplin. We'll see if Dr. Brown wants to rejoin us as well, but we're going to have a conversation, folks. We'll see where we're at. Let's get their thoughts on the results, and Taj and Teo obviously as well. Mr. Barritt, Gordon-Pamplin, how's everybody doing? Election's done. It's over. The results are in. I want to start with Ms. Gordon-Pamplin. What did we learn about Bermuda and Bermudians today?
Okay, I think that what we learned was that people were not as that they were not as upset as they had indicated that they were, and that they were willing to allow a couple more years or 4 more years, 5 more years of whatever it was that they experienced before. They were willing to continue that down that path. Secondarily, they also rejected the idea of the independent experiment, because I don't think that the Bermudians were looking at the viability of independent candidates, given that they came on board so late and were not did not prove themselves to be a viable option. And the third thing that I think that we recognized is that in so many constituencies, less than half the people, less than 50%, wanted the candidate that they ended up electing. That says that we've got a lot of work to do as a people. And I think that when we look at the overall numbers and saying that less than 50% voted for a lot of the candidates, we have to do one thing, and that's to deal with the elephant in the room, and that is the situation with respect to the parliamentary register. We have a register that is effectively 30 years old. It's a register. The last time we had a national registration was in 1997, because when the PLP won the government, it may have been 1998, when the PLP won the government, one of the first things they did was to do away with the annual registration. And I agree that that was an onerous thing for the electorate to have to deal with registering every year. But one of the things that must happen is that going forward, we have to have at least, maybe on every 5-year basis, to have a purge of the register. Because to say that less than 50% of the people wanted you, but maybe 20% of those people don't even live on the island anymore. Added to which, it's also difficult to tell whether people, I mean, I was out in the streets, and many people don't live in the constituency where they were voting. That makes life difficult. Boundary commission to give you an appropriate number to say that it's going to be one man, one vote of equal value. So there are some fundamental things that need to be corrected.
Well, I want to stop you because you mentioned something, and people are saying it. I'm not a mathematician, so anybody got a calculator on them, do me a favor. But this might be historically the lowest voter turnout. If that total vote count is correct, that's just over 50%. That might be the lowest voter turnout. This is nothing to celebrate. I'm sorry. If this is true, Mr. Barritt, I don't know if you have numbers on you.
Yeah, I did a rough calculation, and the voter turnout looks to be about 55.5%, which is just about where it was in 2020, which we excused because of COVID. So I think that is the first most striking thing about this election, I have to tell you. The PLP have lost 5 seats. I thought they would be returned with a reduced majority. And I want to say this, that in politics, in raw politics, a win is a win is a win, and it will be celebrated. It's like a football game, whether you win by 1 or 2 goals or you win on penalty kicks, you win and you celebrate. And similarly, and you heard from Mr. Cannoneer when he spoke, the OBA is giving the impression that they're chuffed that they won, they increased their seats to 11 now. But I have to tell you, in my view, that if they carry that sort of examination internally, they will be making a big mistake. Because the low voter turnout and the fact that they were unable to inspire people to vote in them as the only quote unquote organized opposition party is also an indictment on them, as well as the Progressive Labor Party. And I don't think I'm overstating it or being overly critical when I say that. And this is one of the things that people will do who are interested and who are astute observers. They will stand back and look at this election and try and figure out what went wrong. Pat referred to one possibility, and that is the register. I mean, it is possible that people are still on the register, not who died, but people who may have moved away from Bermuda. It can't just be put down to students who haven't come to vote, in my view. And I have to tell you that I hope everybody keeps their word and we finally get an absentee ballot for students and people who are away working. That is not rocket science. It's something I argued for. It's something the OBA promised to do, never did. And similarly, the Progressive Labor Party have now made it a promise that they intend to keep. I hope so, because these are things of a modern democracy that are not, inventing the wheel. And those are the things that I think that have to be taken into account, as well as the multiplicity of candidates. I go back to that, where people who might otherwise have gone to one of the two parties decided to strike out either as independents, and I'm talking about younger people here. I'm not talking about, with all due respect to Sir John and Renee, I'm talking about the younger people who surfaced. And some of them spoke very well, incredible candidates, but they felt the need to step outside the traditional party structure. Something is happening here, ladies and gentlemen, and it is not necessarily negative. It's something positive, I think, and certainly can be made a positive in terms of changing the structure we operate under here, which I think everyone would generally agree. That's accounts for a lot of the dissatisfaction and disenchantment that we hear spoken about. People blog and stuff, and it needs to be corrected, and it can be.
Yeah. I know you mentioned, I want to go to Taj real quickly as a young person who actually flew home to vote. He's been a champion for social justice. He's been very outspoken on numerous things. Taj, as a young person, when you see this, that I think you said about 55% people voted. When you see that, what stands out to you?
I mean, it's not surprising. It was likely that the voter turnout was low. One, because a lot of students were away during this time, which was very different from 2017, which had about 72% voter turnout, and the election was in July. So that's a very different dynamic than what you're looking at here. I think, and this is returning the PLP to the post 2018 by-election numbers, if I'm not mistaken, when Curtis Dickinson won the by-election for C25. They had 25 to 11. So this is returning the PLP to those numbers, which may work better. I mean, and this is what I'll say, and I've always kind of said this: no matter the outcome of the election, this is a challenge for our democracy, right? It's a challenge to move forward. It's a wake-up call, more or less, to the political parties to say, hey, like, people are tired, people are disinterested. How do you get them back interested? How do you get them back on your side? How do you get them back engaged? So it's a challenge to our democracy. It's a challenge to the parties, and I hope they heed the call for change, right? And that's all I can really say. But overall, I suppose it's a net positive, because it put the ideas in people's mind that independents are possible and can pose somewhat of a threat, which they have in some areas, and the FDM have marked somewhat of a threat. So it has shown people, and maybe in the next election you may see an independent pull through. It's just this is an ongoing fight. So they have to continue to work on the ground and canvas.
There's something no one's really touched on tonight, and the question was asked this morning. 2003, after Dame Jennifer Smith led the Bermuda Progressive Labour Party to victory. Remember what happened? Are we expecting the same or similar in this case? Who wants to take that?
I don't think it's likely. I'll say I don't think it's likely. I think the Premier will hold until October 2026, when his time as party leader is up. I think he will hold. Yeah, I think he will hold to then. I think, and at that point, Curtis Dickinson may present as a serious alternative, but you have to win the votes of the PLP voter base, which is difficult to win when you're an outsider of sorts and of a different. You're cut from a different cloth than what the PLP may be used to, which is what Curtis 100% is. He's totally different from what the PLP is typically used to in a leader. So,
yeah, Jamal, I'm not privy to, and I wouldn't want to pretend or present to be privy to internal PLP politics, but I think we've all heard some of the rumblings. And my take was that the tipping point for what you were talking about would have been a greater loss of seats, somewhere around about 23, 22. I think 25 is right in that comfortable range where it's not likely to result in any change in leadership in the PLP, because that's what you're talking about, what happened after the 2003 election. That said, of course, the Premier's got to be very skillful, as he is, in how he chooses his cabinet and how he goes about doing things. And I think there will have to be some, I'll use the word adjustment there. And I think we're likely to see some. But of the 5 seats that were lost, you'd have to look back. Are there any big surprises there? Were there any big upsets? And I don't think you could say that.
No.
And so I think that's why that threshold or that tipping point has not been reached.
Yeah. Well, since 98, because I just ran through the election results since the PLP won power in the first instance. This is like right around the baseline for election results that we've had nationally since then. Like PLP mid-20s, and whatever the main opposition party was in the high to mid-teens. And what I wonder is this sort of the like where we are politically? Like if you run an election under almost any conditions, this is what the system is going to spit out for a bunch of different reasons, like history, culture, architecture, framework. Like this is just where we are and are likely to be for at least a couple election cycles longer.
30 years.
Wow. I think, Madam Gordon-Pamplin, I know that, you are still in contact with many colleagues in the One Bermuda Alliance. We've spoken to Mr. Kenner, we've spoken to Dwayne Robinson. How should they be feeling right now? I mean, they made inroads, right? But like Mr. Barritt said just now, these shouldn't be surprises. I mean, I had Robin Tucker winning down against Anthony Richardson. I had, I didn't have the PLP winning 31, but the OBA's Linda Smith won that. I want to say something, and this is going to be a plug for a pat on our back, right? A pat on our back. If I'm not mistaken, every last candidate from the One Bermuda Alliance that came on the Daily Hour won their seat.
Is that true?
Every last candidate from the One Bermuda Alliance who was Robin Tucker was not elected. She won her seat. Linda Smith, I did not have her winning that, won her seat. Michael Fay won his seat. Doug DeCudo won his seat. Jarian Richardson won his seat. Every last One Bermuda Alliance candidate who came on the Daily Hour won their seat. I'm going to pat ourselves on the back that the Daily Hour audience, rather, I'm not saying they voted for them because it's a very split audience. They loved the PLP, they loved the OBA, they loved Sir John. What I'm simply saying is they gave themselves an opportunity when they went into a space that may have been uncomfortable for them.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's an interesting point. I mean, obviously, we're not doing the causation, correlation, fallacy, anything like that. But it is an interesting data point, right?
None of the independents that came one, but the One Bermuda Alliance in particular. Every last person who came one. And I think that's very telling. And I wonder if that's something that they will consider in the aftermath, right? Going into these spaces and engaging with people, because you can do interviews anywhere. But once you come on a Daily Hour, you have to answer the questions of the people, the public, head on.
That's exactly right, Jamal. It coming into live confrontation or live engagement, with the electorate, with people who are going to ask you questions. It can be baptism by fire, especially if it's something to which you are unaccustomed. But with that said, I'm going to congratulate the Daily Hour because you can, this will be your opportunity to say, we've done the work that has allowed people to have exposure to the candidates. And you asked the question at the outset, how ought the members who have won their seats feel? I think that it's always bittersweet that you can win your seat, but your team doesn't win. Even for the Progressive Labor Party, and whom I congratulate for their victory overall. But when you look at it, we had 24,779 total votes, of which the PLP got 12,300, less than 50% of the people wanted you. And that's of the people who voted. 24,000 versus 45,000 on the register. That's a pretty poor turnout. It's a pretty poor result. And I don't think it's anything that anybody can be proud of to say, look at what we've won, look at what we've done. It's a first past the post system. It's a winner, to the winner goes the spoils. It's all of those cliches that we've become accustomed to, but it's not something of which any one of us can be proud. And I think the biggest lament for me is to listen to the Premier say that he's willing to work with the independents and the FDM post-election. And he specifically has ignored the fact that the OBA have gotten perhaps 30% of the vote. I didn't have the actual count, but they've gotten 36% of the vote. He's got 49% of the vote, the rest going to independents and FDM. But you cannot ignore a significant portion of your electorate in terms of the representation that they have chosen, and to hold yourself out as being concerned about moving the country forward.
Right.
Why isn't everybody, every representative who's been elected to represent their constituents, why are you not willing to work with them as well, irrespective of who they are? You don't have to like them, but at least respect the fact that their voters have voted for them. So to ignore those voters, literally, that says a whole lot. And it shows, to my mind, a political immaturity. And hopefully we will grow up one of these days. Hopefully we will get past that. I don't know when or if, but it's my prayer.
Pat, can I just say to that I think that what he was saying at that time was he was campaigning. He was politicking in the sense that the people who might have he thought proved a real challenge to the PLP vote were the FDM and the independents, not the OBA. And to quiet down people who might support them, he was saying something like that. Now that the dust is settled on the election, he might well be saying something different. I'm not defending him, but I'm just explaining how these things occur in context of political campaigns.
All right.
So I accept that observation.
Yeah. Let's bring Sir John in. We've got Sir John Swan, and then we'll go to Roger Danbrook. He's over at PLP. Excuse me. Let's ask some questions of Sir John. Again, he led the independent movement. A lot of people expected a result, and once again, we didn't get a result. So let's bring him in. Sir John, good evening, sir. How are you?
Good evening, everyone.
Evening.
Good evening,
sir.
I'm going to give it to Madam Gordon-Pamplin first to ask her. Do you have any questions or any comments for Sir John?
Well, I'm probably not the best person to start with, because Sir John gave me my first job at 16 years old, out of high school. So it's someone whom I hold in tremendous regard. He's somebody who has mentored me on several occasions, and he's someone on whose shoulders I have stood in the success that I was able to enjoy for my 22 years. But with all that said, and since you did come to me first, I will say, Sir John, thank you again for leading the charge, for making Bermuda think, and for giving us another choice. I think that that's important to say, that notwithstanding how advanced you might be chronologically, there's still a lot of spark there. And I have the utmost admiration for you, and I'm deeply appreciative that you have continued to put this country first and foremost. So all I can say is thank you. I don't have a question.
Look, I've got a question for Sir John. Now, I think we can presume that this particular result was not what you had either anticipated or hoped for.
You're absolutely right. I mean, I thought that what I was hearing from people across the island was that they wanted change because they didn't like the direction the country was going, and they wanted an alternative. Well, guess what? Things turned out to be basically the same. The PLP lost a few seats, which was expected, because after all, they picked up all those seats in the last election, and they just, the OBA has just regained some of those seats. But basically, you take the two elections together, there's been no fundamental change. What they're saying is that people are apathetic to change. They don't want to see, they take the risk, that's to speak. Or feel as though that they don't want to lose their allegiance. They haven't understood the fact that your vote's a private vote. When you vote, nobody knows how you voted. So there might be a bit of phobia there. There might be a bit of disregard for what Bermuda needs in terms of waking up to an opportunity to combine more forces to make Bermuda more pluralistic in its application to political process.
With that in mind, sir, what do you think your coalition could have done differently? I know it's very, very soon since this result, but like, have you been having any thoughts like, oh, we could have done this, we could have done that?
Well, keep in mind that these were individuals. They were not a party. So, we didn't have a platform as such. So I think each individual, as I know, did a great job in canvassing and going out and seeking the vote and everything else. But people just weren't ready for change. That's what it boils down to. And that's reflected in the results.
Mr. Barritt,
well, Sir John, good evening. And I was going to ask you, Sir John, when you look back, and it is a bit early in the result, what you think went wrong, because the voter turnout was really low, 55%. And, everybody thought there was disenchantment across the island and dissatisfaction, and yet got a low turnout. And then you had the multiplicity of candidates, and I don't have the figures right in front of me, but I suspect in a number of constituencies, the combined votes of those who were opposition candidates exceeded those who won, and who won with less than 50% of the turnout. And I'm figuring, does this simply go down to people didn't work hard enough, didn't get the vote out? And that might have been a challenge for independents, because, as you know, a party structure can help in that regard.
Well, I think that as far as I know, my people did work. And some worked harder than others. Excuse me, some worked harder than others. My suspicion is that people voted traditionally, but the turnout was low because people just didn't feel the need for voting. And I think they thought, well, there'll be enough people voting that will make the decision whichever way it went. I'm confused about the result, quite frankly.
Okay.
I commend the OBA for its success, because it's their success. The fact that they were able to take seats from the PLP, but they took seats that some of numerically they gave up in the last election and they regained back in this election. So basically, the status quo is the status quo. If you take them both combined together, and I just think that people go hard, because I know some people saw every constituent correctly in their constituency, and they still didn't get. They still came third, which tells me that people were saying yes, yeah, I support you, I'll come out and vote for you, but they didn't come out.
So John, before we head out, we have to go to Roger, who's got some folks at PLP headquarters. But I guess the question is, look, you've given so much to Bermuda, not just politically, but you've through business, philanthropy, and the like. How do you keep those who chose to run as independents motivated? I've lost. I played sports and I lost a lot. I was very small, so I was always losing. But I mean, politically, this is a loss. And how do you what do you say to them to get them to keep going and keep stay the course?
Well, I'm going to meet with the group of independent members and say to them, you made a choice, independent members. You didn't have a party structure behind you. What is it that you'd like to do next time? I won't be doing next time. But you need to sort of start thinking about it this time. And if they all say, well, yeah, we want to get together, work on a strategy and redefine what we are and what we are, that's fine. I think that long term, the independent concept has merit. And I do know that like Jamaica and Bahamas and BVI were all looking at what was going to happen. And so they probably go back to the drawing board themselves. But I don't think the concept is dead by no stretch of the imagination. I think that each sort of coalesce as a country, as a people, and don't put barriers up. I mean, basically, the barriers are very simple. The barriers basically are almost racial. They're also almost sort of economic, and they're also social. And so you have these barriers that you have to sort of break down over time. And I hope that, in fairness to the government, that they encourage that process to take place so that there's a cohesiveness about what is the Bermuda and what is it that needs to be done that we give support to, whether it's PLP, OBA, or independent, that will help Bermuda to go ahead. Because at the moment, we're still speaking about the
Sir John, we have to go up. We have to go out to Roger, but I agree. I think people understand this isn't the end of the independent concept, but I do hope that there's a way forward for some sort of collaboration in the best interest of Bermuda. Thank you for what you have done. Thank you for what you continue to do. And I think I speak for many Bermudians, regardless of political, where they stand politically, is we appreciate what you've contributed and continue to do. So thank you, Sir John, and I'll be in touch with you beyond today.
Pleasure. Keep up
Thank
the
you,
work.
sir. Thank you, sir. All right, Sir John Swan. Again, I mean, two of you have worked with him. I have a tremendous amount of respect for Sir John. He is open to giving every and anybody time. So I believe he really does want what's best for Bermuda. I do. I really do. And that's what people are looking for. And well, let's go to Roger. I think Roger is ready. He has at PLP headquarters with him Alexis Lightborn, who I predicted would be successful, but y'all didn't want to believe me. I thought she was a fantastic candidate. And Lindsay Simmons, who came closer. She came closer.
Who's you all, Jamel?
Good morning on the Daily Hour. Not you guys. Sorry. The audience. The audience. But I thought she was a fantastic candidate. And then Lindsay Simmons came very close again. So let's bring Roger in. He's over at PLP headquarters. Right.
Hey, good evening, guys. Here we are at the Restaurant des Boroughs building on Court Street at PLP headquarters. I am joined by the wonderful Ms. Alexa Lightborn and Ms. Lindsay Simmons. Good evening, ladies. How are you tonight?
Good evening. We're doing well. How are you guys?
Well, I'm sorry, we're fine. Thank you. So congratulations to you both on a race well run. You both had phenomenal campaigns. The result is the result. So I just want to get your initial reactions. How are you both feeling right now?
Sure. I am honored to have been chosen as the preferred representative for constituency 14 Devonshire Northwest. I have spent the last few weeks engaging with as many constituents as I can to best understand their needs so that I can present a most authentic campaign platform as in the weeks as they unfold in the future, as I seek to be their representative and serve them and serve their interests. That is informed by what they have told me in engaging with them over the past few weeks. So I'm thankful, I feel honored, and I'm ready to serve, which has been a theme of my campaign, and I plan to do that not just in name, not just in words, but also in action. So I look forward to it, and I am thankful to those constituents who selected me.
Wonderful. It sounds like your constituents can look forward to having a wonderful, strong relationship with you.
And I look forward to the same.
Okay, can she hear me?
She cannot. We're having an issue with the earpiece. Do you have a question for her?
Yes, I do. First off, congratulations to both of you, right? But this is coming from Jamal Alaska. Politics is not personal to me. It's about, having the best candidates do the job. What do you believe you can bring to the House that doesn't currently exist?
Wonderful. Jamal asks, what do you think you can bring to the House that doesn't currently exist?
So I come from a process improvement background. I think that every MP has a skill set that is unique, and I happen to bring a unique process improvement background that I believe will be able to assist the government as we strategically explore implementing a very robust and extensive platform. It has various components to it. We've talked about it at length, and I think strategic implementation, looking at ways that we could have improved in the past, and seek to ensure that what the people have said they want from us as their government can be executed well.
We got a question from Taj as well. Go ahead, Taj.
Sure. So my question is, this is not a resounding results for the PLP. You only gathered 49% of the vote for the electorate, and the voter turnout is very, very low. So my question is, what does the PLP say to those voters who didn't come out this time? How does the government engage with the vast majority of Canadians who did not vote for this election?
Did you get that?
Okay, yeah, I got it. So Taj asks about 49% of the electorate, 49% of registered voters came out. And the PLP captured 49% of the vote, and voter turnout has been very, very low. So what would you say to all of the members of the electorate who didn't turn out to vote?
Well, for me, and I'll let my colleague also respond, but for me, representation is not exclusive to those who came out to vote. Representation is informed on election day, but it doesn't stop on election day. It actually begins and is informed by what takes place on that day, and representation is for all of Bermuda, all Bermudians. In my case specifically, Devonshire Northwest, all residents would be ones that I would seek to advocate for and support their needs as well. So it's not specific to those who turned out, and I'm happy to engage with those who I was unable to meet on the campaign trail as I continue to roll out what I've now heard the constituents want from me.
So I think that, again, I agree with Alexa. I think that when we represent people, we don't just represent them whether they vote for us, whether they show up to vote. We represent them because we care, and the PLP cares. And especially for myself, I continue to make headway in C10 because I go out there and I engage with the people. When they have needs, I fix them. I'm a fixer. I'm a problem solver. So I continue to make headway. So I think that, in my election just now, I did lose by 17, but I made huge headway this time. So I'm proud of the work that I'm doing in C10. And C10, I'll be back.
Exactly.
You're wonderful, ladies. Thank you so much. It's been such a pleasure. Congratulations.
As well. Thank you.
Thank you, Roger.
Most welcome.
All right, Roger.
Okay.
All right. I think Taj's question, I'm not quite sure it was
answered. No.
Yeah.
No, I think they lost it in translation a little bit.
Right.
Or yes, they lost it in translation. Because they gave kind of the standard boilerplate response that all elected or aspiring elected officials say. I don't just represent the people that vote for me, I represent everyone. Like what you were talking about is addressing the voter apathy that caused the turnout to be as low as it is, which cycles back to the conversation Jay and I were having at the beginning of the show tonight with Miss Gordon-Pamplin. Just the overall disenfranchisement the community feels from democracy and the institutions that are the fruits thereof. And I don't know if we've really been able to put a finger on like how to reconnect the people up with the process, but in the absence of that connection, these kinds of results are just going to keep showing up and deepening. I think.
Yeah. I guess that this is for me. I said earlier, and maybe Mr. Barritt and Ms. Gordon-Pamplin can actually respond to this because maybe I'm just grumpy or miserable, but. I don't look at politics like sport. I don't look at it like tonight for me is no time to celebrate. It's regardless if you want a seat or not. At the end of the day, if we're all honest and look in a mirror, right, we'll say, you know what? I may be okay, but my neighbor's not. People are, education is in shambles. The roads are in shambles, right? There are things beyond our own work that the government's responsible for, and I find it weird, and it goes back to this book I read. It's called The Principles of Leadership. I forget the author, but I read the book, and it was Rudy Tomjanovich, former coach of the Houston Rockets, led them to back-to-back championships, and I believe it was him. I'm not sure when I read that book, but in the book it basically speaks about the celebration shouldn't be the day that you get the job. The celebration should be the day you win the championship. The celebration shouldn't be winning the election. The celebration should be passing that legislation that brings everyone some sort of success or freedom or right to feel equitable. And I find politics very strange. And again, you may feel different as people say, oh, you've been in a senator and you've got 2 MPs here. You may feel differently. But as a person who isn't in politics and looking from the outside in, I don't like the idea of celebrating when people like are suffering. And again, suffering is subjective. But at the end of the day, I don't think anyone can sit here right now and say that Bermuda is better off than it was 5, 10, 15, 20 years ago.
I mean, that's heavy. I just want that to sit there for a minute. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I feel you, and I hear what you're saying. The trouble is, Jamel, politics is almost a blood sport. It's raw politics. That's the nature of the beast. That the object is winning an election, and people get carried away when they're on the team that wins, and the other side gets probably despondent. Although in this case, they're going to probably think they've done well by increasing the number of seats. But you know, I'm at a loss to figure out when you say, you know, it's not winning the election; it's in passing the legislation. It's just not thought of and approached that way. And I think, as I said earlier, when the first time I came on your show, is that I think we're starting to see the sorts of things that you're talking about emerging, but they haven't been successful tonight at all. So John told us that the independents were out there, you know, going door to door and saw everybody. You know, if that's the case, then people clearly have no desire for change and either stayed home or didn't vote one way. But when you look at some of the results, which is what we're going to have to do once there's some distance between tonight and the vote and the result. I mean, I just look at the constituency. Alexa Lightburn won. She won with 300 votes. With the other 3 candidates, all their votes totaled 329. And so there were more who didn't support than did. But it just broke in a way that she came through. By the same token, Linda Smith out in Southampton, whatever it is, East Central, she won with 310 votes. There were 450 for the other 3 candidates. I mean, that's really telling. So even for those who came out and voted, never mind those who didn't, there's something in this that needs to be studied, and I'm going to use this word, I know it's pejorative, but I mean exploited to advantage. And when I say to advantage, I mean for the country and for change. I mean, whenever you elect a government, they all make promises. This is not unique. It's any party of how they're going to fix things. But then they get caught up in running the country, and some things don't get fixed. I mean, you can look at any government starting back in 1968. That too is the nature of the beast. And sometimes I think we have to put aside, you know, don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. Don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. And the last comment I want to make, and may in fact be my last comment tonight, what I think the people of Bermuda are looking for, and the PLP, in my view, spoke closer to this than the OBA or any independent or the FDM. I go back to the Martin Luther King speech in Washington. I don't take credit for this line, but it resonated with me. When he gave that speech and he gave that people there and the country inspiration, and it still lasts through these ages, you know the speech I'm talking about. He didn't stand up and say, I have a complaint. He stood up, I have a dream, I have a vision. And that's what the people of Bermuda are looking for. A roadmap through this morass, this electoral morass, if I can put it that way. And the PLP have come closest to speaking to that. I'm not saying that they did a great job, but one that was better than all the rest. And that is what I think the country's looking for. I think it's what you're looking for as well, Jamel, when I hear your comments. And I don't want to put words in your mouth, so I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done that. But that's my sense from talking to people in the country, whether it's in the grocery store, at a football game, or wherever. That's really what people are looking for. And they don't want to get bogged down with PLP, OBA, or independent.
You know what I liken this to? I liken this to 2016. Was it 2016 or 2015? The Cleveland Cavaliers, LeBron James had returned to the Cavaliers and he led them to the NBA Finals. And his two sidekicks, Kevin Love and Kyrie Irving, were injured in the final. And so he literally had to take a bunch of reserves and play against the Golden State Warriors, who won their first championship against them. That's what I liken this to if we're going to do sports analogies. I think it is, I use this term. We're going to have people who say that, it's politics. This is the result. Deal with it, right? But there's a bigger story to that. There's a bigger story. It's easy to say LeBron lost all these finals, but we don't take into consideration his two greatest weapons, two All-Stars, were injured in the final, right? That's one. Two, the next season he won it, and that following season, the Golden State Warriors got the best player in the NBA outside of LeBron, which was Kevin Durant, to keep him defeated, right? In this regard, when I say it's hard to celebrate, and I'm going to read this comment from Aaron Chucker Spear, says, if there's a feeling of disappointment when you lose, then there should be a feeling to celebrate when you win. People have worked hard. It's not about disappointment, and I think that's the problem. I didn't see Craig Kenner didn't seem disappointed. Dwayne Robinson didn't seem disappointed. I think you're missing the point. It's not about disappointment and celebration. At the end of the day, for me, when it comes to politics, I just want what's best for the people. And the people that reach out to me, the people that write to us, they're not doing too well. So even if the OBA won, my comments would be no different. I'm not, I look, you all know, I'm gonna get that t-shirt made for Cup Match. I am an equal opportunity offender. I don't care what party you represent. What I care about is what's in the best interest of the people. And at the end of the day, the result tonight, I think my lesson from it wasn't that people rejected the OBA or rejected the independents or rejected the PLP or rejected the FDM or rejected Imperial Group. I don't think anyone's really said this. I think people rejected the system.
Yeah.
100%.
That's it.
Rejected tonight.
100%.
That's it.
I think we need to be honest about that. And one more thing before I bring in the PLP. They rejected a system that after 20 plus years of PLP governance, we shouldn't even still be in. Because if you think about it, their whole existence was founded on leading us to independence, leading us to sovereignty. So, but now what we have is we have a comfort because people are comfortable. So we're not there. Let's bring Roger in and see what he's got. Raj.
Okay. Oh no, guys. Oh Lord, I just dropped all my stuff. I apologize. This is a professional broadcast. Good evening, everyone. Mr. Kim So-Kim, MP Swan and MP Simmons, I had them. They do have to go. All the candidates will be on stage at 12:15 with the premiere, so I am going to move quickly so that we are able to cover that. But we just lost, we just missed out on our interview with them. I apologize.
No problem. No problem.
Okay, but we'll see you at 12:15.
Okay, Roger's trying to keep me up. 12:15. Gee.
Yeah.
Hey, Jamal, you said what I've been trying to say all night when I got the tipping point in the system. I finally got through.
That was quite a resounding and an astute comment, which is one of the reasons I said earlier that, the results are bittersweet. And, irrespective of win, lose, or draw, we have a long way to go as a country. We still have to grow up some. And we have to acknowledge when things are not going in the best interest of the majority of people, to the extent that we can have the level of apathy that existed, then we have to do something different. We cannot continue to do the same thing the same way and expect a different result. That's insanity.
And the cycle loops, right? Like as voters disengage, the government is not held to sufficient healthy pressure. So they disconnect further from the agenda that the people would desire, and the people disengage further, and that distance just grows and grows and grows, and the cycle just loops and loops and loops until both sides don't really care about each other's interests in any meaningful way. And this is a cycle that we have seen grow and expand across the developed world ever since the latter half of the 2010s to the present day. And I mean, the diagnosis broadly is that social media has broken our brains, like, and I can't really argue against that, but I have no idea what the prescription for a solution is. Not really. And that's what is equal parts depressing and terrifying, I think.
Well, what I will say is that we have to remain active and use our voice, because voter apathy is one of the number one warning signs of a government or a democracy heading down the road of becoming an illiberal democracy or an autocracy, right? So that cycle that you speak about, Teo, it doesn't just keep cycling. It actually does have an ending point, and it ends with dictatorship. That's where it ends. And we're seeing that in the United States, and we're seeing that all across Europe, right? So voter apathy and disengagement, disengagement from civil society or politics leads down the road of autocratic governance. So we have to stay mindful and watchful ever so closely. Now is when the real work begins. I mean, both for the government, but also for the opposition and for the 66% of candidates that didn't win. Now is the time in the 27 independents. They need to be active. They cannot just go back into hiding. Now is the time when they have to keep writing the op-ed. They have to keep canvassing. They have to keep holding the government accountable to the platform promises, but also to protect democracy, because that's what's really at stake there. And I think people don't realize that is the road we're heading down if we're not careful, because that's the road the rest of the West is heading down. And the system we have lends itself to that. First past the post voting lends itself to autocratic governance. And that is not the way we want to go. And the UK is realizing that slowly but surely, but they still have one of the most archaic systems in Europe. If not, they're one of the only countries that still do first past the post besides Belarus. And Belarus is all but a dictatorship at the moment. So,
and Taj, there's a variation on that too, as I listen to you about the United States, and that is there you get someone like Donald Trump elected, whose goal is to feed on the distrust, the disenchantment people have with those in power, the status quo. And what's he doing now? Disrupting in a major way. And that's not a positive thing either, in my view. But he gave voice to all those people who are disenchanted, people who voted for him that you wouldn't think it wouldn't be in their interest to vote for him. But that's where it heads. That's where it goes to. We haven't seen that here yet.
But it's possible if the grievance-led politics takes up more and more space. Like you're ruining my life, so I need you to be hurt. And it's not that my life gets any better. It's just you're being punished for existing.
That's right. You fellas, you've heard it before. You fellas are taking care of yourself. You're all fine and well and good up there. You're not suffering, but I am. And I want somebody to do something about it. And it's figuratively, to upset the status quo, change it all. Just for the purpose.
Like, burn it all down just so it'll be different.
No, don't say those words. Don't say those words.
Metaphorically speaking.
Hey, Teo, you heard the disclaimer before the show, right?
Yeah. No, figuratively speaking. Absolutely figuratively.
It's one of the reasons I've always rejected the idea that we get from a lot of politicians that the I'm okay, Jack, so pull up the ladder. Because we want to make sure that not only am I okay, but everybody else has to be okay to a certain measure. I'm not saying that there's going to be equality, but there certainly has to be equity. And therein lies what we don't have, what we don't enjoy at this particular time in our country. And it's going to be the downfall if we don't address it, because it will cause that spiraling impact. And before you know it, we'll be down a rabbit hole with no way of getting out.
And it's particularly significant in a place this small, right?
Exactly.
Like you can't wall yourself off from your neighbors that are not doing so well.
Yeah, and I think with all his years of experience, that's what Sir John is sensing. he stood up at his late age. But anyways, I'm about to turn into an electoral pumpkin. It's gone midnight, well past my bedtime.
We appreciate
I just want to say it's been a pleasure. Jamal, forgive me for using this word, but I've enjoyed it this evening, the interaction and covering the election. It's not that I'm celebrating or taking great joy in what's happened to the country, but I've enjoyed this presentation. It's been fun. One of the best I've engaged in over the years, from when I was in broadcasting and journalism, and recently in the last couple of elections when I was out of politics. Well done.
Thank you, Mr. Barritt. We appreciate your contribution, and I'll definitely be in touch with you.
And Pat, Taj, it's been good. Taj,
good to see you, John. Thank you so much, and the engagement has been incredible.
It's still nice to be seen and not, you know what.
Not viewed.
All right, everybody.
All right.
Have a good evening.
God bless.
All right.
God bless. Yeah, let me echo those comments. I think you may have to break away for the interview or whatever it is that you may have to do with the successful candidates for the new government. But I wanted to also add my voice of thanks to having the opportunity to engage with this panel and with each of you this evening. This is my first time of doing any sort of election coverage. And the reason for that is I've always been a candidate for the last 22 years. I was a candidate in the elections. And so this gives me the first opportunity to look at it from a higher level and to be a little bit dispassionate about the environment. You know, I will always be passionate about the country, but dispassionate about the environment, where I can look at it and objectively see what it is that what I perceive as being some of the challenges that we will have to overcome if we want to be a robust and successful country. And I think that has got to be the desire for each and every one of us, to see success for everybody.
Yeah, I agree. I think, here's the thing, and I said this earlier, I'll say it again. I have tremendous relationships with people who are politicians on both sides. I probably messaged more PLP MPs this morning than anyone else. Well, I did. In fact, I only messaged one OBA person, I think, and a couple of FDM and independents. But in saying that, just because I have relationships with them, and this is what people need to understand publicly, I'm not that person who came up in a household where it was not my son. My mother never took my side. She always wanted to understand it, right? I think we adopted this thing where not my party, right? And I speak to PLP MPs regularly because of what we do for a living. We do this show. There's no hate there. Let me be clear. I hold them accountable. They will tell you. And I find it very strange when we get comments where people have this these comments like, oh, why, why are you down being so negative about it? And this, sometimes the truth is going to come across negative. Sometimes accountability is going to make us uncomfortable. Sometimes it's going to make us feel like people don't like us. But I tell you what, these people are human just like us, who have been given a responsibility by all of us, right? Someone said it earlier. Look, the election's over now. Now it's time for accountability.
Yes.
We've got to move. I mean, we can't stay where we're at. And if you're on, look, I don't care if you're my sister. I love my sisters. But if they're doing something that I don't agree with, I'm not going to defend them just because they're my sister.
Right.
How did we get here as a community where we are okay defending what was once seen as bad behavior? Where it's wrong to question, or you're less black for questioning. Let's go there.
Yeah.
Insecurity based over compensation.
Yeah.
What it comes down to.
Yeah.
Like if you're rock solid in your value set, then that type of behavior wouldn't even occur to you. But if you feel as though you're under threat, you're not safe, like the people that you're connected with are at risk, then you're gonna overcompensate, like over and over and over and over again, and then you get in the habit, and you never self-critique. which necessarily leads to stagnation, at least, if not regression.
Let's go
Absolutely.
to headquarters real quickly.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, put your hands together in welcoming with the most warm appreciation the first family of Bermuda, the Honorable Premier David Barritt, his wife Kristen, his daughter Mia, his son Ed, the first family of Bermuda. Ladies and gentlemen, now the Bermuda Progressive Labor Party government team that Drew has found worthy to continue its mission on moving forward. And just before we welcome the Team PLP to the stage, please give a warm round of applause in appreciation for the invaluable contribution to this country of the retired members of Parliament and ministers, the Deputy Premier, the Honorable Walter Robert. The Minister of Public Works, who spent his last day in office yesterday, the Honorable Lieutenant Colonel, Minister of Public Works, David Birch. From Constituency 1, PLP member and incumbent elected member of Parliament, Renee Webb-Ming. Constituency 2, Kim Swan. Constituency 3, Levita Fogel. Constituency 4, Minister Tanae Fuller. Constituency 5, a new member of Parliament, PLP candidate Leroy Bean. Constituency 6, the incomparable member of Parliament and long-serving MP, Wayne Ferber. Constituency 7, a hard-working former MP, Anthony Richardson. One of the hardest working administrators behind the scene of the Bermuda Progressive Labor Party, who you may not see very often, but does yeoman work for this party, Lauren Bell. Constituency 9, one of the newest young political superstars. The chairman of the Young Progressive, the youth wing of the Bermuda Progressive Labor Party from Constituency 9, Shamare Woolridge. Constituency 10, one of the hardest working senators on the island, Lindsay Simmons. And one of the most astute politicians who has always been underestimated but has always delivered, one of the most hard-working parochial MPs that the Bermuda Progressive Labor Party has re-elected is Mr. Chris Famous. Newcomer to politics, but one who is committed to the task. Please welcome from Constituency 12, Andre Famous. And of course, from my former constituency, my junior minister when I was active, the one, the only, the come-from-behind victory of Mr. Diallo Robin from Constituency 13. The new, bright, most incomparable incomparable female of the Bermuda Progressive Labour Party incumbent government. Please welcome the one, the only, from constituency 14, Alexa Lightfoot. From constituency 15, the gentleman who has made a difference in culture, maintaining a commitment to awarding grants to non-profit organizations and charities so that they can do what they need to do to keep Bermuda culture alive. The one, the only, Minister Owen Garrow from constituency 15. The most loved MP, the most humble MP, a hard-working MP who is definitely not lazy. Please welcome from constituency 16, Michael Reeds. The PLP constituency for number 17, who the Premier has entrusted to maintain fiscal prudence so that your tax dollars are allocated in the way that they deserve to be to serve you. The Minister of Economy and Labor, the one, the only from constituency 17, Jason Hayward. The constituency from my residence of constituency 19, the compound behind Victor, the one incomparable only person that you will want to have in your corner, whether the chips are up or down, a most humble MP on Team PLP from constituency 19, just from constituency 20, the most sincere single mother of 5, who keeps it all alive, the one who works hard. She's not single, she is married, of course. My mistake, and I do apologize. Happily married at that. The one, the only, Aisha Massa. I do apologize to you, Aisha. And from constituency 22, someone you may not know works as hard as she does for the Bermuda Progressive Labour Party from behind the scenes. This lady is a yeoman when it comes to commitment. Please welcome. Okay, 21, I missed 21. And this gentleman is an incredible financier, one who is committed to the Bermuda Progressive Labour Party, one who will do for this country what needs to be done as a part of a team that you have supported tonight. The one, the only from constituency 21, Chris Dickinson. I call him the financial guru. And from constituency 22, the lady I was previously mentioned is one of the hardest working yeoman ladies in the Bermuda Progressive Labour Party behind the scenes. Please welcome from 22, ladies and gentlemen, J. Dawn Simmons. And one of the brightest international contributors to this country as an attorney and a qualified attorney general now, having proven herself in a very short period of time. The one, the only MP was really looking forward to defeating. But she will be an MP in the future. There's no doubt about that. Please welcome Attorney General Kim Wilkerson. I wanted to be an MP so much. I wanted to be an MP so much. And here's one of the most impressive ladies with a level of integrity that is unsurpassed. Someone who is going to be serving the Bermuda Progressive Labour Party for, 24, I'm sorry. Lawrence Scott, a hard-working entrepreneur. Please welcome to the stage From constituency 24, the incumbent, Lawrence Scott. From constituency 25, as I mentioned, one of the most impressive young persons entering into the political arena. Please welcome Joanne Ball Burgess. From constituency 26, incumbent MP, much loved in his constituency. Please welcome Mr. Neville Tyrrell. And the MP just newly elected, replacing Colonel David Birch from constituency 27, Paul Wilbur. And the come from behind maestro, who may have had some doubting that he would pull it off, but he did in fine style. Please welcome from constituency 28, the incomparable chairman of the Road Safety Council, Mr. Dennis Lister III. The Energizer Bunny just keeps going and going and going in constituency 29. You all know him, you all love him. Please welcome MP Zane De Silva. And from constituency 30, one of the brightest IT professionals on the rock. Please welcome Misha Butler. The PLP team also consists of former MP who is well loved. Please welcome from constituency 31, Crystal Caesar. And the come from behind maestro, like a long shot thoroughbred horse, it is none other than Mr. Simmons is not here, but still give a warm round of applause and appreciation for Scott Simmons from constituency 32. Who is here is a hard-working MP that works all year round in his constituency, none other than the incomparable Jamal Simmons from constituency 33. And please welcome long-standing super health minister from constituency 34, who will oversee healthcare reform if she is reappointed as the health minister, Miss Kim Wilson from constituency 34. And the Speaker of the House from constituency 35, the longest serving MP in the House of Assembly, Mr. Dennis Lister. And last but not least, the Reverend Emily Gail Dill from constituency 36. Please now welcome from constituency 18, the leader, the premier, who will take this country forward in the next 5 years until there is a decision that he holds true to retiring in 2026. I don't know about you, but I wish he would have a rethink, but it's not going to happen because guess what? He has a family that you saw introduced first and foremost on this stage. So he will only be serving for the next 18 months. Please welcome our leader, our premier, the Honorable E. David Burt, JP MP. Good evening, PLP family. So you know that on election night, we celebrate, but we must give a speech to the country. And so I would say, hey, check my mate right there. So tonight, whether you are here with us on Court Street, watching at home, or listening on the radio, we stand together as one country.
This victory tonight is not about one leader or one party. It is about all of us and the future that the people of Bermuda have made clear that they want to build together. And so elections are decisions.
Come on, man. Get a decent mic, Sean, man.
Change the mic.
Better mic,
Maybe I'm
man.
talking into it too
Come
close.
on, come better than that.
Elections are a moment of decision. Moments where we reflect on the past and chart the course for the years ahead. And tonight, this progressive Labour Party with 25 seats, more than the landslide of 2017, Bermudians have chosen progress. Bermudians have chosen fairness, and Bermudians have chosen a PLP government that will deliver for you. All the way. You've chosen a government that will continue to put Bermudians first, a government that will listen and lead and work every day. But let me be clear. One of the things I say all the time, hi Roxy. While tonight is a night of celebration, tomorrow the work continues. And that work is not just for those who supported us, but for every Bermudian. Because as we pledge in our election campaign, we will govern for all. And so we hear you when you say the cost of living is too high. Say it again. It's too high. Absolutely. We hear you when you say healthcare is too expensive. We hear you when you say that we need to make sure that we get education reform right, protect our teachers, and give them the resources that they require. And we hear you when we say that our seniors, our cherished seniors of this country, need more assistance, and the sandwich generation needs more support. Trust me, family, we hear you. And we will go to work every day as the government that you elected us to do. And so to our incredible candidates, all of you here on stage, whether or not you were first elected in 1989 or first elected in 2025, whether you have won or lost, thank you on behalf of our members for your dedication, hard work, getting on the doorstep to represent the Progressive Labour Party. Can I have one round of applause for our amazing candidates? To all of you over there who are inside, our executive members, our committee members, our regular members, our supporters, our volunteers, all of those who gave their time and energy to this campaign, we could not have done it without you. Thank you, thank you, thank you from all of us here on stage for all of your work. Thank you. And to my wife, Kristen, to my daughter, Mia, and to my son, Ed, who have had to endure so much during this election. And just so I'm clear, it's not just me, because they talk a lot of trash about every single one of our candidates. But to you, family, I want to say thank you for supporting me. And in 18 months, me and Ed, you can get that doggy that you want. So as I close, and I know that my mother is at home, my father is here, my sister is here as well, I want to say thank you as well. And to the PLP family, remember, welcome Scott Simmons. Yes, come from behind, Scott. You had us with a little scare there. You had us with a little scare there, Scott. Welcome, and Anthony Richardson is here too. Thank you, Anthony. So to To the PLP family, this is not the end. It is a new beginning. The people have placed their trust in us again. Again. For 3 times in a row. 3 times in a row. And we must honor that trust by working harder than ever before. To the people of Bermuda, thank you. Yes, you, where I see you. To the people of Bermuda, thank you. Your belief in our vision and all of your voices and your votes, because they talk about things in this election. There is one thing that matters. The Progressive Labor Party has won an election with 25 seats. But we must recognize that it is important to govern with humility, govern with integrity, and govern with a firm commitment for building a Bermuda that works for everyone. So tonight, we celebrate again. But tomorrow, this team behind you will get back to work. And together, we will build a Bermuda that is fairer, more affordable, more prosperous for every one of you. Thank you, Bermuda. Have a wonderful evening. God bless all of you, and thank you for supporting the Progressive Labor Party.
From your wake up this morning, you're going right now I feel like jump down, I feel like right now, I want to go on.
All right, that's over. Let's give our final thoughts. And if you don't mind, Taj, if you could go first. Final thoughts after hearing that, you've seen the results. What would you say for the night? And audience, feel free to let us know your final thoughts as well. You can share your comments. We'll share them on the screen, but I'll let you go first, Taj.
Sure. I mean, the first thing I'll say is that this was the result that most people expected, the PLP to be in, with some marginal losses, which is exactly what happened. But the work starts now. Like I was saying earlier, we have to keep up the fight, keep the opposition strong. If the OBA cannot be an effective opposition, then the people have to be an effective opposition. So we have to keep using our voice, not just our vote. We cannot just speak up around election time. We have to keep holding the government accountable. We have to hold the PLP to the same standard we held the OBA to when they were in the government. If we need to protest, we must protest, right? Two things I didn't hear he mention in his speech just now was that he made no mention of young people. It was noticeably absent. He mentioned seniors and the sandwich generation, but it made no mention of young people. And it's disingenuous for him to say that he has won the confidence of the people when he hasn't won 50% of the vote. He's only won 49-point-something% of the vote. So that's disingenuous to say he's won the confidence of the people. He has to now go and earn the trust and confidence of the people now and prove to the other 20-something thousand people who registered to vote that didn't vote why they should vote for the PLP in 2030. And I hope this time around, we will see a PLP that governs with humility and integrity, as that has not been the case these last 7 years. So those are my final thoughts.
Thank you, Taj. We have a video coming from, I believe we got Mark, the Honorable Mark Bean, but thank you for that, Taj. Sorry about that. Honorable Madam Gordon-Pamplin, any final words from you? Or did you want to respond to anything Taj said today?
Well, I can just say that, Taj, you mentioned that, there's nothing to celebrate when you get 49% of the vote. The reality is that you got 49% of 55%. And that is a damning number because it's only 55%, approximately 55% of the people bothered to vote. And you got 49% of that. So you got 49% of 55%, which effectively says that you've got less than 30% support from the country. So to suggest that there is an overwhelming support by the people of Bermuda, I think it is disingenuous. My final comment that I would want to make is that accountability is the responsibility of every person in Bermuda. The cabinet, with the Westminster system, the cabinet holds the power. The backbench have to grow a spine and stand up to the decisions that are coming down the pipeline that are not in the best interest of the people. The backbench are responsible, not just the opposition. So when we say there is a weak opposition, which has been the case based on the numerical, the arithmetic of it, it's also important to understand that accountability has to come not just only from the opposition, but also from the backbench. And as Taj has said, the people of Bermuda don't hesitate to demand accountability, because that is your right. Each and every one of us as politicians, each and every one of them as politicians works for you. And Bermuda, you have the right to make the demands of them so that you can hold them accountable for the results that they put out.
Indeed. Thank you so much for that. Just want to share, we did have Simone at FDM HQ, and we'll share this video and then we can respond to that. Have Teo and I'll wrap it up.
Hello, this is Simone Vaughn here. I have Mark Bean here with me, and we're going to discuss, how tonight went. How are you feeling?
Personally, I'm feeling fine. I'm at peace, and I know the team, while a little bit disappointed, are focused on what comes next. And so in the end, we are going to continue to build and prepare for the next cycle or electoral cycle, and also do some activities and be functional and present for the next few years to ensure that we can become a viable force, because we know that we have some innate strengths that the country is absolutely desirous of. And we just, I think, we have to be able to show that we're going to be consistent and we're going to be present. And the team, we all agree that that's the way forward. And so we'll go from strength to strength.
Right. You were close there for a minute, during the light. How was that, in the motions, seeing the polls go up and down?
Personally, for myself, I've been through this a lot of times, right? So I know that looking at the voter patterns in terms of time of the day, that if you're going to upset the incumbent, you need to have a substantial lead at the halfway point of the count. In other words, you need to have a lead that comes from the late in the day voting, okay? Because the early voters are usually the more traditional voters who vote party incumbent first. So I didn't have that. I was only 8 votes ahead. So I knew it was going to be a challenge in the second half of the count, and that's what it proved to be. Right. Yeah, so that's fine.
Something Mark being said right there, and I would like everyone to touch on it before we close out with Teo and myself. They'll be present. If you remember, one of the concerns from many people regarding the FDM after 2020 was that the FDM went missing, they said, right? I heard a very humble Mark. I didn't hear an angry Mark. I didn't hear an emotional Mark being. And Teo, you've worked with Mark and the like, but when you listen to him just now, do you think there's any regret that they didn't keep pushing after 2020? I mean, they could have had an opportunity to grow, and I mean, they got together so fast for that election, and then to most people went missing, right?
Yeah. I mean, knowing Mark, I genuinely believe that he made the best decisions at the time that he had available to him, right? Like, I don't think that he took his foot off the brake because he thought, I could chill and whether it works out or I achieve the progress I want, who cares? I don't think that that's plausible, right? I think that he moved in a way that he thought would work, and it didn't work in the way that he had anticipated. I hope that that they're able to sustain their efforts over time. But this is what we need to keep in mind. I don't think folks realize when they say things like, oh, they went missing after 2020. I don't know if they realize like how much time, effort, resources, etc. it takes to build the kind of consensus and coalition required to be viable as a nationally electable party. Like, it ain't a hobby, right? This is an every day of the week additional job that you're picking up. And I don't know about you, and I mean, you, not just you in the room with us right now, but you that's listening. I don't know if you got time for that. Right. And I'm not critiquing you for that, because we got families, we got responsibilities, So if they're unable to sustain that, please do not hold that against them, because they did more than the vast majority of us to actually try and realize their values in a political space. This is really, really hard, really, really niche, really, really specific work. And not everybody can fit it into their life as a generational project, which is the kind of project that this sort of thing is.
Indeed. Anyone else want to respond to Marcy?
Yeah, just a real quick comment, and that is that a national criticism is that candidates and people go missing after elections. That's a two-sided coin. On the one side, you have somebody who's been accepted by the electorate to be their representative, and that is the person to whom the constituents ought to turn when they have issues and problems. When it comes to others, the unsuccessful candidates, people have to recognize that those unsuccessful candidates have lives, they have families to feed. And while it's wonderful for them to be able to stay in the mix, you have to balance your family responsibilities against your community commitment. And so I think it's a little bit unfortunate to be the fall guy for somebody to say, oh, you went amongst the missing after the last election. Well, you, the electorate, chose the representative that you wanted. And especially when you had the landslide 2020 result of 30-6 at the end of the election. When you have those large numbers, it's very difficult for the 30 people who did not win their seats to have that 5-year commitment, and then now to come back with the FDM and independents in the mix. It made life difficult.
Yeah.
We cannot lose sight of the fact that we have a government that enjoys about 30% support from the overall electorate, notwithstanding the numerical success that they have had. We as a country have to hold them accountable.
Yeah. And for me, I hope that the independents, the FDM, and the OBA come together and work for the next 4 to 5 years, whenever the next election may be. I hope they come together to work to represent that other 70% of people that did not vote for the PLP this time around. And I hope they are able to form some sort of coalition where the FDM and the independents can support the 11 elected OBA candidates in the House. In some way, shape, or form. So we'll see how that turns out.
Indeed. Tay, any final thoughts?
Well, just underlining the contributions from Taj and Miss Gordon-Pamplin, which is to say, it is shocking that the election turnout is as low as it is. To contextualize it in a way that has genuinely rocked me, the fact that fewer people turned out to vote this year than they did in the middle of the worst global pandemic in a century is staggering. Yeah. Right? Like, when we were restricted, our movements were restricted, more people got the gumption up to leave their homes and vote than this year. Now, I don't know if that says anything other than horrible things about the state of our country's civic engagement. And I don't know how, as I've continually said, forgive my lack of imagination and insight, I don't know how you solve that problem. But until we all are committed to this national project, I think of like genuine political renewal without looking to some future leader who is uniquely charismatic and skilled and as close to perfect as you can imagine a person to be. We can't wait for a person like that. Like, this is our country, this is our people, this is our place. and this is, we have to reconnect. Now, I don't know how to convince enough of us that it's a worthwhile effort, but that I think is really the only path to renewal of like renewed faith in the Bermudian project.
I have a question, and thank you for that, Tay. I have a question of Madam Gordon-Pamplin. Your father, Dr. E.F. Gordon, was a founding member of the BIU, correct?
The Bermuda Workers Association, which morphed into the BIU, yes.
Correct. And he was also an early member of the Bermuda Progressive Labor Party?
No, my father died in 1955. The Progressive Labor Party started in 1963.
Okay. I asked those questions because often someone set me down, a lawyer in Bermuda set me down one day, back in like 2009 or 10. And then fast forward to last year, 2023, sorry, 2 years ago. I was in a grocery store in Bermuda, and a gentleman who worked in this grocery store, must have been a manager, ran up to me and said, "Are you Jamal Hartman?" I was like, "Yeah." And he said, "No, I just want to talk to you about something." And I said, "Okay. Look, I listened to your show, and I just don't want to, like, you criticize the PLP. The PLP is not the problem. All right?" He said, "I think your problem is the leader." I agree with you. Years ago, that lawyer said to me, "Hartman, the problem isn't the party. This party was started in 1963. If the party actually stuck to what it was created to do, you would not be saying and the things you say and feeling the way you feel."
Yeah.
And that's something that I think when, they criticize the likes of Patricia Gordon-Pamplin, whose father came along and set this path so that there could be a thing like the PLP, right? When they criticize, oh, she's going to join that party. Maybe it's because we don't see the party that was created to do what we believe it was supposed to do. We went elsewhere because we felt we could make a different impact there. Why am I saying all that? I'm saying that because I said earlier tonight, there's phenomenal people involved in politics on both sides, right?
All sides, really.
All sides, sorry. Yeah, yes. Both sides. Thank you. And I think that institutions, we like to talk about one institution and what it represents, but we never really pick up the conversation about what the other was built to do and why it's not fulfilling the promise of its forefathers. And I think my biggest takeaway from tonight, maybe I'm miserable, maybe I'm grumpy, maybe I'm negative because I just want the best 36. And I know that's subjective. The best 36 may be different to all four of us. But I just truly want people who actually want to fulfill the promise of what that political party or establishment that they're a part of was built to do. It was not created for you to have a job.
No.
It was not created for you to take care of just your family and friends. It was not created, wait for it, to discriminate against people, to use politics and power to treat people less than. It was actually created to do the opposite. And so I would encourage the general public to really consider what these political parties were created to do and ask yourself, are they fulfilling that promise? And as Dr. Brown said earlier, yeah, things evolve. The parties will evolve. That's true. But the goals really don't shift in terms of if independence was one of the main goals in that party, well, how are you so far away from that now? Your governance, you should be doing everything in government. Because if I'm not mistaken, the last premier to bring that to the forefront was Alex Scott, right? From the PLP, I mean, like that. And I'm not saying that this is an independence conversation. I'm not saying that. I'm simply saying, I'm using that as an example of the party not fulfilling the promise of its forefathers. So my final words on the political part tonight is very simple. Less than 50%. We're in a bad state. The results tonight are an indictment. It's an indictment of the political process in Bermuda. And as I said earlier, it's a rejection of the current system. But many of you have said it tonight, and I'll say it. You voted or not. David Barritt, the Premier of Bermuda, just said the work continues tomorrow or begins. Tell you what, if the OBA were government and got back in like this, y'all would have your marching boots on.
Mm-hmm.
Over to you, Bermuda. Over to you. Anyone have any final thoughts before we say goodbye for tonight? Anything else?
I would just wonder what the likes of Walton Brown, Dr. Eva Hudson, and Dame Lois Brown Evans would be thinking right now. Because if you've read the work or the work of Walton Brown and Dr. Eva Hudson, you would know that the PLP was always disingenuous to its vision from the start. So where we've ended up today is not a surprise to them. Would not have been a surprise to them. But most Bermudians are not well read in those areas. So I encourage Bermudians to read Dr. Eva Hudson's work and Walton Brown's work.
I think for me, the key is to not allow emotion to stand in the way of rational thinking.
Yeah.
And therein is the downfall that we are experiencing as a country. And I'm not suggesting for one second that, you cannot embrace and endorse the people and the principles for which you stand. But make sure that you stand for something and not vacillate based on just the fact that these guys look like me and I want to make sure that I support these guys. Have a principle on which you stand and stand for it. That's what Dr. E.F. Gordon did. That is the example that he set for us in his household, notwithstanding that he died when I was 5 years old. But the basis of what he believed in has permeated throughout our family structure. And that's what I stand for. I take the criticism that I didn't join the PLP. There were reasons that I did not, and I don't apologize for it. But I can tell you that I would defy anybody to question that during the 22 years that I did in public service, that there was any less commitment to the better good of this country. And that's what my dad stood for. That's what I stood for. And that's what anybody over whom I have any sort of influence will always stand for. Bermuda should be first.
Indeed. Okay, that's it.
Keep keeping your value set rock solid and operating in good faith at every opportunity, and also at every opportunity, presuming that your opposition is operating in good faith as well, rather than converting them into some, demon, monster, evil, whatever. Just maybe somebody you have a fundamental disagreement with.
Well, we're heading out now. Taj, I just want to give so much thanks to you for joining this panel. Appreciate you keeping us young tonight. Madam Gordon-Pamplin, really appreciate you joining us, your insight as well. It was valuable. It was appreciated. To John Barritt, thank you. I mean, I put him on the spot while he was on the show as a guest, and he accepted. Dr. Former Premier, Dr. the Honorable Ewart Brown. Look, I can't thank him enough. He's not as attached anymore, and for making time with us, I am so grateful to him. To those who supported us, Medical House and North Shore Medical and Aesthetic Center, thank you. Without them, we legit would not be here doing this. Bermuda College, mailboxes, One Communications, B Mobile, SCARS, just everyone who really, Bermuda Trivia, everyone who supported us in making this happen. Can't thank you enough. And to the Daily Hour sponsors who may not have been a part of this, but they set the platform for this: Medical House, BAC Group of Companies, People's Pharmacy, Noah's Ark, Bermuda Economic Development Corporation, mailboxes. Again, we appreciate it, because I tell you what, the media gets blamed for a lot of things, but if it's one thing that Malcolm X had that quote about the media, right? And I want to be different. I want to ensure that we're able to engage and have honest conversations where we can disagree and still be respectful to one another, where we can disagree and learn from one another, and where we can actually help improve our community through important dialogue. I am so grateful for the support. And yes, the commercial breaks were long tonight, but that means we did something right and people wanted to work with us. Umami, thank you.
Can I just make one very quick comment, Jamal? And that is to say that I want to be presumptuous enough to thank you and the staff, you and Teo and the staff at the Daily Hour, for enabling this platform for Bermuda to engage and for us to give whatever insight. I trust that I brought some value, but I believe on behalf of the people of Bermuda, you deserve an incredible vote of thanks. And I certainly thank you from the bottom of my heart. It's been a privilege.
Thank you.
That's very generous. Thank you, Ms. Gordon.
We appreciate you. And Umami, I forgot to mention Umami. Great. Thank you. Another small business who supported us. Folks, we have to go. Teo and I have to be up early. He's got the children, so I
still got to do the news.
He's got to do the news for tomorrow. But honestly, this would not be possible without the support, finally, of the Royal Gazette and Channel 82. We're such a small town. Teo used to always remind me, Bermuda's small town. And in small towns, collaboration is so important for what we do. So I want to send them so much love. And last but not least, the audience. You all have been phenomenal. You kept us going tonight. You kept us honest. You fought back. You challenged us. But again, because of you, we do this. We got to head out. But thank you. And we'll see you in the morning, 8 a.m. sharp. I guess we're going to be discussing
God bless.
Thank you.
Thank
you. Bless to everyone. Good night. Have a great
peace, Tasha. Thanks, man.
All righty.